Lin Mo, it's your turn to measure your elemental force. The ceiling fan spun endlessly overhead. One sentence from my homeroom teacher yanked me out of my daydream. I stared at the black testing machine on the platform, took a deep breath, and pressed my hand against it. A number popped up on the screen. Elemental force value, 60. 60 again. Song Wonkai sighed and patted my shoulder. Don't be upset. Your academics are strong. You'll get into a good college, no problem. You don't have to become an awakener. He taught me for 3 years, and he genuinely cared about me. But that comfort hurt worse than any mockery. I walked back to my seat with a blank face. The whispers behind me kept drilling into my ears. Still 60? Wasn't he 60 last year too? You transferred in, so you wouldn't know. When Lin Mo first enrolled, the school leadership welcomed him personally. He was the talk of the school. An elemental force of 60 at 15, a real genius. The school even waived his tuition. And now? 3 years, not a single point gained. Just another face in the crowd. Rough. And here I thought he was saving up for something big. Nobody used to dare say it to my face. But my number had been frozen for 3 years. One by one, the students who came after me passed me by. The way everyone looked at me shifted from pity to surprise, and now to cold indifference and mockery. I rested my hands behind my head and watched the fan spin. I wanted to know too. Why me? These days, becoming an awakener is everyone's dream. 100 years ago, a nuclear war turned the world upside down. Mutant beasts claimed the wildlands, and humanity retreated behind high walls. The only ones who can hold back those monsters are the awakeners. You need an elemental force over 100 to even qualify. For most people, awakening means changing your fate, making a name for yourself. For me, it just means giving my parents and little sister back in the slums a slightly better life. The awakening day was 3 months away. See Yenon, elemental force value 95. Good kid, steady work. The whole class turned to look at once. Only 5 points from awakening. See Yenon's got it locked. Now that's a genius. Boss C, don't forget your brothers. See Yenon wore a faint smile, but his eyes secretly swept across the room. Seeing everyone stare at him in admiration, the corners of his mouth curled higher. His gaze lingered on me for just a second. He used to see me as a rival. Now he probably figured our paths would never cross again in this lifetime. Chen Yutong, elemental force value. 110. The homeroom teacher's voice cracked. The class went silent for a beat, then exploded. That fast. Last time she was behind Si Yenon. No wonder she's top 5 in the grade. Chen Yutong didn't react much. She quietly sat back down. The bell rang. School was out. Once most people had left, I packed my bag and walked to the cleaning corner. In the trash can lay a few cracked white stones. Elemental stones, used to absorb elemental force. The wealthier students tossed them out after using them up. My family was poor. Getting into Jiangxing No. 1 high school had already taken everything we had. We couldn't afford elemental stones, so I could only collect these scraps and absorb the tiny bit that remained inside. I wrapped the broken fragments in paper and was about to leave when the door slid open. Chen Yutong came in to dig through her seat, looking for something, and spotted me crouched by the door. She looked at me for a moment. You need those. I looked up and met her unusually clear eyes. Someone had once asked me the same thing with malice, but she was just genuinely curious. Yeah, I need them. I smiled. She reached out. In her palm were a few broken elemental stones, quite a bit bigger than the ones in the trash. Thanks. You're welcome. She turned and left, never once considering whether this might embarrass me. At the door she stopped, turned back, and said softly, You really don't have to be an awakener. If there's no hope, going to college is fine too. And with that, she walked off without looking back. I stared at the elemental stones in my hand, and my mouth twitched. So blunt. Everyone in class knew I picked through trash after school. Some people secretly tucked used elemental stones into my desk, afraid I'd be embarrassed. Others tossed them into the trash on purpose, waiting to watch me pick them up so they could feel superior. Only she was like this, completely open. I knew she meant no harm. She just said what was on her mind. That personality gave even the teachers headaches. Still, being casually handed a death sentence to my face left a knot in my chest. I'm home. I pushed the door open and the smell of cooking hit me. The place was so small you could barely turn around. Run down, but clean. Our future awakener is home. Mom came out of the kitchen carrying a dish, her apron still damp with water. I made fish for you today. Old Lin, get up, dinner's ready. Mom, take a rest. Let me. I took the spatula. At the far end of the table sat my dad in his wheelchair, his hair mostly gone gray. He joined the army in his younger years and lost the use of his legs by the time he was discharged. He only got a small monthly stipend. Mom worked at a factory, and everything she earned went straight into this household. 3 years ago, that 60 of mine had once lit a fire in this family. The school leadership came to our door in person to recruit me, and my parents emptied out their last savings to send me to Jiangxing number 1. Tuition was waived, but the other expenses still pressed down on us, so hard we could barely breathe. The whole family was counting on me to change our fate. Even as an ordinary awakener, the big companies would fight to hire me, and we'd be able to move out of these 300 square feet. But today, that number hadn't budged. The hand holding the spatula trembled. Bro, I'm starving. Why isn't the food out yet? A little girl with pigtails came bouncing over. I quickly pushed the disappointment back down and brought out the fish. Whoa, spacing out. You got a girlfriend, big bro? Lin Wan Yu teased the moment she sat down. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll smack you. I glared at her. Dad barked from his wheelchair. Don't give your brother a hard time. Son, I've got good news for you, Dad said. Your sister got tested today too. Elemental force of 57. Several schools have already come to recruit her. Lin Wanyu's little face flushed red, unable to hide her pride. A 57 at 15, that's the mark of a genius, with potential no less than Shen Yutong's. Bro, you're graduating this year, right? I'm counting on you for my tuition. She draped an arm over my shoulder. Once you awaken, I'm going to drink 3 bottles of AD calcium milk a day. The whole family burst into laughter. After dinner, I went back to my little windowless room, barely big enough for a single bed. I poured the elemental stone fragments into my palm. In the Wasteland era, everyone can absorb elemental force. It's just that talent varies. You have to exceed 100 before turning 18 to awaken, and repeating a year does nothing. My talent wasn't bad to begin with, but for 3 years, no matter how I trained, the number never moved. I sat cross-legged and closed my eyes, feeling that trace of leftover energy crawl up my arm and into my body, flowing into my dantian. And then it was like it fell into a black hole and could never get out. 3 years. Every day the same. Every day a failure. I never once stopped. I wanted Dad to get the best treatment. I wanted Mom to stop wearing herself out. I wanted my sister to study in peace, without the sneers. I had to awaken. The teacher always said you have to stay calm when absorbing energy, or something could go wrong. But tonight, the faces of my parents and my sister kept surging through my mind, over and over, and I couldn't hold it back. Crack. A soft sound. My eyes shot open. The elemental stone fragments in my palm had turned to powder, and my whole body felt lighter than ever. I clenched my fist and felt power swelling in my veins. That black hole in my dantian, had it shattered? I was so excited I wanted to verify it right away, but where would I find a testing machine at home? I could only wait until tomorrow. Just then, a voice drifted in from outside. One suspect down, the other critically wounded. He's taken a boy hostage and is hiding in this block. Lock it down now. I narrowed my eyes. My room had no windows. By all logic, I shouldn't be able to hear anything outside. But now I could hear it clear as day. My elemental force really had gone up. The slums had always been a nest of crime. Petty theft when ignored. But this commotion involved a serious felon. I quietly shut my door and slipped outside. The rundown houses were like a maze. Guided by the moonlight, I felt my way toward the direction of the voice and froze at the sight. A dead man lay on the ground, several bloody holes in his body, a gruesome sight. I'd grown up here and seen plenty of bloody scenes, so this didn't scare me. But in the next second, a wisp of green light rose from the corpse. Young man, it's dangerous here. Don't look, go home. A man in a black uniform frowned and waved me off. That made me even more curious. That ball of green light was floating right there, yet he acted like he couldn't see it at all, walking right past it. And in that moment, a thought suddenly rang out in my mind. Pick it up. I put on a worried face and edged closer. Sir, what happened? Is that a dead body? The picture of a clueless teenager. A few steps forward, and I was standing right under that ball of green light. The green light sank into my body, and a +5 flashed before my eyes. A warm current shot up from the soles of my feet and spread through my whole body. I nearly gasped out loud. 3 years. 3 years without a taste of my elemental force rising, and my eyes went hot in an instant. And this time, the increase was bigger than any before. I forced down the excitement, and my mind raced. This green light, it seemed only I could see it, only I could absorb it, like farming experience points off monsters. In the Wasteland era, awakening abilities come in all kinds of strange forms. Maybe this was mine. What are you standing around for? The buzzcut man walked up to me. Nothing. Seeing a dead body just scared me a little. I caught the emblem on his uniform. Enforcement Bureau. They stood above the police, dealing specifically with awakened criminals, and their members were almost all awakeners. He reached out and patted my shoulder. The black screen in his palm lit up, 70. So it was their testing device. His expression eased. A slum kid with a not bad elemental force. And when he heard I was a student at Jiangxing No. 1, he dropped his guard completely. Elite school students have high elemental force. Normal. What exactly happened here? 2 fugitives ran in here. That one just now was one of them. Head back and rest. We'll handle this. He patted my shoulder again. I walked off, but not far. The voice from his radio drifted over. All units, be advised, the metal type first grade fugitive has been eliminated. The second one is cunning. Space type, first grade intermediate tier. Critically wounded, but still capable of killing, and he has a hostage. Do not move until the optimal moment. Ensure the hostage's safety. Awakeners are ranked from 1 to 9, and each grade has high, intermediate, and initial tiers. The one who just died was first grade, initial tier. A crazy thought surfaced in my mind. The corpse of an intermediate tier awakener, would the green light be even bigger? I knew it was dangerous. But if I missed tonight, where else would I find an awakener's corpse? In 3 months, could I push to 100? Could I lift my parents out of poverty and let my sister afford school? I looked back at our rundown little house. My gaze steadied. If I slipped through behind that man, it shouldn't be too risky. My elemental force wasn't high, but I knew this area so well I could walk it with my eyes closed. That was my only advantage. Spot anything unusual and report it. No need to put myself in danger. While the buzzcut man switched off his radio and headed toward the residential buildings, I quietly followed a dozen meters behind. The slum roads twisted and turned. He glanced back a few times, but I stayed far enough away that he didn't notice. Deep in the night, doors were shut. I knew nearly every neighbor in this area by name. I passed a low house, walked on, then doubled back. This family always kept dogs, and the door was always half open. But now it was locked up tight. My chest tightened. I gently pushed the door. It creaked open, pitch black inside. I was about to step in when I stopped. If there was danger, walking in would be walking to my death. But if I called it in rashly and was wrong, I'd just be sent back. Forget it. Safety first. Close the door and go. But in that very instant, the space around me seemed to twist, and a force shoved me hard into the house. Bang! The door slammed shut behind me. In the darkness, the smell of blood hit my face, along with heavy breathing. Why did you have to push this door? Isn't living better? A candle flame flickered to life. A man in a gray robe, his face covered in centipede-like scars, drenched in blood, stared at me coldly. Beside him was that neighbor I recognized. Eyes wide open, throat slit, head submerged in a bucket of water to mask the smell. The pressure crashed down on me from every direction. My ears rang, and I could barely breathe. The man watched me like a hawk eyeing its prey, the dagger still dripping blood. Even critically wounded, the pressure of a second-grade awakener made my legs go weak. The scythe of death was already at my throat. Come here, and I won't kill you. His voice was like a broken bellows. I almost took a step. I forced myself to stop. My heart pounded like it would burst, but my mind was terrifyingly cold. He won't kill me? Does he think the corpse on the ground is invisible? If he could really kill me, why hadn't he already? What made me any different from that dead neighbor? There were only 2 possibilities. Either he was too badly wounded and drained to reach me within 5 meters, or he could move, but a big commotion would draw the Enforcement Bureau. Either way, my only way out was this. Don't move. Sweat slid from my forehead to the corner of my eye, stinging sharply. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The room was so quiet I could hear the candle sizzling. He narrowed his eyes. I knew then, I'd bet right. After a long while, he coughed. I want to make a deal with you. He stared into my eyes. You're young, but you're smart. If you'd come closer just now, I'd have killed you on the spot. He said it lightly, like killing was as easy as crushing an ant. Of course, if you try to run now, I'll kill you even if it takes the last of me. I believed him. This wasn't a bluff. What kind of deal? The moment I spoke, I realized my lips were cracked and dry. That teleport just now was my awakening skill, and it burned through the last of my elemental force, he said. I saw a pile of elemental stone fragments in your right pocket. You picked them up to sell, didn't you? Give them to me, and I'll recover. In exchange, he set the dagger on the ground and slid it toward me. The dagger's yours. Take the knife and go. Fair trade. Shrewd, like a merchant. Really? You'll keep your word? I stammered, like a child who needed to hear the promise before he could feel safe. I will. I picked up the dagger. The cold blade cleared my head a little. I'd almost believed him. Once he absorbed the elemental force, he could run, so he did have a reason to let me go. But there was a hole in what he said. He thought I was just a poor kid who collected scrap stones to sell, who didn't understand how much elemental force those fragments actually held. He didn't know I was a student at Jiangxing No. 1. I knew all too well. Scraps like these, even people at my school couldn't be bothered to take them. Even if he could absorb them, that tiny amount wouldn't be enough for a single awakening skill. A cold sweat instantly broke out on my back. He never intended to let me go. Have you decided? You're a smart one. You know what to choose. He was getting anxious, constantly praising how smart I was. That wasn't praise. It was to lull me. Okay, I agree. I kept up the frightened act, my knife hand shaking like a sieve. I closed in on him step by step, my right hand jammed in my pocket gripping the fragments, my left hand held across my chest, my face full of wariness. He watched my hands and sneered, a flash of viciousness in his eyes. Here, the instant I pulled the fragments out, we were only half a meter apart. He'd been guarding against the dagger in my left hand the whole time. He never expected the right. The moment the white fragments hit the ground, I flung a fistful of elemental stone powder straight into his face. Ag! The powder blinded him. His vision went black, the pain like a knife gouging into him. The panic on my face vanished in an instant. I raised my arm and slashed the dagger hard across his throat. I put everything into that strike. But at that very moment, he summoned the last trace of his space elemental force, and the blade veered an inch off. The knife missed his windpipe, but it cut open his artery. Blood sprayed out. He screamed and threw a punch. Bang! The fist slammed into my chest. My insides felt like they'd shattered. I opened my mouth and spat blood, my whole body flying backward and crashing through the old door. The pain left me unable to get up, but I knew I'd won. One hand clutched at his gushing throat, his eyes blood red, his body convulsing. Why? Even at death's door, he still wanted to know why. I coughed up blood, picked up the dagger, and took another step back to make sure I was safe. Because of those elemental stones, I said, panting. I didn't pick them up to sell. I picked them up to use myself. He understood everything in an instant. A few seconds later, his head tilted to the side. He was gone. The nerves I'd held taut for so long finally snapped, and the searing pain came crashing over me in waves. My clothes were soaked with sweat. I gasped like a bellows, lying flat on my back on the ground. In the distance, dogs barked, along with the hurried footsteps of the Enforcement Bureau. Qin Guangming stood beside me with several team members, and a woman in red walked out of the house. Confirmed. The fugitive is Quinn, first grade intermediate tier, space type. The dagger severed his carotid artery. He died of blood loss. The way everyone looked at me completely changed. They all knew I was just an ordinary high school student, not even an awakener. Yet, even critically wounded, Quinn could have crushed several grown men with ease. How did you do it? Someone couldn't help but ask. I noticed several pairs of eyes carried suspicion. Don't explain, and don't expect to leave. Enforcement Bureau people are a wary bunch. I glanced at the ball of green light beside Quinn, itching to pounce on it right away. I held back. Then I told them the whole story, exactly as it happened, every step of my thinking, hiding nothing. I said I'd just followed out of curiosity, which was perfectly normal for a high school student. When I finished, the room went eerily silent. They looked at me like I was some kind of monster. Impressive, someone murmured. Qin Guangming was stunned too. He knew better than anyone that one wrong step in that whole thing meant death. The way he looked at me carried a hint of admiration, and in the end he sighed. A shame I wasn't an awakener, or he'd have loved to recruit me onto his team. All right, you can go. Keep this to yourself. I nodded. On my way out, I made a point of walking through the house one more time and stepped right onto that ball of green light. +9. The moment my foot landed, my whole body felt like it had been soaked in warm sunlight. Back home, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, dying to go get tested. But the testing machine belonged to the school, and rushing over now would look too suspicious. If those +5 and +9 really were elemental force values, then my pace was terrifying. Others gained a few dozen points in 3 years. If I gained this much in one night, I'd definitely draw attention. Don't rush. I used to not understand just how far apart awakeners and ordinary people were. Tonight, I understood. No wonder they earned so much. Thinking back on that fight with Quinn, I still shuddered. If he hadn't been badly wounded, I'd have died long ago. That single punch alone nearly took my life. My ability is to extract elemental force from the dead. Would ordinary people and mutant beasts work too? I figured ordinary people probably wouldn't. Tonight's case showed that the amount I gained was tied to how strong the deceased was, and ordinary people have no elemental force at all. But it was worth trying. Hospitals had plenty of corpses, and museums had mutant beast specimens. If it really worked, then all I'd have to do from now on was haunt those two places. So what if people thought I was a weirdo? If it meant awakening, that was a small price to pay. I woke up right on the weekend. Mom left early for work, and Dad wheeled himself out for a walk. I sat at the dining table, staring at Lin Wanyu across from me. She was wolfing down bread, and the moment she saw me staring, she immediately shielded the sausage on her plate. "What are you looking at me for? This sausage is mine." I had a headache. We lived on the edge of the city. The bus fare plus admission to the hospital and museum would cost at least 50 or 60. I usually packed my own lunch to save money, so I had almost nothing in my pocket. If Mom hadn't already left, I could have asked her for some. Now I had to find another way. "Wanyu, go on, eat. You can have this one too." I put on a loving face and handed over my sausage. She snatched it up fast. "You said it, no takebacks. When would your brother ever take it back?" I smiled. "By the way, don't you have a little stash? I need money urgently. Lend me some." She shot to her feet, her little face turning red. "I knew you were up to no good. Not a single cent. Let's talk it over. Don't be so harsh." Before I could finish, she'd already grabbed her bowl and bolted back to the bedroom, locking the door. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That little stash was a year's worth of her allowance. Prying it out of her hands was harder than reaching the sky. Guess I'll have to think of something else. I got ready to head out, planning to walk to the hospital first and save up for the museum admission out of my future lunch money. Just as I was about to leave, there was a rustling from her room. A few crumpled 5 and 1 bills were pushed out from under the door. I froze. "Hurry up and take it, before I change my mind." Lin Wanyu shouted from behind the door, her voice stubborn and pained all at once. Warmth spread through my chest. I picked up the money and tucked it into my pocket. Just as I was about to say thanks, she poked her head out again. 9 out, 13 back. I clutched those wrinkled bills, feeling a small ache in my heart. I didn't waste any time and soon reached the downtown hospital. People came and went, but the morgue was empty. I avoided the cameras and slipped into the basement morgue. I pushed the door open and the smell of chemicals hit me. Under the ghostly white lights, a row of freezer units stood against the wall. I was, after all, just a student who had barely survived a brush with death the night before. Looking at this scene still made my scalp tingle. "Steady." I pulled open the compartments one by one. Nothing there. I found the corpse of a large man, and a ball of green light drifted out. +10. My heart jolted. This guy had been even stronger than Quinn in life, roughly first-grade intermediate tier at its peak. For a corpse of this caliber to still be sitting in a hospital, I'd struck it rich. I absorbed it, and a wave of coolness washed over my body. Having tasted the reward, I perked up and kept searching. If someone had burst in right then, they'd have seen a teenager tearing through freezer units like a madman, grinning at corpses. Anyone else would have had a mental breakdown on the spot. I quickly went through one section of compartments. Besides that big man, 3 other corpses gave me another +4. Not much, but I was satisfied. Awakeners are special. Only a handful appear in each generation. They have good conditions, and it's rare for them to die of unnatural causes. To gather 4 bodies in a small place like this, including one at peak first-grade intermediate tier, was already incredible luck. I estimated my elemental force value was now at 88. Only 7 behind Xianon, only 13 from awakening. And my absorption of elemental stones had returned to normal, so pushing to 90 wouldn't be hard. Even if I never absorbed another corpse, 3 months of hard training gave me a real shot at touching the threshold of awakening. Don't forget, before things went wrong, I was the acknowledged top genius of my year. Let's skip the museum for now. I quickly calmed down. I wasn't stupid. My elemental force was only 60 a few days ago. Climbing to 100 was still explainable, but if I shot past 200 too fast, I'd definitely be hauled off as a research subject. That was a risk I wouldn't take. Go home and focus on training. After the monthly test in a while, I'd try my luck at the museum, low-key. With that in mind, I was about to leave the hospital. A group of people rushed in through the entrance, pushing a gurney. I froze. The one leading them was Qin Guangming. Doctor, save him, hurry." His face was frantic, his voice cracking. On the gurney lay a young man in a strange-looking uniform. Handsome features, deathly pale, his breathing so faint it was almost gone. The white sheet was soaked red, and in several places it caved in. Severed limbs. The doctor took one glance and shook his head. Too much blood loss. Multiple organs are necrotic. The window for saving him passed long ago. That he's still alive at all is a miracle. You're giving up without even trying. Qin Guangming grabbed the doctor by the collar, his eyes going red. He's an elite of the Expedition Corps, only 18. He was wounded suppressing a beast den in the wildlands. His blood was shed for humanity. How can you just let him die? Something stirred in my chest. The Expedition Corps. Independent teams dedicated to fighting wildland mutant beasts and opening up ruins. All of them powerhouses. The public revered them as heroes. Hero's blood, expedition's soul. It was these people who guarded the high walls. I never expected to run into a dying Expedition Corps member here. Brother Qin, it's no use. The young man, of all people, took it in stride, a faint look of relief crossing his face. I know my own condition. If I could bring the intelligence back and drag a beast down to die with me, then this life was worth it. The light in his eyes slowly dimmed. Damn it! Qin Guangming slammed a fist into the wall, watching helplessly as another young man fell, powerless to change it. Mr. Qin, my condolences. I stepped closer, offering comfort with my words while my foot quietly came down on a ball of green light. +1. Why so little? I was puzzled. Then, beside my foot, another ball of light suddenly appeared. A red one. What's this now? A red ball of light. It was the first time I'd ever seen one. But I only froze for an instant before a powerful temptation pulled me in. I reached out and touched it. The red light burst and sank into my body. The next moment, it was like a fire ignited inside me. A scalding current surged through my whole body, and the pain nearly made me cry out. I gritted my teeth and held it in, not showing a thing on my face. Fiercer than the physical pain was the line of text in my mind. Awakening ability acquired. Burst. An awakening ability. I never imagined the red ball would be this. I hadn't even touched the 100 elemental force threshold, yet I'd awakened directly. In all of human history, no one had ever done this. No wonder the green ball's points were so low. It was saving up to trigger an awakening ability. My heart pounded wildly. This was the ability of an Expedition Corps elite. How could it be anything less? Huh? It's you again? What are you doing here? Qin Guangming had finally pulled himself together, and turning around to see me, he froze. This was the third time in 2 days he'd run into me. I came to help someone pick something up. I brushed it off and quickly changed the subject. This person, is he from the Wildland Expedition Corps? Yeah, my junior, Qin Guangming said, his voice dropping. Incredibly gifted. The year he awakened, his elemental force value broke our school's record. His fist clenched. The Wildlands get more savage by the day. The Expedition Corps is short on people, so even fresh recruits have to take high-risk missions. If this keeps up, humanity's future is in serious doubt. He paused and patted my shoulder. Kid, awaken properly. Humanity needs more awakeners. With that, he walked off, his steps heavy. I didn't know what the Wildlands were really like. But this corpse in front of me, and Qin Guangming's words, made me touch the edge of that crisis for the first time. Hero's blood, expedition's soul. I watched the young man being wheeled away and shook my head. I'm sorry. I inherited your ability, but I can't be as passionate and noble as you. I came from poverty, and I'm a realist. I don't have any grand ideals. Getting stronger and protecting my family, that's all I have. However chaotic it gets out there, it's got nothing to do with me. I was moved just now, sure, but it doesn't change anything about me. All I want is to train until I awaken, find a high-paying job, and pull my family out of the slums. In a sense, I was already an awakener. The first step, done. An awakener with 90 elemental force. Just what kind of ability is it? I closed my eyes, and a stream of information flooded into my mind. Burst, greatly boosts strength, agility, and elemental force for a short time. Duration and magnitude depend on your own elemental force and mastery. Cost, temporary weakening of body and elemental force after the burst. Crude and simple, but practical. Not as flashy as Quinn's space ability, but solid. The higher the elemental force, the fiercer the burst. Plenty of room to grow. Such a talented awakener, gone just like that. If he'd become a hunter, he'd have gotten rich long ago. A few medics walked by, shaking their heads. Shill. The Enforcement Bureau people haven't gone far. Hunter? Something jolted in my chest. A gray market profession. Somewhat like the Expedition Corps, both are awakeners doing high-risk work in the wildlands. But hunters aren't officially recognized. Their ranks are a mixed bag, all kinds of people. But the payoff is huge. 1 or 2 missions, and you can turn your life around. I waited. The museum's security was too tight. I couldn't get near the mutant beast specimens. But hunter missions, those might bring a big haul. I left the hospital and headed straight for the Hunters Guild in the south of the city. That whole area was as run down as the slums. I had to ask several people before I found the right door. The moment I arrived at the entrance, a woman with a smoking hot figure teased with a smile. "Oh, a cute little guy? Student, you lost?" I didn't take the bait. "I'm here to apply to be a hunter." A gruff voice came from inside, impatient. "Where'd this brat come from? Quit messing around. Don't waste my time." The woman laughed. "Old ma, he's here to apply. At least give him a shot. Don't go soft on him just because he's got a pretty face. How much elemental force can a student have? He hasn't even finished awakening. Hey, what are you doing?" I ignored them and walked straight to the testing device, pressed my hand down, and silently repeated in my mind. First, Ma Xingyo was already annoyed. Jiangcheng was nothing more than a black iron tier town. Its defenses relied entirely on tech-based weapons. Its awakeners were few and weak, ranking near the bottom, and the branch could barely recruit any decent hunters. The performance numbers gave him constant headaches. Now some student kid showed up to apply. Wasn't that a slap to his face? He was rolling up his sleeves to chase me out when his nerves suddenly went taut. This clean-cut student was giving off an extremely strong surge of elemental force. The testing device let out a sharp beep, the numbers spiking wildly. 246. Holy crap, Ma Xingyo cursed out loud on the spot. The elemental force value of a first-grade peak. An awakener this young, he truly had never seen one. Only the genius scions of the big city families could have this kind of strength. "Old ma, what's got you jumping like that? Somebody here to pick a fight?" A few hunters pushed through the curtain, reeking of alcohol, one-star medals hanging on their chests. One glance at the number on the device, and they couldn't help cursing too. 200 plus? A student? Where'd this monster come from? I slowly turned around and asked flatly, "Can I join now?" Honestly, I had no imposing aura at all just then, just calm. But in their eyes it came across as the composure of a powerhouse, and none of them dared to look down on me. "Why, yeah, you can. Go fill out the form over there." Ma Xingyo's jaw nearly hit the floor as he pointed at the desk. "Leave your info, and you can collect your medal." I filled out the form stroke by careful stroke. Others thought I was putting on airs, taking my sweet time, but in their eyes it was the composure of a genius, carrying a master's bearing at such a young age. Admiration and envy both. Done. I handed over the form, picked up a one-star medal, and walked off without looking back. A genius, no doubt about it. A sigh drifted from behind me. What they didn't see was that the moment I stepped outside, my expression changed drastically. I rushed to an empty corner and collapsed face first, limbs convulsing, vomiting uncontrollably. It felt like 10,000 knives were churning inside me, like my whole body was about to explode. Damn, am I gonna die? I never expected the side effects of an awakening ability to be this terrifying. But even in this state, my mind stayed clear, analyzing fast. 2 reasons. 1, my elemental force is too low. I haven't even reached the awakening threshold, so forcing it causes a vicious backlash. 2, I have no experience. Afraid of getting rejected, I overdid it. As long as I don't push it to the limit, it shouldn't be this bad. I'll have to train more, feel out the limits gradually. I panted a few times and felt a bit better, but still weak, worse than back when I had 60 elemental force. If I got tested right now, I probably wouldn't even hit 60. But I smiled. This result is exactly what I want. With that done, I headed straight home. "Where'd you go? Why do you look so haggard?" The moment I stepped in, Dad frowned from his wheelchair. "Sharp eyes, old man," I thought. Good thing I prepared an excuse. I went to the training hall. Pushed a little hard today. High-intensity exercise can also improve elemental force absorption efficiency. And that's exactly what training halls are for, but it costs money. My family was ordinary, so I rarely went. Don't overdo it. Know your limits. "Don't worry, Dad. I've got it under control." Looking at how old he'd grown, I quietly clenched my fist. 3 months from now, I'd turn this whole family around, for good. Now wasn't the time yet. I wanted to give my family a big surprise. Knock knock. A knock at the door. I opened it. A little girl stood there. "You're Xiao Qianqian? Wan Yu's classmate." No sooner had I recognized her than she pulled me aside and, lowering her voice, hurriedly said a few words. My face fell at once, my aura turning cold. "Dad, I'm heading out for a bit. Be back soon." I followed Xiao Qianqian, walking fast the whole way, and arrived at a middle school. Heading straight behind the classroom building, I walked up to a group of people and spoke coldly. "Who hit my sister?" 2 groups stood on the backfield. On one side were several girls whose good family backgrounds no school uniform could hide. Their jewelry and bearing were a cut above, and the one leading them was decked out in luxury goods head to toe. The other side was far thinner. Just Xiao Qianqian and Lin Wanyu. Bro? Why are you here? Lin Wanyu froze, then whirled on Xiao Qianqian in anger. Who told you to call my brother? This is my business. Why are you snapping at her? I never lost my temper with my sister, but this time my face was grim. If I hadn't come and you'd gotten hurt, what would mom and dad do? She was stunned. Her brother had never been like this. Then, aggrieved and defiant, she said, I'm the one who beat them up. How is it my turn to get hurt? You're still talking back. I looked up, and the words caught in my throat. There were plenty of people on the other side, but every one of them was black and blue, clearly having been thoroughly worked over. I'd almost forgotten. My sister was no ordinary girl. An elemental force value of 57, a monster in middle school. Far from being bullied, she'd beaten a whole group of them into howling. Not only was she gifted, she'd mastered the self-defense techniques the school taught, top of her class. The lead girl, furious and frantic, said with a sob in her voice, So you're this bastard's good-for-nothing brother? Tell me, what are you going to do about it? You've still got the nerve to talk. The anger Lin Wanyu had just tamped down flared right back up. These girls had always envied her and made trouble behind her back. She'd been holding it in, but today they'd insulted her brother to his face, calling him things like the laughingstock of number 1 high. That's what made her go all out. Before she could act, I'd already charged in. My figure flickered. Before the lead girl could even react, she took a heavy blow to the face and dropped straight to the ground. Watch your mouth. Say another word out of line, and next time you won't get off this easy. I never pretended to be a gentleman. I had no patience for people like this. She'd insulted my family. One slap was already a warning. My sister and I really did have the same temper. Who dares touch my sister? An angry roar. I turned to see a few boys in Jiangcheng number 1 uniforms walking over. The one leading, Tang Hong, recognized me and blew up on the spot. Lin Mo? You good for nothing. You dare hit my Tang Hong's sister? Tang Hong was a classmate of mine, a well-known top student at number 1. His elemental force fell short of Si Yinan and Chen Yutong, but it was still over 90. The two beside him were fast-track students in the 80s. The moment he showed up, the situation was clear. Xiao Qianqian had called me for help, and the other side had called 3 top students at a word. Her family wasn't well off, and the only person she could call was me. Lin Wanyu's face changed. She leaned close and whispered, Bro, get out of here, quick. They won't go too far. She knew all too well. As a genius, the school was heavily grooming. Tang Hong and the others would at most teach her a lesson. They wouldn't dare truly get vicious. But I was different. When I struck to finish it. Lin Mo, all you can do is bully middle school girls, and now you want to ditch your sister and run? What kind of man are you? Another boy sneered coldly. They knew they couldn't do anything to Lin Wanyu, and afraid I'd run and cause them trouble, they pinned me down with words. But I never planned to run. I stood there unmoving. Lin Wanyu grew more and more anxious. Lin Mo, you'd better answer for this. Tang Hong said coldly. Answer for what? I was perfectly calm. A sinister grin curled at the corner of his mouth. Your sister kneels and apologizes to my sister. You slap yourself 100 times, then kowtow 10 times to each of us. Then we'll call it even. His sister was doted on like a treasure at home. His parents had never even spoken a harsh word to her. Now that she'd been hit, he figured this arrangement was already merciful. He was betting my family was poor and powerless, that I'd settle it quietly. I answered coldly. Your sister's lack of manners isn't without reason. You're asking for death. Tang Hong flew into a rage. Beat him hard. The 3 immediately rushed me, fists driving straight at my face. An average elemental force above 85, 3 of them at once. Even a 100-point genius would struggle to hold up. The 60-point me of 3 years ago would have gone down at the first blow. But the me of now was no longer that me. And I held a trump card they couldn't have dreamed of. Burst. Without hesitation, I activated the ability. This time I was very careful, moving just a little before pulling the force back. That single move was enough. Smack, smack, smack. 3 crisp sounds. Before the onlookers could even make out what happened, they saw me bracing my hands on my knees, gasping for air, while the 3 of them lay flat on the ground, eyes rolled back. Too fast. No one saw how I'd struck. In the blink of an eye, all 3 were down. Was this still that same Lin Mo, stuck for 3 years, treated as a joke? Even number 1 high's fiercest genius couldn't do this, could he? Phew, not bad. I evened out my breathing, quite satisfied. My second time using the ability, my control was much better, the side effects lighter, the effect still plenty. I walked over and kicked all 3 awake, one at a time. Bro, When did you get so ruthless? Lin Wanyu's eyes went wide. More than my strength, it was my attitude that shocked her. The old me had always kept a low profile and endured. Mocked, insulted, I'd never talked back. She'd admired me, but she'd also felt sorry for me. Now, a fierce edge had suddenly appeared in me. She didn't quite understand it, but to me it felt perfectly natural. For myself, I can endure. But anyone who touches my family, I will never back down. Lin Mo, you've gotten bold. How dare you? Tang Hong's first reaction on waking wasn't shock, it was fury. A slum good-for-nothing had actually dared to lay a hand on him. You call this bold? I sneered, staring at him. Tang Hong, however you mocked me before, I couldn't be bothered. But today you insulted my sister to my face and told her to kneel. That's asking for death. Take whatever revenge you want, I don't care. My life is cheap, do your worst. But you'd better think this through. If you dare touch me or my family, we go to the death. Whatever I end up doing then, you'd better be mentally prepared. Don't regret it. Tang Hong met my reddened eyes, and a chill crept through him for no clear reason. This guy meant what he said, and he'd do it. Mad dog. Why bother with him? He cursed inwardly. Once I awaken, I'll find a chance to deal with him for good, cut the problem off at the root. Not worth it right now. He pulled his subordinates up and stood, dropping cold words. Lin Mo, you've got guts. I'll remember this. Come awakening day, we'll see if you're still so arrogant. With his current elemental force and his family's backing, his odds of awakening were far higher than mine. In his eyes, a 60-point Lin Mo was worth nothing. Even if I looked like a capable fighter, no matter how strong my body was, it couldn't compare to elemental force talent. At best, I was a formidable thug, a far cry from an awakener. I couldn't be bothered with what he thought. Once they left, I sent Xiao Qianqian away, put on a stern face, and turned to Lin Wanyu. You little girl, when did you learn to fight? Protect her in front of others, discipline her in private. They were the ones talking trash about you. She pouted. It's fine however they bully me, but not when they talk about you. The words caught in my throat. On this, I really couldn't scold her. Bro, did you recover? She immediately leaned in and whispered, her eyes full of curiosity and excitement. She'd already seen that I wasn't just physically strong. Not exactly. I glossed over it, then warned her, don't tell Mom and Dad about the fight. Dad might let it slide, but Mom will never let you off. At the mention of Mom, Lin Wanyu instantly wilted. She knew best. Mom was gentle most of the time, but crossed the line and she was fiercer than Dad, and he'd been a soldier. A whooping was no joke. The matter caused no stir. No one would spread word of Tang Hong getting beaten, and I had no interest in showing off. I didn't have that kind of free time. The next day, a new mission came my way. An escort mission. 50,000 alliance coins. Not bad. I stared at the info on my phone, tempted. Alliance coins are the common currency of the human alliance. My parents' combined income was only a few thousand a month. Taking it. The pay was ordinary, which conversely showed the danger was low. If even a freshly promoted one-star hunter like me could get it, the risk was limited. A not-too-dangerous job suits me just fine. I earn money and get familiar with how hunters operate. 2 birds, 1 stone. I headed straight for the city's south gate. I was supposed to be at school today, but with this ability, building up elemental force was too easy for me, and my academics weren't bad, so there was no need to keep wasting time in class. I made up an excuse and texted my teacher to ask for leave, then went straight out to take the mission. Walking up to the south gate, I looked up at the towering bronze gates and the great walls, and my heart wavered. After the disaster, our ancestors built the high walls to guard humanity's last refuge. These walls and gates were the last barrier of human civilization. Qin Guangming and the others said the wildlands get worse by the day. I wonder how much longer these walls can hold. I'd always been in the habit of thinking about the worst case. When the day the city falls really comes, at the very least, I need the strength to protect my family. I clenched my fist. Are you Meteor? A voice behind me. I turned. A middle-aged man and woman. You're Bayonet and Flying Petal? Meteor, Bayonet, Flying Petal, all code names. Hunters don't use real names on missions. Meteor was the one I picked when I signed up. Didn't expect you to be as young as the rumors say. The woman hunter, Flying Petal, looked me up and down and smiled. First time I've seen a hunter this young. Bayonet gave a cold snort beside her. Hopefully the last time too. Bayonet was tall and burly, a mass of muscle, scars all over his face, neck, and chest. Vicious looking. Like me. He was 1 star, but one look told you he was a veteran of countless hard battles. I wasn't afraid of him. If anything, I was calculating in my head. He's done a lot of missions, so his strength is probably about that level. Likely a slick old timer. Just have to be careful. A kid who hasn't even grown all his hair is out here on a mission? Bayonet swept a cold glance over me, contempt written on his face. That my guy is really unreliable. I'll settle accounts with him when I get back. Don't drag me down this time. Hunters are all cautious, and I was young and on my first mission, so nobody trusted me. Flying Petal was all smiles, but I felt she trusted me even less than Bayonet did. She just kept it buried, while Bayonet threw it right in my face. I didn't mind in the least, and answered flatly, "Don't worry. The wildlands are treacherous, and it's my first mission, so I'll be careful. I won't drag you two down, and I've got plenty to learn from my seniors." Flying Petal gave a sweet smile. "Such a good boy. Just stick with Big Sis out there, and Big Sis will look out for you." As we spoke, a group arrived at the south gate. A middle-aged man in a short leather jacket got out of the vehicle and frowned at me. "3 hunters, and you brought a kid too?" I ignored him, my eyes fixed on the vehicle behind him. An elemental car. A rare thing, driven by elemental crystals. After the disaster, humanity still had electricity and gasoline cars, but those could only be driven in the inner city. Mutant beasts can sense energy, and the moment an electric or gas car enters the wildlands, it's easily targeted. Only elemental cars don't alarm mutant beasts, and they perform better too, a luxury only a tiny handful of the powerful and wealthy could afford. I'd only heard of them, never seen one. Seeing it with my own eyes now, I quietly grew wary. This man was no small figure. Rest assured, Lord Xianghai. The moment Bayonet saw the client, he changed his face and piled on an ingratiating smile. "The 3 of us are all licensed hunters. We play by the rules, and will complete the escort flawlessly." Xianghai nodded, a note of resignation in his tone. "Can't be helped. Jiangqing's a small place, the association's shorthanded, and when missions pile up, even kids have to go out. Let's move." Grumbling, he called everyone into the vehicle. The elemental off-roader pulled up to the gate. Just as the city guards were about to inspect it, the driver flashed a document, and the guards' faces instantly turned fawning as they made a gesture. CHK. A 3-meter-tall small door beneath the bronze gates slowly opened. "Safe travels, my lord." The elemental car drove out of the walled city where I'd lived for more than a decade. This is the wildlands. I looked out through the car window. A stretch of desolation, nothing but weeds and scattered trees. Not even the shadow of a mutant beast. Flying Petal saw my confusion and explained with a smile. "The area near the walls is a safe zone. The military, the Expedition Corps, and the Enforcement Bureau cleared it long ago, no mutant beasts. But Lord Xianghai's destination is outside the safe zone, which is why he hired the 3 of us to escort him. We're taking a scouted safe route. Barring accidents, there won't be any danger. First mission, just relax." I smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Senior Flying Petal. Don't mention it. You earned a 1-star hunter license, so your strength is definitely no problem. Know a bit more, and you'll take fewer hits when something unexpected comes up." Up front, Xianghai frowned. "This kid doesn't even know the basics. Really doesn't put me at ease. This backwater Jiangqing, you can't even find a hunter without running into a rookie." Still, he was a big shot, so he only muttered it in his head, not out loud. The off-roader soon left the safe zone and drove into a lowland. "What's that over there?" I narrowed my eyes. A massive figure several kilometers off. A mutant beast? Huge. Even across several kilometers, I could see it clearly. A 4-legged colossus, its long trunk swinging, for tusks curling outward, its body clad in thick bone armor, the ground trembling with every step it took. "Guess you really are just a high schooler." Flying Petal laughed at the sight of me, staring blankly. The finer points of the wildlands and mutant beasts are only studied systematically by professionals and at awakening universities. Middle and high schoolers only learn the basics, with the focus on elemental force cultivation. They don't know much about this stuff. That's a Titan armored elephant, a high-tier mutant beast that rarely appears in low-danger zones. It has a special structure with a powerful knack for absorbing elemental force, so its aggression isn't high, but its strength, defense, and vitality are all monstrous. As long as you don't provoke it, it's usually not dangerous. Usually? I latched onto the key word immediately. Mutant beasts are the true rulers of the earth now. After the disaster, organisms mutated, growing absurdly strong, in countless varieties, all of them able to crush ordinary humans with ease. Paired with plague, they nearly wiped out humanity. Just how many kinds there are, humanity still hasn't figured out to this day. The intelligence on the Titan armored elephant was all traded for by our predecessors' lives. That, not dangerous, was, more likely than not, only settled after accidents had happened. I mused on it for a moment, then quickly reined in my thoughts. Disaster or colossal beasts, they were all still far from me. What I cared about most was still getting stronger and giving my family a good life. Just as Flying Petal said, that colossus paid us no mind at all, ambling leisurely across the wildlands. We skirted the lowland, and a forest region appeared ahead. Only, why are these trees so tall? My pupils shrank. The tallest trees in the city were only 3 to 5 meters, but this stretch stood almost level with the high walls. Normal. Animals can mutate, so of course plants can too. Flying Petal shrugged. There are mutant beasts, and there are mutant plants. Most pose no threat, a very few are dangerous. But the dangerous kind generally isn't found near the cities. I let out a breath. Not long after the off-roader entered the forest, it stopped in a clearing. Lord Xianghai, we've arrived. A servant handed over a package. Xianghai flicked his wrist, and the package fell open, revealing a jet-black gun barrel. An elemental gun. I was stunned. This gun attacks directly with elemental force, tremendously powerful and terrifyingly expensive to make. Even the city guards weren't equipped with them on any large scale. Xianghai casually picked one up. What on earth was he up to? He shot me a contemptuous glance, looking down on this kid even more, doubting whether I could do the job. Still, this trip carried no real danger, so he just hired people as a precaution. He walked to a small slope, raised the gun, narrowed his eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bayonet instantly darted out and dragged back a mutant beast that looked like a small deer, laughing, "Fine shot, my lord." "Just a horned deer." "Boring," Xianghai said flatly. "The territory of a black iron city is too safe. Not enough thrill." He moved to another spot and set up the gun again, while the servant briskly cleared away the corpse. Only then did I understand his purpose. Hunting. A big shot, spending money to hire 3 hunters to escort him out of the city just to hunt. This kind of pastime existed before the disaster. I never imagined the upper class still had people this bored now. Helpless, I lowered my voice and asked Flying Petal, "Senior, is this a good idea?" Killing mutant beasts randomly in the wildlands could easily stir up a commotion. "Don't worry, it's not the first time. There's a method to it." Flying Petal reassured me with a smile. "First, this is a safe zone the military has scouted. Second, before a big shot hunts, they asked the military or the expedition corps to clear the area and herd the harmless mutant beasts into a designated zone for them to shoot. Looks risky, but it's actually very safe. We're just here as a precaution. For ordinary aggressive mutant beasts, 3 one-star hunters were more than enough. One's enough, really." Bayonet gave a cold snort. His figure flickered, a cold light flashed, and there was immediately movement in the thicket. Right after, he walked out carrying 2 segments of a snake corpse as thick as a water bucket. A threat-level black-striped python. "Bayonet, you struck it rich." Flying Petal's eyes were full of envy. A threat-level mutant beast poses a threat equivalent to a first-grade awakener. Sold. This snake could earn a fair bit. But I, who always valued the payoff, had no heart for it just then. A pastime. In my mind, that young, pale face suddenly surfaced again. In my heart, the wildlands were extremely treacherous. Maybe I hadn't felt it before, but that scene at the hospital made me understand completely. The expedition corps was under enormous pressure. Even freshly promoted genius awakeners had to go to the front and risk their lives. Dying in the wildlands was commonplace. Yet the upper class in a black iron tier city could relax and hunt for fun, relying on safe zones the military and the expedition corps had opened up. Maybe this safe, hunting ground was bought with the lives of that young man's team. Maybe somewhere on this land, his blood still remained. I wouldn't choose that path, but I respected those people. As for a big shot like Xianghai, he wasn't worth my concern. Still, I quickly reined in the emotion. This was just an ordinary mission, a piece of business. No point pouring extra feeling into it. The truth was, all my wide-eyed fussing along the way was an act to lower my companion's guard and dig up some information on the side. Being a hunter is an illegal profession, and the association is a black market organization. If something really went wrong on a mission, infighting among hunters, even killing, was nothing unusual. You can't do without a wary heart. Several hours passed, and Xianghai kept hunting for prey. Bayonet and Flying Petal stood guard around the area, watching for approaching mutant beasts, guarding against a beast swarm ambush. Neither of them made another move. That black-striped python had been lurking too close and got killed in passing. They wouldn't leave this spot to go hunting on their own, to avoid trouble and avoid disturbing the hunting ground and displeasing the client. The mission reward wouldn't shrink because of it, but the client's rating would affect whether they got work later on. It was their professional reputation on the line. I stood off to the side alone, my expression nervous and curious, asking flying petal questions now and then, the very picture of a rookie. Probably won't see this kid on the next mission. Both Bayonet and Flying Petal thought the same thing. This trip, I was likely to get a low rating from the client. Not professional at all, and short on experience. If the mission hadn't been simple, I'd probably have died in the wildlands long ago. A bad review on your first mission, and you'd get fewer jobs later. Rack up enough bad reviews, and even your hunter qualification would get stripped. The Jiangxing Association also cared about professional conduct. Awakening didn't automatically make you a hunter, and holding the qualification didn't mean you could rest easy. The competition was fierce, the elimination brutal. They even figured that getting my qualification revoked would count as lucky for me. However they thought about it, Xiang Hai finally set down his gun. "You've worked hard today, my lord." A fine haul. A servant cheerfully took the elemental gun. "It's decent. Being able to hunt these near a black iron tier city counts as." Xiang Hai didn't finish. His expression changed abruptly, because the servant, having taken the gun, turned it right around and aimed it at him. Bang! The gun fired. But the bullet didn't hit Xiang Hai. The gun itself flew off, and half an arm went flying into the air too. Bayonet had struck. At the critical moment, he'd sensed something was off, severing one of the servant's hands with one cut, and immediately following with a second aimed at the heart. "You?" Xiang Hai stumbled back in terror. Bayonet's strikes were vicious, but the servant reacted incredibly fast, roaring a curse and abruptly retreating, managing to shake him off for the moment. An awakener. All three hunters judged it at once. With that speed and those reflexes, at least 160 elemental force, and no less. Flying Petal. Bayonet barked. "You need to tell me?" Flying Petal's face darkened. She pointed into the air, and the fallen leaves on the ground instantly turned into red petals, shooting straight at the awakener's back. The petals cut through the air, shrieking like flying knives. Flying Petal's awakening ability. The servant sensed the killing intent behind him, and his expression changed sharply. A string of crisp sounds, like clashing metal, rang out at his back, and the petals were all knocked away. Elemental protection. My eyes lit up, more certain now of his identity as an awakener. Elemental force isn't just a matter of high or low numbers. It's also divided into stages. Before and after awakening. The difference is like heaven and earth. Before awakening, no matter how high your elemental force value, it can only strengthen your physique and spirit. But after awakening, your command of elemental force is entirely different. Beyond the awakening ability itself, there are general applications too, like simple ranged attack and defense. Not very efficient, but already a huge leap beyond a non-awakener. That servant just now had burst his elemental force to form a barrier and blocked Flying Petal. But she wasn't the only one who'd struck. In the instant his attention was divided, Bayonet had already closed in on his heart. Just a little more. The servant calculated rapidly, preparing to burst his speed again to break free. But his face went deathly pale. A sharp pain in his heart. He looked down to see that military dagger had suddenly grown longer, running straight through his heart. Ability, metal enhancement. The servant finished murmuring, his body slumped to the side, and he fell silent. An awakener, cut down by two hunters working together. At that moment, bang, bang, two gunshots. A ring of ripples surfaced over Xiang Hai. His elemental shield had activated. There are more assassins. Xiang Hai's face went white as he turned and rushed behind the vehicle. Not only was the car body sturdy enough to block bullets, but more importantly, the last hunter, Meteor, was over there. "Save!" The moment he cried out, Meteor spun around and ran off without a backward glance. Xiang Hai was seething. The hunter he'd hired ran even faster than he did. The instant I saw Xiang Hai rushing my way, I made my decision. Run. Client, mission, hunter's code, all thrown out the window. By the gunshots, at least 3 more people lay in ambush behind us. The servant who'd just made the close-range assassination attempt was an awakener, and he dared to act with hunters guarding the client. Could the rest be ordinary people? 1 against 3, I'd have to be out of my mind to fight it out. Bah, Xiang Hai wanted to curse. This kid looked unreliable from the start. Not a shred of professional integrity, wanting to run before things had even reached the most critical point. As long as he made it back alive, he'd report this and get this guy's hunter qualification revoked. But he had no time to curse now, no time at all. He could only follow me. 1 word, run. If the hunters couldn't be counted on, then save your own life. The two of us circled behind the vehicle, and almost at the same time, 4 men in black darted out of the woods. 3 charged straight at Xiang Hai. Stop right there. Bayonet and flying petals hearts lurched. 4 awakeners. Veteran hunters were highly sensitive to awakeners. One sense of their aura, and they knew every one of them had awakened. Good. Out of the corners of their eyes, the two glanced toward the vehicle. That meteor kid looks green, but he's pretty seasoned when it counts. Even knows to drag the client along as he runs, forcing them to split their forces. In their view, I was forcing the other side to divide the chase. 3 one-star awakeners. If I led the client away, 1 couldn't stop me, 2 might, 3 made it a sure thing. So without hesitation, the 2 stepped up and blocked the 4 men's path. Both veterans, 2 against 4. A quick, decisive win wouldn't be easy. As long as Meteor led the target away, they'd have a chance to break free. Before taking a mission, the guild assigns hunters a temporary means of contact. Humph, crafty. One of the assassins sneered, seeing through the scheme too, but he wasn't rattled. A single glance, and one of them immediately dropped low to block Bayonet and Flying Petal. Out of the way, seeing the other 3 about to slip past, Bayonet and Flying Petal rushed forward to stop them. But at that moment, the 2 of them suddenly felt their bodies grow heavy, their movements slowing. Gravity ability. They tried to move, only to be held fast by an invisible barrier. An elemental barrier. That awakener had triggered both gravity and a wall at once, dragging the 2 of them to a halt. This is bad. Watching the 3 assassins rush past, their hearts sank. This man's ability was troublesome, but he was probably only first grade, so he couldn't hold them for long. The problem was, 1 against 3, how many seconds could that green meteor last? The danger was right in front of us. Not just Bayonet and Flying Petal, Xiang Hai himself understood how dire the situation was. He ran for his life, yet he could feel it clear as day. The pursuers behind were getting closer. The only comfort was that meteor up ahead seemed to be tiring too, his speed dropping, on the verge of being caught up to. But how the hell was that any comfort? Meteor can't even outrun me. What kind of garbage awakener is this? Xiang Hai nearly spat blood. His elemental force wasn't low, over 100 points. His physique wasn't bad, but in the end he wasn't an awakener, so his physical enhancement was limited. Even the most ordinary awakener far outstripped him in burst and speed. And now, as an ordinary person, he was nearly catching up to a 1-star hunter? This hunter couldn't even flee as well as an ordinary man like him. What the hell was there left to count on? Xiang Hai, gasping heavily, reached a hand into his coat for the thing that would save his life. Suddenly, I stopped short up ahead, spun around, and ducked into the gap between 2 massive trees that shot up abruptly. Xiang Hai had no time to hesitate. He followed right in. A dead horse might as well be treated as if it were alive. Kill. The 3 awakeners pounced without hesitation. They didn't take me seriously at all. Just a 1-star hunter, a 1-star awakener. 3 of them together could crush me easily. Full of confidence, they never noticed what lay behind the trees. Only Xiang Hai saw. The moment he rounded the corner, he ran straight into my eyes, gleaming with light. The kid stopped running. The thought had barely formed when a feeling of extreme danger swept over his whole body, more terrifying than the 3 behind him. The feeling was like coming face to face at close range with a high-danger mutant beast. Before he could react, I moved. First. Not good. The 3 awakeners' expressions changed sharply. They too felt that enormous danger. What's going on? Is there a danger level mutant beast hiding behind the trees? Danger level, stronger than threat level, equivalent to a 2nd-grade human awakener. With a monster like that right beside them, the pressure was immense. A flash of light, and the 3 finally saw my face clearly and the blade in my hand. A high-forged alloy blade? They recognized it. Hunters can borrow gear from the guild against their pay, even elemental guns. But almost no one borrows an alloy blade like this. Awakeners generally borrow guns or armor, protecting their output and their lives. Borrow a blade. Too poor a deal. Awakeners make their living off their abilities, and close combat blades are useless unless they match extremely well. So when I drew the blade, they didn't take it seriously and didn't immediately retreat. They never imagined that this single misjudgment was a dead end. Die. I breathed out a single word and swung the blade. The awakener closest to me sneered, channeling elemental force to block in front of him while gathering a scorching stream of air in his palm. In the next second, I'll turn you to charcoal. That was his last thought. A flash of the blade's light. Blood sprayed out. The remaining 2 assassins felt only a cold liquid splatter across them from head to toe. Dead. The third had died just like that. Looking at the spray of blood on the ground and the corpse with its throat slit open, both their hearts sank at once. This was bad. They'd run into an awakener who specialized in close combat. And this man's close combat ability was likely monstrously strong. Can't retreat, can't open up the distance. The two exchanged a rapid glance and, in the next instant, made a decision there was no turning back from. Fight to the death. Only a desperate, all-out struggle offered a way out. Having just succeeded, I keenly sensed the movement behind me and dropped low. Bang! A tree's bark exploded behind me, leaving a deep crater. A burst elemental force attack? More vicious than an elemental gun. The thought flashed by, and the blade in my hand was already sweeping up again. How is he so fast? The assassin who'd struck went deathly pale. At this close a distance, a normal awakener couldn't possibly dodge it. First-grade ability users were strong, sure, but their physical enhancement wasn't enough yet, and there were many attacks they couldn't guard against. But I, of all people, had dodged. Just as I was about to follow with another strike, searing pain erupted first. Everything in his field of vision was split in two. The last assassin was thoroughly panicked. This speed, this burst, was absolutely not something a first grade could have. Was the intel wrong? Is there a two-star hunter on this mission too? The moment fear surfaced, his movements lagged half a beat. No, I have to activate my ability now, or I'm dead. He came to his senses with a jolt, only to find the blade already pressing toward his chest and neck. His ability was to create massive sound waves that could severely disrupt an opponent at medium to long range, and a close-range burst could even injure an awakener. But now, that ability had instead become a fatal liability. Setting it off recklessly in the wildlands could easily draw in a beast swarm. That was why he'd held off from acting earlier, waiting for a chance. But now it was too late. Thwip! What rang out wasn't an angry roar, but a muffled sound. The assassin's eyes went blank. He couldn't get out a single word. His throat had been punched through. The one who'd done it was, of all people, the man behind the powerhouse. The big shot they'd come to kill on this trip, Xiang Hai. As for the youth who'd made them wary, the one they'd suspected was a second-grade awakener. The assassin only saw me collapse to the ground as if drained of all strength. He gambled his life, trading his ability for that speed and burst. He understood everything in an instant. This young man had deliberately lured them in close, then suddenly burst out, cutting down two of his companions first. But even so, he'd reached his limit. If he'd been able to strike a step sooner just now, it would have been his own side that died. Too bad. Too late. What a shame. 2 more gunshots. The third assassin, his face full of unwillingness, dropped heavily to the ground and moved no more. All 3 who'd chased Xiang Hai were dead. Good thing I kept a spare gun on me. Xiang Hai put away the pocket-sized elemental gun he'd hidden against his body, his face pale. This was his life-saving trump card, and yet just now he'd had no chance to use it. He never expected that in the end, it was I who'd won him the opening to survive. Lord Xiang Hai, Bayonet and Flying Petal had also dealt with their own opponents and hurried over. One look at the 3 corpses on the ground, and both of them froze. Then they looked at me, my aura faint and weak, my blade drenched in blood, and their hearts jolted. This guy did all of it. This student hunter who still looked so green was actually this strong? Thank you, all 3 of you. Having escaped death, Xiang Hai's color returned somewhat, and he resumed the airs of a big shot. Especially you, Mr. Meteor. Alone, I'd cut down 2 awakeners first, then force Xiang Hai to fire the final shot, fully turning the tide. Meteor, even hearing the client praise someone else to their faces, Bayonet and Flying Petal didn't feel any way about it. The hunter trade runs on strength. Achieving a result like this was something even veteran 1-star hunters might not manage. This youth's ruthlessness, composure, and precision were already beyond what an ordinary person could match. He was practically born for this line of work. Phew, it's my duty. I'm just glad you're unharmed, Lord Xiang Hai. I gave a small smile. But out of the corner of my eye, I kept watching Xiang Hai's movement as he put away the gun. I'd caught that move while fleeing. Otherwise, I might not have been willing to risk my life to save him. But now, none of that mattered. The assassins were all cleared out, and that run of mine earlier would only be taken as an expedient measure. Meteor, little brother, are you all right? Flying Petal, seeing my color, couldn't help asking. My aura had been very weak just now, on the verge of collapse. It seemed this ability came at no small cost. I'm fine. I shook my head, stood up, and took a couple of steps. My color suddenly returned, ruddy and healthy, and the light came back into my eyes. Both Bayonet and Flying Petal were startled, not expecting me to recover this fast. The two thought privately, this must be a top-tier one-star hunter, absolutely not someone to provoke lightly. In truth, I was chuckling inside. Those 2 steps just now, I'd absorbed 3 green lights, replenishing my elemental force value by plus 17 in one go. My elemental force ceiling had already broken 100. Breaking 100 before even awakening left me both excited and reflective. Better yet, these green lights not only raised my elemental force, they helped me recover my condition, offsetting most of the burst's side effects. My lord, let's go take a look at those 2 assassins showing up so suddenly this time. I wonder if you recognize them. I spoke up. In truth, I wanted to see what an awakener's corpse might yield. Walking up to the first body, my expression shifted slightly. This was the servant who'd ambushed Xiang Hai. He'd died with his eyes open, but his features had completely changed. His ability could control bone and flesh, altering his appearance. Bayonet said in a low voice, his tone carrying lingering fear. The most dangerous moment just now had actually been this man's single shot. His ability looked harmless, but the moment he channeled elemental force, an awakener could easily detect it. It was his close-range ambush that was most lethal. If Bayonet hadn't been such a seasoned veteran, spotting the abnormality in his movements, he might really have succeeded. I see. A person like this, aside from dealing with mutant beasts, is probably even more dangerous than an ordinary first-grade ability user. I nodded as if it were nothing, quietly absorbing a green light. But inside I kept sighing. Plus 7. A decent boost, but I hadn't seen a red ball, which meant I couldn't get his ability. Such a shame. This was the strongest, most practical ability I'd ever seen, able to freely disguise himself as anyone, with almost no limits. If it had come to me, it would absolutely have been a killer trump card. Such a shame. I quickly composed myself and, while the others were still gathered around the imposter, slipped over to the other side. There lay a tall awakener, wounds all over his body, the deepest even exposing bone, with a large gash across his neck being the most lethal. Clearly, after being weakened by Flying Petal's ability, Bayonet had killed him in a single move. Great coordination. These 2 are top tier among first-grade awakeners. Both had extremely quick reactions and judgment, using their abilities to perfection, cutting down 2 awakeners in the blink of an eye. Among awakeners, I felt the Expedition Corps and Hunters had the strongest individual combat ability. Though these 2 belonged to the same city's guild and worked together seamlessly, even split apart, they'd still be stronger than these assassins. Of course, the one who died at my feet was no simple opponent either, holding out this long against 2. I absorbed it. Plus 15. The 3 earlier combined had only given me 17. Counting everything before, my elemental force value is probably around 130 now. I calculated inwardly. 130. Even a genius like Qin Yutong was only at 110. I was so excited my heart raced. Awakening isn't a done deal once elemental force reaches 100. The higher your elemental force before awakening, the stronger your command afterward. At school, even 100-plus geniuses like Qin Yutong didn't ease up. If anything, they pushed harder, all for greater potential down the line. But, can I still awaken new abilities? I felt a bit uncertain. After all, I'd gained an ability before even reaching 100 points. A person like me, could I awaken again? I'd gained an ability and broken 100 in elemental force, but I couldn't feel that my elemental force had undergone any qualitative change. Maybe I still could, so I just keep stockpiling. I was even a little curious. How much elemental force could you stockpile at most before awakening? 150, 200, or higher? How far could I go? Maybe I could even break humanity's record. Just then, another elemental car pulled up. The people who got out were dressed much like Xiang Hai's servant, and they briskly cleaned up the scene and the corpses. I noticed that they didn't call the police. I understood at once. Xiang Hai hiring hunters to leave the city and hunt was already something that couldn't see the light of day. The Enforcement Bureau and the military wouldn't permit it. When something went wrong, he could only have his own people handle it. And this assassination was probably not so simple. I'd heard that many big families waged brutal internal feuds, full of scheming and deceit. It might well have been someone close who'd made the move. Calling in the Enforcement Bureau and having it exposed would do Xiang Hai no good at all. The assassination attempt at an end for now. Everyone got in the vehicles and headed back to the city. I gazed at the Titan-armored elephant ambling in the sunset and mused. My first time in the wildlands, and instead of running into a mutant beast threat, I'd fought a life-and-death battle with people first. This trip had actually been extremely dangerous. If I hadn't fought for my life against the fugitive a few days earlier, even with my ability, I'd probably have died under an assassin's blade. I let out a sigh. Before the Cataclysm era or after, humanity's greatest enemy always seemed to be itself. The wildlands outside grew more savage by the day, yet people kept tearing at each other. I grew more and more pessimistic about the future. Still, all of that was too far from me. Right now, the most important thing was settling the pay for this trip. The gates slowly closed, and the three hunters got out of the vehicle. Xiang Hai thanked us with a smile, then turned to me, changing how he addressed me, and asked curiously, "Mr. Meteor, my young friend, with talent and strength like yours, are you really still a student?" I no longer played up the innocent act and said flatly, "Lord Xiang Hai, have you forgotten the hunter's rules?" "The hunter's rules." Xiang Hai paused, then laughed. "I don't often run into a figure like this, and nearly forgot. My oversight. A big shot who could casually hire 3 hunters to escort him out of the city, easily obtain the military and expedition corps' intel on cleared zones, and treat the wildlands as a hunting ground for fun, apologizing to me, a student. Even as a 1-star hunter, I shouldn't be treated with such courtesy, but I accepted it calmly. Bayonet and flying petal looked natural too, as if it were only right. It was the guards who didn't understand the hunter circle and had no idea just how hard the unwritten rules of this trade were. Hunters move under code names. Clients may not pry into a hunter's identity, nor leak a hunter's information. Likewise, hunters may not reveal a client's identity or mission intel. A mission is limited to the mission itself. Before and after, neither side may involve the other's family. Break these, and you become an enemy of the entire Hunters Guild. The day I became a 1-star hunter, the first and heaviest thing I learned was this. A profession like the hunters, unbound by existing law, could survive only on the industry's tacit understanding and this iron rule. For a client to have hunters do a job, they too had to abide by these rules, and only then could both sides' safety and interests be secured. There had been those who broke the rules before. Hunters who sold out clients. Clients who pried into a hunter's privacy, hoping to gain leverage. But in the end, not one of them met a good fate. Cross that red line, and the guild blacklists you permanently, or even releases your information and sends out missions to hunt you down. Now, no one dares touch it. This was one of the reasons I chose to be a hunter. High income, danger limited to myself, no spillover onto family. The Enforcement Bureau was easily pressured through family, and the Expedition Corps was too treacherous. Being a hunter was far safer by comparison, and in the future I could even hold a legitimate job on the side for double the income. Aside from the danger, this trade was nearly perfect for me. It's fine, Lord Xiang Hai simply had a momentary lapse. I could tell he hadn't done it on purpose, so naturally I didn't hold it against him. Xiang Hai chatted casually with us for a few more words, then drove off. Meteor, Bayonet suddenly spoke up. You must have studied the fitness techniques and combat techniques taught in high school, right? I narrowed my eyes. Bayonet gave a rare smile. Don't misunderstand, I'm not prying into your information. It's just that from your footwork and posture as you fled, and from the wounds where you killed the Awakeners, I can tell a few things. Yes, I didn't deny it, and asked in return, Senior Bayonet, is there something you wanted to say? You've trained those 2 skills very well. His tone carried admiration. He could tell I trained both to an extremely high level. What he didn't know was that over the past few years, in order to break through the elemental force barrier, I'd put in effort ordinary people could scarcely imagine. Countless days and nights of hard training, all to raise my elemental force and strengthen my body's absorption of it. Though I'd never broken through sheer diligence and talent, I trained these 2 skills to perfection. It was precisely because of this that I could easily take down 3 classmates and cut down 2 Awakeners. But what I want to say is this. Bayonet's expression turned grave. No matter how well you've trained them, these 2 skills are themselves crude, second-rate. If you hadn't mastered them so deeply, with a strong ability to back you up, going head-to-head with Awakeners like you did just now, you'd have shown openings long ago and could die at any moment. These skills were meant for high schools to teach students. In the eyes of professional hunters and assassins, they were full of holes. I considered this. You mean? Bayonet smiled without answering. Beside him, Flying Petal picked up the thread. Your performance this trip really stood out. The client should be very satisfied and will give you a high rating, which means you'll earn extra guild points. Completing a guild mission earned, besides the client's bounty, guild points. How many depended on the mission's difficulty and the client's rating, with a coefficient applied at final settlement. Once you collect your points, you can check the guild's exchange menu. Flying Petal added. I'm sure some of the items will definitely be useful to you. My eyes flickered, and I smiled. Thank you, both of you seniors. I'll take my leave. I turned and headed straight for the Hunters Guild. Bayonet watched my back and asked Flying Petal, "Tell me, how long will a genius like this stay at 1 star? Will he even stay in Jiangxing?" Flying Petal shook her head and smiled. No idea, but however long it is, forging a good relationship with him never hurts. Down the line, when good missions came up, he'd think well of the two of them. Missions weren't only assigned by the guild. Hunters could take jobs on their own too. By now, both had seen my potential, and they'd already started placing their bets. "My lord, is there anything you need me to take care of?" After Xiang Hai got in the vehicle, the butler-looking man beside him asked in a low voice. "No need." Xiang Hai waved a hand with a smile. "A genius like this, if he's a student, will never be buried in obscurity. Awakening Day is almost here, and then I'll be able to find out his true identity. Even if I can't openly recruit him, he's an excellent target for private investment. He valued me highly. A talent like this, befriended early, brought endless benefits. Set that aside for now. What matters at present is," his expression darkened, "look into who my second and third brothers, those two bastards, and my ungrateful nephews have been in contact with lately. Some debts couldn't just be written off in confusion. All three of them had set their minds on investing in me, but I had already arrived at the Hunters Guild. Settling a mission, I walked in, not bothering with pleasantries, and slapped a hand on the counter. Meteor." Behind the counter, Ma Xingyo looked up, a little surprised. "You're back this fast? Still Meteor? Not hurt? Didn't wet your pants scared by a mutant beast?" There were quite a few more hunters in the guild today than before. Many were seeing me, the city's youngest new hunter, for the first time, and along with their curiosity, they couldn't resist a jab. "Old Ma, what exactly is your role here?" I ignored them and just raised an eyelid. "Aren't you a senior clerk of the branch? How'd you end up manning the counter? Weren't there pretty ladies here before?" Ma Xingyo's face went black on the spot. "Little May took the day off. I'm covering a shift. That a problem?" This kid, there was really nothing he wouldn't say. The Jiangxing branch had few missions, poor returns, and was short-handed, and he still didn't get any sympathy. Of course not. I fired off a quick jab and couldn't be bothered to say more. "You want to know how my mission went? Just settle it for me, and you'll find out. Keep up the act." Ma Xingyo sneered and tapped my information into the device. Soon, the settlement popped up on the big screen above the counter. "Let me see. Holy crap." Ma Xingyo had barely glanced at it before he couldn't help cursing. "Meteor. 1-star mission settlement. Completion, 100%. Bounty received, 50,000 alliance coins. After deducting gear fees, final settlement, 48,000 alliance coins. Client rating, S. Note, single-handedly took out half the enemies, protected the client throughout. Impeccable in both skill and attitude. Base mission points, 100. Rating coefficient, 2.8. Final points, 280. A perfect rating, 280 points on his first time. Every 1-star hunter present froze. Was this really the same rookie who'd just taken his first job? 100% completion wasn't rare, but an S rating was extremely uncommon. An S wasn't handed out casually. A special situation had to arise during the mission for a high-tier rating to even be possible. For a mission that was ordinary and uneventful, a client could give at most the default coefficient of 1.0. And the association would verify and detail the reasons behind the client's rating, cross-checking testimony with the hunters in the same group. Only after all three sides confirmed did it count. After all, an S meant double the points. If it could really be earned casually, the guild would have been bled dry long ago. So, everyone was shocked, but no one questioned the result. The thing was, earning an S on your very first mission was just too outrageous. Among the veteran hunters present, those who'd earned an S could be counted on one hand. This guy had pulled it off on his first job. Who wouldn't be stunned? Not to mention, raking in 280 points right out of the gate, one time worth 3 of anyone else's. Who wouldn't be green with envy? Interesting. Getting my first official pay, I was of course excited inside, but I cared more about that rating from Xiang Hai. To be honest, I never thought I'd earn an S. At the time, my first instinct was to save my own skin. It was only after I spotted his trump card and the terrain that I decided to turn around and kill them. All of that could be explained after the fact, but I knew a man like Xiang Hai had seen through my scheme long ago. As for, took out half the enemies, that was an exaggeration too. I'd used the terrain to instant kill only 2. The third, I didn't have the strength left to cut down. I pinned him down, and Xiang Hai seized the chance to fire the shot. But his rating credited all of it to me. There was really no need for it. Still, I understood. This was him trying to win me over, valuing my strength and talent, wanting to show goodwill. I saw it clearly. The guild had its rules, but big shots always had their little tricks, and I wasn't about to refuse benefits delivered right to my door. I returned the borrowed gear, pulled out my hunter's card, and swiped it on the device. My account balance jumped. I couldn't help but smile. This was the first official income of my life, more than my family made in a year. The meaning was completely different. All this time I'd been sheltered by my parents, working hard with no reward. Now, at last, I could earn money on my own. A shame my hunter identity couldn't be made public for now, so I'd have to find a chance to clean this money before giving it to my family. For now, I'd just save it. After transferring it into my own bank account, I looked at my points again and opened the points mall. Seeing me eager to spend, Ma Xingyo frowned and advised, better to save up more before buying. Higher point items were more precious. The low point ones were useful, sure, but easily replaced. In his view, I was being too hasty. I didn't see it that way. We'll talk about that later. If I want to build up points, saving alone won't do it. I have to invest first. I hadn't let my background box in my thinking. To earn, you have to dare to spend, and spend wisely. With that in mind, I entered the mall. The moment I entered the mall, the big words discount event hit my eyes. I paused, and the corner of my mouth twitched. Seeing he couldn't talk me out of it, Ma Xingyo said lazily, "It's the anniversary sale, so a lot of things are marked down. Since you're set on buying, pick carefully, don't shortchange yourself." With that, he stopped bothering with me and turned to chat with the other hunters. Discount, anniversary sale. The points and rating system was set up by the guild in the first place to get hunters to take more missions and accumulate more points. To stimulate everyone to spend their points, the guild had cooked up a whole slew of promotional tactics. Spend them, and you had to go take more missions. I pulled open the panel and browsed. Plenty of items, and the prices were reasonable, none of that absurd sky-high stuff. I understood it was probably because my rank was too low and my access limited, so the range I could see was small too. The variety was quite rich. At first glance, I spotted something familiar. Elemental stones. After the cataclysm, elemental stones became an important cultivation material and energy source in the new civilization. Elemental cars and elemental guns all ran on them. I glanced at the prices. Low-grade elemental stone, 1 point apiece. Mid-grade, 100 points apiece. I mused on it. Before, I couldn't even afford the lowest grade elemental stones and could only pick up my classmates' leftovers to cultivate. Now, I could casually exchange for a few hundred to use. In all of Jiangxing No. 1, there probably weren't many this well off. It was just that the me of now had no need for elemental stones to cultivate at all. With this special system, elemental stones had become a useless burden to me. Browsing on, the second familiar thing, the high-forged alloy blade. I'd borrowed one on my first mission. Borrowing it once cost 2,000 alliance coins. The mall listed it at 500 points, now discounted to 420. I gritted my teeth. 500 points, even after the discount, was worth 4 mid-grade elemental stones. This blade felt good in my hand, light and sturdy, absolutely unbeatable paired with my burst. But for now, I could only give it up. I consoled myself. A weapon is just an external thing. To deal with people, an ordinary steel blade would do. I could just borrow one when I needed it. The mall also had elemental guns, pistols, shotguns, hunting rifles, all kinds, but pricier, with even the cheapest pistol starting at 1,000 points. I looked and gave a small smile. For now I could only look, and it didn't suit my fighting style anyway. Suddenly, a new item in the exchange list caught my eye. Elemental shield. This wasn't gear driven by elemental stones like Xianghai's. It was a defensive technique an awakener deploys using their own elemental force. Called a basic technique, but there was more to it than that. Whether you could use it, how fast you deployed it, the shield's strength, the elemental force cost, all varied enormously. It's a good thing, but I glanced at the 700-point price and sighed. The cost was secondary. The fatal part was, I wasn't even an awakener yet. My command and understanding of elemental force were far off. In this state, even if I learned the shield, its help would be limited. Looking at it this way, my little bit of points really is hard to spend. I was about to give up and take old Ma's advice to save. Just then, I caught sight of two things. Footwork explained, 100 points a copy, discount price 70. Essentials of blade technique, 150 points a copy, discount price 140. My eyes lit up, and I quickly read the descriptions. Footwork explained was an introductory manual combining elemental force application, physical conditioning, and breathing. with the footwork actually thrown in as a bonus. Essentials of blade technique didn't just teach how to strike, it went into detail on generating force and the knacks of using elemental force. This cheap. I could hardly believe it. In my eyes, either of these was no worse than that elemental shield guidebook. I quickly figured it out. Most Awakeners didn't value close combat at all. They either focused on ranged attacks or skirmished with elemental weapons, rarely getting up close to fight for their lives. Especially hunters in the Expedition Corps, whose opponents were mostly mutant beasts, strong and thick-skinned. Close combat carried too much risk, not worth it. So these two books weren't worth much. But for me, the situation was completely reversed. My trump card was Burst, built around close combat. These two books were practically tailor-made for me. Without hesitation, I bought both. The remaining 30 points didn't go to waste either. With the discount, I bought a fine steel short blade originally priced at 50 points. In my eyes, this blade was a far better deal than the high-forged alloy blade. Shorter, sure, but strong enough, and more than sufficient paired with my burst. Old Ma, just these two books and one blade. The branch has them in stock, right? I want to take them now. Ma Xingyo walked over, glanced at the order, and raised an eyebrow. Kid, you're buying this junk. That's right, junk. In his view, everything I'd bought was a waste of points. None of your business, they're not your points. I shot him an annoyed look, thinking this guy nagged worse than my mom. I knew he meant well, but I had my own plans. Heh, those 280 points might as well have been thrown in the water. Old Ma shook his head. Too young still. The hunters beside him crowded over to look too, all thinking my books and blade were useless. Footwork explained and essentials of blade technique. No one in the hunter circle took them seriously. A steel blade was even more useless. People like them would rather save points to exchange for things that directly boosted combat power, like elemental guns and elemental shields. A choice like mine, in their eyes, was paying tuition. I couldn't be bothered with them. I took my things and headed out, but another person came to mind. Bayonet. His reactions and strength on this trip had left a deep impression on me. Among one-star hunters and first-grade awakeners, he was absolutely top tier. Even an Enforcement Bureau awakener like Qin Guangming might not win against him one-on-one. Most crucially, I suspected he'd studied these two books. When he'd advised me earlier, he'd clearly regarded me as the same type of awakener, extending goodwill. Mind you, that hadn't been his attitude toward me at the start. Looks like the hunter circle is complicated, but also simple. If you've got the ability and the potential, both peers and clients are willing to pour resources on you. As much as I don't want to be too flashy, I still have to show the necessary strength. I'd blown through all my points on the first job, but I trusted I could earn them back soon. This mission had shown me my own measure. Even if I couldn't get the highest rating, completing missions was no problem. Take a few more, build up 1,000 or so points, and I figured it wouldn't be hard. But reality slapped me across the face right away. Mission completion, 100%. Points settled, 10. I accepted it with a blank face and turned to leave. A month passed. I took plenty of missions, completing every one with full marks. But these missions: help the owner of the Jiangdong supermarket find a cat. Investigate whether the wife of the Jiangxing No. 3 middle school principal is having an affair. Go show support at the opening of the Yuanjiang Hotel in the north of the city. I did them one by one, going from initial bewilderment to eventual numbness. This was no hunter's guild, it was a general-purpose labor market. All sorts of odd jobs, enough to make me almost forget that a month ago, I'd been fighting for my life against awakener assassins right here. Kid, you adapt fast. I just finished settling a mission when I ran into Bayonet, back to turn one in. Seeing that his was a help clear out junk at the West Side farm. I couldn't help asking, you take jobs like this too? What else? Bayonet said as if it were the most natural thing, not at all like a battle-hardened awakener hunter. There's money to be made. Why not do it? Seeing I hadn't come around yet, he explained, Jiangcheng is only a Black Iron tier city. There are very few missions that truly need a hunter's hand, and only so many licensed hunters. To meet its mission quota, the branch specifically got the clearance from headquarters to register non-awakeners as unofficial hunters, taking on all kinds of odd jobs to fill the gap. Hearing this, I found it made sense, and also found it funny. Of course, in Jiangcheng, a single first-grade awakener could put the Enforcement Bureau on high alert. A place like this simply didn't have much that truly required a hunter to solve. The day I'd landed an official mission was purely because all the licensed hunters had been dispatched to a neighboring city for support, and only then did it fall to me. All right, I gave an awkward laugh. At least it was safe, and the commission was still quite a bit higher than my mom's wages. Even setting aside that one official mission, the income wasn't low. Bayonet looked me over and smiled. Looks like you took my advice. Good eye, and pretty diligent too. In under a month, your footwork and blade technique have already improved a lot. I raised an eyebrow, not at all surprised by his judgment. He'd clearly trained those 2 books to their peak. I was just a beginner, and the gap in movement was obvious at a glance. Bayonet lowered his voice. You're qualified to take on missions at a higher-tier city's guild. Something stirred in me. He went on. The hunter trade is peculiar. Normally there's a glut of people, but when it counts, there's never enough. It's the same at bronze and fine steel-tier city guilds. Relying on local missions alone, it's hard for a hunter to break through. Few in our guild are qualified, and most don't even have the standing to touch a 1- or 2-star mission. I stared at him, my gaze sharpening. You've got a connection? Bayonet nodded. Soon, the Yujiang City Guild will have a 2-star mission opening. Do you dare try? Yujiang City? I repeated. That bronze-tier city to the southeast. Bronze-tier meant more population, a better environment, richer resources, stronger awakeners, and also more treacherous wildlands. Even a 1-star mission there was fiercer than one from the Jiangxing Guild, and a 2-star mission took a 2nd-grade awakener to handle. But I didn't yet count as a true awakener. I only had an awakening ability. My command and understanding of elemental force fell far short of an awakener's. No matter how strong the burst, danger still lurked everywhere. Even that expedition corps genius had died in the wildlands, which showed just how great the risk was. You think I can do it? I asked in return. Bayonet said frankly, judging by your first performance alone, I think you're a bit short. But your purchasing choices and your progress show you're capable. Have a good eye, have a mind of your own, not swayed by those useless folks' prejudices, and diligent, seizing every chance to improve yourself. When I told Flying Petal you were a born hunter, that wasn't flattery. There are facts to back it up. With you working alongside me, I feel at ease. I thought it over and nodded. I can consider it, but it'll have to wait 3 days. 3 days? No problem. The mission isn't urgent. Bayonet didn't press for the reason. As long as I agreed, that was enough. I'll need to prepare. Watching him leave, I took stock of my points and gear, and I knew in my heart that going on a 2-star mission with my current setup would be nothing but a death wish. But before that, I had to make a trip back to school first. Lin Mo, you still remember how to come to class? The moment I stepped into the classroom, my homeroom teacher Song Winsai's face darkened. A month gone, and I'd nearly become a missing person. Teacher, I had some things. What things could a student possibly have? What's more important than class? Don't you understand your own situation right now? Song Winsai's tone was full of the frustration of wanting iron to become steel. The gulf between once being so gifted and 3 years of not advancing an inch. Only I knew how heavy it was. Thankfully, my academics were decent, so maybe there was another way out down the road. But a month without showing up, wasn't that giving up entirely? At that point, looking at my calm face, afraid that saying too much would wound my pride, he could only let out a long sigh. Think it over carefully. Don't let down all the years of hard work your parents have put in. With that, he stopped bothering with me and began organizing the elemental force test. With only 2 months left until Awakening Day, the school held the usual elemental force test to push everyone to knuckle down. This guy's given up completely. What else can he do? Defy the heavens and turn it all around. A good-for-nothing. Better to watch whether Boss C has a breakthrough. A few students whispered, their tones full of mockery. A genius fallen from the peak. Who doesn't love watching a joke? Boring. Si Yinan couldn't be bothered with this idle chatter. In his eyes, I'd long since become insignificant. Go on, Yinan. Song Wenkai looked at his confident figure, his eyes full of hope. This was one of the class's precious few seeds. Si Yinan, elemental force value. 100. One look at the data, and Song Wenkai snapped his head up, his eyes full of pleasant surprise. A month ago, he'd only been at 95. Now he'd stepped onto Awakening's lowest line. Awakening Day is almost here. Yinan's been pushing hard all along, and it's finally paid off. Si Yinan smiled. After the last test, his family had poured massive resources into him to squeeze his potential to the limit before Awakening Day. A 5-point gain in a month. This result once again stunned the whole room. Boss C, no doubt about it. Our class is going to make a name for itself in Jiangxing this time. Boss C, once you awaken, don't forget your brothers. As he returned to his seat, a few boys immediately crowded around to curry favor. Their aptitude was ordinary, and they'd long given up the dream of awakening. Now, seeing Si Yinan step onto the threshold, They naturally wanted to cozy up to him. Song Wenkai nodded too, knowing full well that while Si Yanan's result owed something to his family's help, it owed more to how hard he pushed himself. He looked at me again, and seeing my somewhat pale face, as if I'd taken a blow, he shook his head and sighed inwardly. Watching others succeed must be hard to swallow. I hope it stirs your fighting spirit. With that in mind, he called the next name. Lin Mo. I stood up and walked slowly to the device. Why is he even on the list? Still won't give up. Testing when there's clearly no hope. Isn't letting him test just a waste of time? A few students murmured, some displeased, some there for the show. I ignored them and pressed my hand down. The value jumped, and Song Wenkai, staring at the screen, read it out reflexively. Lin Mo, elemental force value 6. Huh. His voice suddenly shot up, his face full of shock. What is it? What happened? Quite a few classmates noticed something was off with him and craned their necks to look. Lin Mo, elemental force value 93. Song Wenkai stared blankly for a few seconds before he managed to report the number. 93. The classroom, lively a moment ago, went dead silent in an instant. Thud. A chair was knocked over. Si Yanan, who'd been sitting calmly all along, shot to his feet, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? Was this some kind of joke? Last time he was only 60, and now 93? In less than a month. Teacher, I don't believe it. Si Yanan, abandoning his usual composure, shouted in agitation. Raising elemental force by 30 points. Do you know how hard that is? I fought for my life, and in a month I only gained 5. For those 5 points, how much sweat did I shed? How many resources did my family pour in? And now you're telling me Lin Mo gained 30 points in a month? Even if you want to help him recover his confidence, this isn't the way. This is a total disrespect to those of us who are genuinely working hard. These words spoke the hearts of most people present. For a single point of elemental force, who hadn't fought until they were spitting blood, Song Wensai's casual gain 30 points was, to their ears, an insult. Is it really that exaggerated? In the distance, Chen Yutong was staring over here too. She thought 30 points in a month was truly absurd, but Lin Mo didn't seem the type to lie, and there had always been things about him she couldn't quite explain. Si Yanan. Song Wensai's face darkened, and he asked coldly, "Are you suggesting I reported false data?" I wouldn't dare. Si Yanan hurriedly denied it, but the disbelief lingered in his tone. Teacher, this is just too hard to believe. Fine. Song Wenkai had meant to leave him some face, but now that the other was pressing step by step, there was no need to keep holding back. Come up and see for yourself. Si Yanan had been waiting for this and immediately walked forward. His gaze wasn't on Song Wenkai, but fixed straight on me. Yet he saw not a shred of shame, only the mockery and pity in my eyes. Humph. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. He sneered and walked up to the screen. Calmly, I pressed my hand down again. This. Si Yanan, full of confidence, took one look at the number on the screen and his eyes went wide. He rubbed them furiously, terrified he'd seen wrong. 93. How is this possible? His face went white in an instant. Song Wensai's words were, unbelievably, true. Someone had really gained 33 points in a month? The students below, furious a moment ago, went quiet too at the sight of Si Yanan's drastically changed expression. Even someone as arrogant as him was this shaken, which showed the matter really wasn't simple. How did you do it? Si Yanan's face was full of disbelief. I merely shook my head lightly. Si Yanan, you think too highly of yourself. You think breaking 100 in elemental force gives you the standing to judge cultivation? You're not even an awakener yet, and even if you become one, it's nothing to boast about. Elemental force cultivation is far more complicated than you think. I knew full well the secret of my surging elemental force could never be spoken. But what I said was all true. 2 clashes with awakeners, 3 awakener lives on my hands. And now looking at these so-called geniuses, nothing about them could move me anymore. Below, Tang Hong's face had turned truly ugly. When I'd beaten him last time, he'd chalked it up to a special physique of mine, never imagining my elemental force value would far exceed his. He'd fought tooth and nail this month just to reach 95. He'd meant to awaken first and then take his revenge on me. But now it seemed who awakened first was still up in the air. Looks like I'd better not provoke him. He felt a faint fear. I was stronger than he'd thought. Lin Mo, were you stuck at some bottleneck before, and now that you've broken through, your elemental force surged? Song Wenkai paid no mind to the dejected, departing Si Yanan, and instead offered a reason for me on his own. Something like that. I nodded, but inwardly I was grateful to him. 30 points in a month was too glaring, and it would soon invite suspicion. He didn't dig deeper and even helped smooth it over. He was clearly protecting me. Then keep it up. There are still 2 months. With your accumulation, breaking 100 is no problem. Song Wenkai didn't know whether I'd overdrawn my potential, but he trusted that as long as I could break past myself, I'd surely achieve something greater. And the rest of you, if Lin Mo can break through, so can you. These last 2 months, I hope more in our class break through and become awakeners. Humanity's future needs more awakeners to blaze the trail, not just for your own sakes. These words jolted my heart, reminding me that Qin Guangming had said something similar. Looking at the classmates below, stirred into excitement, I shook my head inwardly. Whether becoming an awakener is a blessing or a curse, no one can say for sure. The test soon ended. I turned to head back and prepare for the mission. Someone called out to stop me from behind. I turned. Chen Yutong. She and I weren't really close. She'd transferred in during senior year, not a Jiangxing local, her family background a mystery too. But that didn't stop her from becoming a school celebrity. Beautiful, gifted, her elemental force visibly improving every month, and lately faster and faster. In the test just now, she'd already reached 150 points, up from 140 a month ago. The value itself and the rate of improvement both shook me. Without the system, cultivating on my own alone, I felt it'd be hard to match her. She and I had little to do with each other. Our last contact was her casually slipping me a few broken elemental stones. Why she called out to stop me this time, I didn't know. You've barely been to class this past month. You wouldn't happen to be working odd jobs, would you? She was blunt from the start. I heard from classmates that they've seen you helping people with menial work. I paused, but on reflection it wasn't surprising. I'd taken missions diligently this month, working harder than plenty of the unofficial hunters. Getting spotted by a classmate now and then was normal. The Jiangxing Guild's non-professional missions didn't fly the Hunters Guild banner or mark identities, so being seen would just be taken as odd jobs, no big deal. I nodded and asked in return, is there something you need my help with? Let me say up front, I charge a bit more for jobs I take privately, since there are no poi. I cut myself off abruptly, nearly letting points slip. The reason I was risking so much taking unofficial missions was to build up points. To me, that mattered more than any amount of money. Chen Yutong paused. She probably hadn't expected me to actively ask her for a benefit. A few classmates passing by heard it too and couldn't help curling their lips. After all, this was Chen Yutong. Every boy in the school would gladly pay out of pocket to do things for her. And here I was daring to ask for compensation. Has this guy gone crazy from being poor? In their eyes, I wasn't worth mentioning. But Chen Yutong didn't see it that way. Whether helping out should come with a benefit, she didn't care in the least. Besides, she hadn't sought me out to have me help her. I just wanted to remind you, there are still 2 months until Awakening Day. You'd best not keep working odd jobs. Her tone was very direct. You're at 93 now, but that doesn't mean you'll definitely break 100 by Awakening Day. Even if you break 100 right now, you can't ease up. The higher your elemental force, the greater your awakening success rate, and the better your development afterward. These things are far more important than the little money you're earning now. Back when you were stuck at 60 points, you still cultivated with everything you had, not wasting even a broken elemental stone. How is it that now you've grown short-sighted instead? Which matters more? Think it through. I understood what she meant, but there was no way I could say much. I could hardly tell her I had a way to raise my elemental force without cultivating. Thank you, I'll consider it. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. Seeing my attitude, Chen Yutong shook her head. She knew I hadn't taken her words to heart. But having said this much, there was nothing more worth advising. She'd always been serious about cultivation, and before, it was seeing me so earnest that had prompted her to lend a hand. Now that I'd broken through, she was happy for me too, and just wanted to remind me not to regret it down the road. Since I didn't appreciate it, so be it. Maybe when the environment changes, so does the heart. She sighed inwardly, turned, and left. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of a few gossip-loving classmates. So you two saw Chen Yutong talking to that good-for-nothing a second time. On the roof of the classroom building, Han Tang sat coldly on the windowsill, while the boy beside him reported nervously. Yes, they talked for quite a while this time. But Chen Yutong's elemental force has already broken 150, so I didn't dare get close and could only watch from afar. The boy lowered his voice, his manner stiff. He had no choice. The Han Tang before him was a genius who could nearly stand shoulder to shoulder with Chen Yutong in the whole school. In talent and family background alike, he was not someone the boy could afford to cross. Han Tang of Class 5, elemental force value 135, both parents awakeners, his family, and strength beyond reach. Interesting. Shin Yutong almost never gives boys the time of day, yet she sought out that kid to talk twice. Han Tang rolled his neck, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What's more interesting is, that kid actually dared to talk back. Does he not know that Shin Yutong will sooner or later be my woman, Han Tang's? The boy caught the danger in his tone and shrank down involuntarily. Who in the whole school didn't know Han Tang was pursuing Shin Yutong? A few boys had once been clever enough to go chat her up and ended up beaten so badly they couldn't come to school for days. In over half a year, hardly any boy had dared go near her again. Han Tang hadn't expected another one tired of living to pop up now. Humph, whether his elemental force is 60 or 90, he's a good-for-nothing. Does he really think he can turn the tables? A cold light flashed in Han Tang's eyes, his elemental force faintly rippling. 90 points, before him, was no different from a child's. Time he learned that not just anyone can be touched as they please. I had no idea at all that my 2 conversations with Shin Yutong had already drawn someone's eye. But even if I'd known, I wouldn't have cared in the least. These little games between students were child's play to me. Take a few more missions, spend down the points, then find a chance to try my luck and see if I can absorb a few more corpses. Thinking of this, I couldn't help getting a headache. I'd figured that joining the Hunters Guild would give me more chances to come across Awakener corpses, and building up elemental force would be easy. Instead, an official mission had come along only that first time, and after that it was all trivial neighborhood errands. Right now, my elemental force value was only 140. That's right, 140. Between the system's rewards and a month of cultivation, I'd finally climbed to 140. And that was measured secretly on the Hunters Guild device before I went back to school. That 93 had been fake data I'd conjured up on the spot with Burst before stepping onto the platform. My true elemental force now was already top tier within the school and formidable even among reserve awakeners. But I felt it was nowhere near enough. I was already a licensed hunter. To fight other awakeners for my life, I had to be stronger. Shin Yutong was right. I still needed to keep raising my elemental force to make sure my ability would strengthen smoothly after awakening. Hopefully this cross-city mission brings me some gains. Weighing the perils of a 2-star mission, my gaze gradually firmed. If it comes down to it, I'd already made a decision in my heart. 3 days later, Bayonet paced anxiously at the city gate, glancing around, and finally spotted me strolling up. "Damn, you're finally here," he couldn't help shouting. I jogged over to him, sweating, and apologized. "Sorry, I was making some preparations, ran late." Bayonet shook his head helplessly. "Couldn't you have prepared earlier? This is a mission, not play. No sense of time. Who's going to dare work with you down the road?" I could only keep apologizing. In truth, I'd spent 3 days near the museum, waiting for the gaps in the guard's shift changes to slip in. I'd left myself plenty of time to retreat, but I hadn't expected most of the mutant beast corpses in the museum to be mere props, with very few holding any activity and hardly any green lights dropped. In the end, I'd found one freshly delivered mutant beast corpse and successfully collected the haul. Besides base elemental force, that corpse had given me a little extra benefit, which made me more confident about this mission. Bayonet noticed the new blade on my back. Switched blades again? Not switched, bought. I gave a bitter smile. Remembering that this blade had nearly wiped out a month's income, my heart still ached. I'd meant to rent a blade and save the points for elsewhere, but this time the high-forged alloy blade was 45% off, cheaper even than the anniversary sale. I guess the blade's positioning was awkward. Low-grade awakeners generally didn't use one, and high-grade close combat specialists looked down on it. So sales couldn't pick up, and they had to run a promotion. Figuring the reward for this 2-star mission wouldn't be small, rather than prepay a percentage to rent one, buying it myself now was the better deal. So I gritted my teeth and bought the close combat weapon I'd had my eye on outright, and picked up some single-use items too, blowing through a month's savings. Everyone's here, so let's move out. Just then I noticed there was a lean, unfamiliar man in the group too, someone I'd never seen at the local guild. But I could feel that this man carried an air different from the Jiangsheng hunters, a bit like bayonets, radiating a hardened, capable steel. If I hadn't been through several life-and-death battles, I really wouldn't have picked up on it. This guy's probably a veteran hunter too, done plenty of official missions. Must be from Yujiang City, I guess privately. Yujiang City, bronze tier, its hunters guild larger than Jiangqing's. This man was most likely one of the partners on this mission. Bayonet introduced him with a smile. "Meteor, this is Black Wind, a 1-star hunter from the Yujiang Guild. He's done even more missions than me, a real old-timer in our trade. He patted Black Wind too. Old Black, this is the guy I brought, Meteor. Don't let his youth or his short record fool you. His first time out, he killed 3 Awakener assassins with his own hands. Otherwise, how would I dare bring him along? Bayonet was clearly close with Black Wind, chatting a few words and throwing an arm over his shoulder, even putting in a good word for me. I smiled and extended a hand too, politely calling him Senior Black Wind. But Black Wind hardly acknowledged me, saying flatly, "That's enough. Old Blade, save that talk for Boss Mountain. I'll say this up front. I'll report this honestly, so don't expect too much." He shrugged off Bayonet's arm, turned, and walked off, not even sparing me another glance. Bayonet nudged me with his elbow and lowered his voice. "Don't take it to heart. You'll get used to it. He's not singling you out. I understand." I didn't care in the least. The way I saw it, relationships between hunters were simple. Only the strong deserved respect, whatever the attitude. When we first met, Bayonet hadn't shown me a friendly face either, and now wasn't he the one actively pulling me into a cross-city mission? Strength was the only way to earn respect. The gates thudded shut, and an off-roader drove into the pitch-black wildlands. I couldn't help stealing a few more glances at Bayonet. I hadn't expected him not only to know how to drive, but to be exceptionally good at it. One hand on the wheel, and the off-roader ran as steady as flat ground over the bumpy road. Still, I felt a little uneasy inside. After all, it was the dead of night. Out here you could barely see a trace of what humans had left behind. Only ruined, broken walls. A night without lights was especially terrifying, the darkness almost swallowing a person whole. Gazing at the black night outside the window, I was thoroughly impressed by Bayonet, able to speed through this kind of environment on nothing but headlights. But still I couldn't tamp down the unease inside me. "Blade bro, do we have to travel at night? I heard mutant beasts are more dangerous after dark." Black Wind gave a cold snort, but Bayonet smiled. "You're right, but there are more mutant beasts during the day, and they're more active too. At night, even if you run into something fierce, you've got a chance to flee. Run into it in daylight, and there's almost no hope. Most mutant beasts still preferred to absorb light energy and move about during the day, so the night was actually safer, unless visibility was too poor." "I see." I nodded softly. Suddenly, I understood that these veteran hunters' experience was far more reliable than what you learned in books. Just then, my eyes lit up. Not far off there were points of light. Lights. Not the bioluminescence of a mutant beast, but man-made lamps. Though distant, I recognized at a glance that they were the kind of lamps humans commonly used. "There are lights over there. Could it be other hunters, or the Wildland Expedition Corps?" I said with a touch of excitement. After all, I was young and had rarely been to the wildlands, so suddenly seeing what might be a sign of humans, I couldn't help getting excited. "Is that so?" Black Wind and Bayonet followed my gaze. At first they didn't pay it much mind, but their faces quickly changed. There were quite a lot of those lights, and they were very spread out, not like any small team's lamps, nor vehicle headlights. And their positions were all fixed. A sense of foreboding welled up in both men at once. No way. Could it be? The two exchanged a glance, their expressions turning grim. Bayonet dropped his comm and stomped the accelerator. The elemental car let out a deafening roar and shot forward like a mad thing. Damn, caught off guard. I nearly toppled over and almost cursed. What was Bayonet doing? Before I could get the question out, a chill suddenly ran down my back, like a current shooting into the marrow of my bones, freezing my whole body. Danger. An extremely terrifying danger was closing in fast. Though there were scattered lights in the distance, everything around was still pitch black. Squinting hard, I finally made out several black shadows near the lights, charging at us like madmen. "Old Blade," Black Wind roared. The situation was dire. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Bayonet's voice trembled, but it was still firm. He knew the wildland terrain around Jiangxing better than anyone. He cranked the wheel hard, and the off-roader weaved nimbly, plunging into a dense forest in just a few moves. The car raced on, and even through the glass I faintly heard the low growls of mutant beasts outside. This was bad. The forest was where mutant beasts gathered most densely, and Bayonet had actually driven the car in. Wasn't this walking into a trap? But he still held the wheel firmly, his speed undiminished. Black Wind said not a word, fully on guard, as if ready to fight for his life at any moment. I swallowed my questions too, staring hard outside, ready to burst at any instant. Thankfully, Bayonet's driving was superb, his route cunning, and I gradually felt the pressure behind us receding. It seemed those pursuing shadows had been shaken off. The off-roader ran at full throttle, tearing along almost the whole way. Finally, as dawn was about to break, the three of us burst out of the dense forest onto a wide open plain. That terrifying danger had vanished completely. Eat something first, restore your strength. Bayonet let out a breath, his expression still taut. Handle it in the car. Don't get out unless you have to. The wildlands here are more dangerous. Don't move around carelessly. After a rest, I'll drive another stretch, then Old Black takes over. Only after he'd laid it all out did I speak up. You two seniors, what was that just now? Nocturnal mutant beasts? Those light sources, did I see them wrong? No, you didn't see wrong. Those were man-made light sources. Those things aren't mutant beasts, but they're more dangerous than mutant beasts. They're humanity's taboo. The fear on Bayonet's face hadn't yet faded, and Black Wind's expression was ugly too. My heart sank. In the wildlands, there was something even more terrifying than mutant beasts. The two said no more. After the meal, Bayonet started the car, and once Black Wind quickly fell asleep, he finally asked me a strange question. Have you heard of aberrants? Aberrants? I shook my head. My knowledge of the wildlands came entirely from what little I'd picked up at school and outside class. I'd never heard the term. Bayonet started to speak, then stopped, and in the end just shook his head. Forget it. Just remember what I tell you. Remember this. They are the most dangerous existence in the wildlands. The moment you encounter them, they're an even higher priority to eliminate than mutant beasts. He cursed. Damn it. What the hell are the Expedition Corps, the city guards, and the military even doing? Letting an aberrant stronghold spring up in the Jiangxing wildlands. This route's ruined for now. We can't take it again. Better to go the long way around on the way back. Once we reach Yujiang City, we have to pass the intelligence up the chain and get them to wipe it out fast, or the poison will spread without end. Jiangxing could be destroyed. He cursed as he drove, while my expression turned grave. Jiangxing was in danger of being destroyed. In recent years, humanity's survival had looked quite stable. Though there was no room to expand, the wildlands around the cities were basically under control, with a very low mutant beast threat. A low-tier city like Jiangxing had essentially no high-danger mutant beasts in its surrounding wildlands, and being at the very rear of the Alliance's defense line, the truly dangerous areas were walled off by the higher-tier cities, while its resource allotment was the best. So Jiangxing was very safe. But now Bayonet was saying Jiangxing faced the danger of being overturned? Could aberrants really be more terrifying than mutant beasts? I wanted to know more, but Bayonet wasn't willing to say much, so I stopped pressing. In any case, it was enough to keep an extra measure of caution around things like this. After shaking off the aberrant's pursuit, we met no more danger the rest of the way. Bayonet and Black Wind took turns driving, running another full day, and I finally saw a row of towering city walls. So this is a bronze-tier city? I couldn't help the excitement inside. My last official mission had been the first time I'd left the walled city, and I'd never been to any other city. Now another one was right before me, and I couldn't help being excited. Black Wind perked up too, accelerating straight ahead, the off-roader kicking up a trail of dust as it rushed the city gate. The elemental car was Yujiang made, its paperwork in order. Black Wind traded a few jokes with the gate guards, and the bronze gate slowly opened. He didn't stop, taking us straight to the Yujiang City Hunters Guild. So, isn't this facade a lot more impressive than ours? Bayonet teased. Looking at that building beside the city center, I griped inwardly. This illegal organization has practically moved in next door to the Enforcement Bureau. I had to admit, both the cityscape and the building were far better than Jiangxing's shabby guild. Just one tier higher, yet the gap was obvious at a glance. What a higher-tier city would look like, I couldn't even imagine. No wonder Jiangxing's students all dreamed of becoming Awakeners. Awakeners advanced fast, and as long as you were willing to push, it was easy to rise to a post in a high-tier city. Envious. Bayonet smiled, seeing my expression. It's not really anything, and the missions carry higher risk. If you want an easy life, Jiangxing's more comfortable. If you really want to come here, you'd better be prepared to take on greater risk. Hunters, Expedition Corps, military, Enforcement Bureau, it's all the same. He knew these truths well. Though his experience and skills were seasoned even among one-star hunters, he'd still chosen to stay in Jiangxing rather than climb higher. I just smiled and said nothing more. I'd long had my own plans. Just now I was only reflecting a bit. More importantly, I noticed there were many Awakeners in the streets, more than I'd ever seen before. But every one of them wore a grave expression, their movements carrying attention. I felt that something big was probably about to happen. Soon, Black Wind led us into the guild. The moment we entered, we saw a group of people swarming out. My pupils shrank, and an unprecedented sense of pressure bore down. These people were very strong. The man leading them was lean, his features ordinary, but his presence was astonishing. Looking at him, I felt a stir of fear inside, like a titan-armored elephant walking straight at me. I warned myself privately, this man is definitely not first grade, maybe not even just second grade. He's far too strong. A figure like this was top tier even in a bronze tier hunter's guild. Black Wind, so arrogant before me earlier, now bowed his head respectfully, his face full of tension. Brother Mountain, we ran into a bit of trouble on the road, got held up a while. Brother Mountain waved a hand for him to shut up, not slowing his steps, and swept a cold glance over Bayonet before walking straight off, leaving only a cold line behind. If the man you brought screws up, don't even think about going back to Johnson. Rest assured, Brother Mountain. Bayonet showed alarm too, bowing slightly, and secretly pressed a hand to my waist to make me bow my head along with him. Only after Brother Mountain had walked off did Bayonet straighten up. Seeing my puzzled expression, he explained outright. He's one of the 3 giants of the Yuzhong branch, the 3-star hunter Hollow Mountain, and one of the rare grade 3 high-tier awakeners in a bronze-tier city. His combat power and experience are both extremely strong. He's the leader of this mission. Before he'd even finished, I turned and walked off. Bayonet asked hurriedly, "Where are you going?" I didn't look back. "I'm going back to Jiangqing. I won't join you in courting death." Bayonet was furious. "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." The way I saw it, this mission was simply courting death. A grade 3 high-tier awakener leading it, and needing 1-star hunters from an outside city to join. The difficulty and danger had to be extremely high. I wanted no part of it. Had I known it was a setup formed by a powerhouse like this, no benefit, however great, would have brought me here. Bayonet hurried to persuade me. "Don't be so hasty. This mission was organized by Boss Mountain, but that doesn't mean everyone's in danger. The reason 1-star hunters from neighboring cities were conscripted is that Yuzhong headquarters issued a temporary wildland clearing mission. Yuzhong branch's licensed hunters were all hired by the military to fight alongside them, so it fell to us." "A wildland clearing mission?" I raised an eyebrow. Since joining the Hunters Guild, I'd come to understand a bit about Awakener affairs. Wildland clearing was one of the missions the military had to carry out on a regular or temporary basis. The reason the wildlands around low and mid-tier cities were relatively safe these days was that in the early days of a city's founding, the military and high-tier awakeners had fought tooth and nail to exterminate mutant beasts and earned that safety. But this safety wasn't a one-time deal. The military had to periodically send people and awakeners into the near suburbs to clear out a certain number of dangerous mutant beasts, or the wildlands would turn into a beast's paradise. Temporary clearing was different, usually ordered only when a sudden surge or migration of mutant beasts was discovered, and far more dangerous than the regular missions. To complete this kind of mission, the military often joined forces with the Expedition Corps and would also enlist hunters to assist. I'd heard of it, but I never imagined I'd run into a bronze-tier city's temporary clearing on my second mission out. Before I could speak, Bayonet cut in first. "Don't worry, our objective isn't to clear the wildlands. We have a separate mission. Yuzhong City's Yuzhong Mining got a tip from the military, confirming that the North Mountain District would undergo temporary clearing. So through the Hunters Guild, they issued a mission." He lowered his voice. "To retake the Baisheng Mountain Mine, which a Cyclops troll has occupied." The moment I heard this, my expression changed. Just as I was about to speak, Bayonet said, somewhat annoyed, "Now what are you on about? A Cyclops troll? That's a command-level danger monster," I said, pressing my voice down. "Its strength is on par with a grade 4 awakener. Forget people like us. Even the #1 powerhouse of the North Mountain couldn't survive running into it." My voice dropped further. "Worse still, a command level can summon a beast swarm. It could trigger a beast tide. Thinking of provoking it. Whoever takes a mission like this must not want to live, but don't drag me down into it. Command level, able to trigger a beast tide. Either one alone could leave me dead without a grave." Of course I wanted to grow stronger, but I hadn't planned on throwing my life away. "What are you getting all worked up about?" Bayonet rolled his eyes helplessly. "I never said we were going after the Cyclops troll." He lowered his voice and continued. "This temporary clearing is actually because of that Cyclops troll. Military intel says there's a female Cyclops troll to the north, leading a beast swarm in a migration toward Baisheng Mountain. And the one here at Baisheng Mountain is male. If the two Cyclops trolls meet, it'll be a territorial war, and the scene is bound to be brutal. In this kind of melee, usually only the low-grade mutant beasts suffered heavy casualties, while the two command levels would find it hard to decide life or death. Fighting over territory. Once they were done, it only settled who'd be the boss. But once the beast swarms merged, it was an enormous threat to the safety of the city's suburbs. Worse, they might even drag other command-level mutant beasts into attacking the city. With Bayonet's explanation, I finally understood the whole background of this operation and understood our real mission. While the two command levels were locked in fierce combat, we'd quietly clear out the mine and complete the mission on the side. This boss has real nerve. I couldn't help sighing under my breath. I wasn't admiring his scheme, I was admiring his guts. He actually dared to grab a share right under the military's nose. The army was risking death fighting two command levels, yet the mine boss dared to jump in amid the chaos to reap the benefits. That kind of nerve and shamelessness, I truly felt inferior. Still, I understood too that the Human Alliance's industry titans had real power to begin with, and might not fear the military, especially those holding elemental stone mines, which was almost like gripping a city's lifeline. And this benefit was probably released by the military itself. On one hand, it got the mine boss to pay top price to hire the Hunters Guild, and on the other, it reduced the military's own trouble while doing the mining company a favor. By this point, I'd fully grasped the mission. Fine, but we still have to be careful. Even if the command levels leave, there'll definitely be lethal-level mutant beasts in the cave, right? I spread my hands. As far as I know, mutant beasts of the same tier are far more dangerous than awakeners. Lethal-level mutant beasts corresponded to human Grade 3 awakeners. Even though this time we had a Grade 3 like Hollow Mountain leading us, I didn't for a second believe that when real danger came, he could protect everyone. Hey, relax. If something big really goes down, I'll be the first to run. And you're not dumb enough to throw your life away either. Bayonet gave me a glance, his tone meaningful. He remembered how, when the last mission went sideways, my first reaction was to abandon my teammates and flee, and only later survive by seizing an opening to turn the tables. Anyway, a 2-star mission with a reward this high, it's worth one gamble, isn't it? He smiled and patted my shoulder. The base points alone are 1,000. Who wouldn't be tempted? Let's do it. I gritted my teeth. I'd truly had enough of the days of taking temporary jobs all over and painstakingly scraping together points. This squad's mission is to center on me and join forces to hunt down the rampage troll in the cave. During the operation, I'll directly challenge the Fury Mark troll in the cave, using my ability to draw away most of the beast's attention. You seize that chance and settle it fast. Tie up those threat-level mutant beasts for me, and the rampage troll I'll handle myself. Anyone who dares defy orders and act recklessly, the whole squad dies with you. At the entrance to the Yujiang City wildlands, a grim-faced man coldly assigned the tasks. Bayonet leaned into my ear with a smile and lowered his voice. This guy's only 2-star, but his ability is special, so he usually acts all high and mighty, even cockier than Hollow Mountain. Someone who didn't know better would think he was 3-star. His tone was full of contempt, clearly looking down on Lure. I just smiled. A mental type ability, truly rare. If you've got the ability, you've got the standing to be arrogant. Lure was a mental type ability user. People like that were in demand everywhere. I cared more about the mission itself. The Rampage Troll was a danger-level mutant beast, and the Fury Mark Troll was lethal level, matching a Grade 3 Awakener. I guess the Fury Mark Troll was the strongest thing in the mine. Hollow Mountain had divided the work clearly, each tier handling its own tier, the goal being total annihilation. Whether it could be carried out smoothly, though, still depended on the situation at the main battlefield. I looked toward the towering peak to the north, Baishang Mountain, our destination. I noticed the elemental force concentration in the air was abnormally high, thicker even than when I'd first entered the city. As I absorbed elemental force, my value was actually slowly climbing, which was very abnormal. Is it brought on by the beast migration? Or is this the reason for the migration? I couldn't judge for the moment. But this wasn't what I most needed to worry about right now. Once the gear was sorted, everyone got into the guild's elemental car and set off for the mountain region. The journey was smooth, and we soon reached the foot of the mountain. The moment I got out of the car, I saw several soldiers guarding the entrance. The captain leading them, Captain Xiao, walked over and swept a cold eye over the group. Since you've taken the benefits, deal with the mutant beasts inside the mine. We're on the frontal battlefield and won't have time to clean up your mess. The hunters all frowned, but Hollow Mountain gave a rare smile and patted his shoulder. Captain Xiao is right. The army and city defense are risking their lives on the front line. We won't add to your troubles. May you return in triumph and further raise the prestige of Yujiang City's military. Captain Xiao didn't smile, only stepped aside to make way. Hollow Mountain led us into the mountain forest. Once we'd walked some distance, Lure curled his lip with contempt. What's Xiao Qinshan worth? Even among 3-star hunters, he's second-rate. Once my ability improves, I'll suppress him with ease. Boss Mountain, you're too courteous with him. Hollow Mountain whirled around and fixed Lure with a stare, his eyes full of murderous intent. What are you worth, daring to talk behind Xiao Qinshan's back? His strength may fall short of mine, but he's killed more mutant beasts than you and me combined. Without soldiers like him guarding the frontier, you'd have died in the wildlands long ago. However strong a hunter is, he can't compare to a soldier who's been slaughtering mutant beasts year after year. All we can do is respect and bless them. One more word out of you, and I'll throw you into the Fury Mark Troll's mouth. And even the guild head wouldn't say a thing about it. Lure's face went red and white by turns, unable to muster a single word of rebuttal. He knew that Hollow Mountain meant what he said and would do it. I'm sorry, Boss Mountain, I spoke rashly. He bowed his head. Hollow Mountain gave a cold snort and pressed on. He didn't see the flicker of venom in the depths of Lure's eyes. Watching this scene, I shook my head helplessly. Infighting before the mission had even begun. How were we supposed to get this done? Still, I deeply agreed with what Hollow Mountain had said. Though I hadn't chosen the most perilous path, I still held those frontier soldiers in reverence. That unfamiliar young Expedition Corps member and Xiao Qinshan were both struck by those words too. After the brief interlude, everyone soon reached a clearing near the mountain summit. The view here was wide open, giving a clear sight of the path leading up the north side of the mountain. The moment we crested it, my expression changed abruptly and I drew a cold breath. On the northern mountain path, packed dense, were nothing but mutant beasts. Club-wielding dwarf demons, hard-toothed ground rats, grotesque puppet monkeys. Every mutant beast recorded in the books was crammed into one place. Though most were threat level, the sheer number was overwhelming. Forget grade 3 or grade 4 ability users. No matter how strong, holding back this flood would be hard. And at the very front of this horde of mutant beasts, I finally saw clearly the culprit behind this migration. Roar! A massive roar shook the mountains and wilds. I looked over. On the flat ground near the summit of the north slope stood a monster 4 or 5 meters tall, abnormally corpulent, moving slowly. It stood upright like a human, its green-black skin draped in a bizarre outer garment stitched together from various pelts. A giant wooden club in its hand, the club still stained with unidentifiable scraps of flesh and blood. Its face was hideous, its 2 small eyes crowded close together, but in the very center of its forehead grew one enormous vertical eye, rolling nimbly, radiating an eerie pressure. The military intel was right. This is the Cyclops Troll. Even across such a great distance, Hollow Mountain didn't dare speak loudly, afraid of disturbing this powerful mutant beast leader. The Cyclops Troll, a command-level mutant beast. I remembered that the Cyclops Troll evolved from grade 3 beasts like the Fury Mark Troll. During the evolution, an enormous single eye grew on its head, crowding out the spots where both original eyes had been, so it looked as if it had only one eye left, hence the name. This single eye not only made it more terrifying, but also brought it intelligence far beyond its kind. Among all command-level mutant beasts, the Cyclops Troll's danger rating ranked at the very top, listed by humanity as a target that must be eliminated first. This Cyclops Troll from the north bared its outward jutting tusks and roared high and loud, as if calling out, and as if challenging something. Roar! Soon, a response came from below the summit. Countless threat-level and danger-level mutant beasts swarmed out, swiftly forming ranks and splitting to both sides, opening a wide path down the middle. The ground trembled faintly as an ashen-white troll dragged its heavy steps slowly to the front of the formation. Haha, this is the Baixiang Mountain Troll. Bayonet lowered his voice. As far as I know, this thing was originally the Yujiang City military's clearing target for next quarter. But now with this migration stirring things up, the mission got moved up. Tell me, of these 2 fighting over territory, which one comes out ahead? I say the Home Lord here is the more ferocious. He kept up the banter, but the tremor in his voice couldn't be hidden. A command-level mutant beast. Even he was afraid. I nodded. This male Cyclops Troll of Baixiang Mountain was larger in build than the one that had migrated up from the south, its frame more solid, and fighting on home ground. It clearly held the advantage. Roar! The moment the outsider arrived, it let out a low growl and burst forth its elemental force. The two streams of elemental force slammed viciously together. Crack. My expression changed. The ground between the two command levels had actually split open with any number of fissures. And this was merely the result of elemental force colliding across the air. Command-level mutant beasts really were terrifying. The clash of elemental force was like the horn sounding the start of battle. The beasts on both sides roared at once and charged into one heaving mass. The scene was horrifyingly brutal. In an instant, flesh and blood sprayed, and the far end of the mountain path was soon dyed into a stark, glaring line of blood. The place before my eyes was quite simply a meat grinder. The two Cyclops trolls roared to the heavens, their clubs crashing together, ringing out an ear-splitting boom. Several threat-level small beasts, too slow to dodge, were swept into the combat zone and torn to shreds outright by the elemental force shockwave. So this is the true power of mid-tier mutant beasts. Not just the others. Even Hollow Mountain was staring, transfixed. Mid-tier. Once a mutant beast crossed the 4th danger level, it was mid-tier. Command level and lethal level looked only a single tier apart, but their destructive power was on a completely different plane. Hollow Mountain stared at this battlefield, asking himself inwardly, when would he ever reach this level? That barrier was one he'd been stuck at for a long time. The thought flashed by, and he came to at once, waving a hand. Everyone, the show's begun. It's our turn. The group's spirits lifted. At the outer ring of the battlefield, the powerhouses of the military, the City Defense Corps, the Expedition Corps, and the Yujiang Hunters Guild had all arrived, sealing the place off completely. Which meant the chance had come. Hollow Mountain took the lead, and the group swiftly left the summit, descending along a winding little path. Along the way, we occasionally ran into a few scattered threat-level and danger-level mutant beasts, all swiftly dealt with by the veteran Yujiang hunters joining forces with practiced coordination. These hunters really are impressive, coordinating like an army. I watched from the side, privately admiring. They needed only a glance to act, their abilities meshing with precision. Just like that time with Bayonet and Flying Petal, the mutant beasts cut down the moment they drew near. Relying on these people's professional methods, the team soon reached the target cave. This is the back route I scouted the day before yesterday. It goes straight into the cave, and there aren't many mutant beasts guarding it. The scouting specialist hunter led everyone to a narrow cave mouth. Hollow Mountain nodded and ducked straight in at the head of the group. "Stay close, move fast," he commanded in a low voice. Everyone entered swiftly, advancing in the dark, reaching the exit 3 minutes later. A few low beast roars had barely sounded before they were suppressed. Hollow Mountain struck too fast. I hadn't seen it, but I guessed the captain had instantly killed the guarding mutant beasts. A grade 3 awakener really was formidable. Almost there, get ready to move. Hollow Mountain led everyone forward a few more steps and snapped his fingers. FWSSSH. The cave instantly lit up bright as day. At Hollow Mountain's command, the hunters immediately moved. Roar! An ear-splitting bellow came from deep in the cave. Damn! As the cave lit up, I couldn't help trembling from head to toe. Before my eyes, over 100 mutant beasts were packed densely into the broad cave. These monsters came in all shapes and sizes, but every single one could take my life with ease. Have I lost my mind, taking this mission? My heart pounded wildly. The scene was too terrifying. If I hadn't spotted a heap of glittering or behind the monsters, I'd have run long ago. An elemental stone mine. All the elemental stones I'd seen in my whole life put together didn't amount to a 10,000th of what was here, and their quality was far worse. If I could steal even a little, I wouldn't have to worry about cultivation for 3 to 5 years. A benefit this enormous made me, for an instant, forget the peril around me. Thankfully, at that moment, whether lethal level or danger level, all of them were roaring in a frenzy. The sudden intense light had left them unable to open their eyes for a moment. This was a step Yujiang Guild had planned out. Compared to a Black Iron Tier City Guild, they clashed with mutant beasts far more and had more seasoned experience, having long figured out ways to deal with mutant beasts in all sorts of situations. That hunter just now had tossed out a single-use intense light source. These mutant beasts spent all year in dark caves and could still adapt to natural light if they walked out slowly. But now with the intense light shining straight into their eyes, no matter how strong their bodies, they had no time to react. "Get down!" Hollow Mountain gave a fierce shout. Before I could even move, Bayonet had already grabbed my head and forced me down. FWSSSH. Hollow Mountain swept a bare hand, and a glaring arc of blood red exploded across the air. The next second, The aura of death rushed at us. THWP, THWP, THWP. A string of muffled sounds. I raised my eyes slightly. That arc of blood red, like the Reaper's scythe, swept across and cut dozens of threat-level mutant beasts clean in two at the waist. This is a grade 3 ability user? My pupils shrank sharply as I drew a cold breath. The burst force of that single strike was like crushing ants, effortlessly reaping dozens of low-grade beasts, and even one danger level, too slow to dodge, was cut apart on the spot and burst. The scene before my eyes was like hell descending on the mortal world. I suddenly remembered a piece of intel Bayonet had mentioned in private. Hollow Mountain had another nickname, the Blood Demon. Blood Demon Hollow Mountain. Now that I saw it, the name wasn't off in the slightest. Liquid manipulation? He uses his own blood because his own blood has a higher elemental force compatibility, but it seems there's more to it than that. I saw that blood-red scythe, having cut to its limit, shatter at the edges into countless droplets of blood that scattered and splashed onto quite a few mutant beasts. The next second, those beasts' eyes went bloodshot, and they charged straight at Hollow Mountain, roaring like mad. That blood, aside from causing wounds, seemed to also stir their emotions, giving them a fierce hostility and killing intent toward Hollow Mountain. And the most conspicuous of these targets was a troll over 3 meters tall, its skin covered in flame-like patterns. The Fury Mark troll, the highest danger target of this whole mission. As the cave's leader, it had been standing at the very center just now, and had been caught by that blood blade too. The skin of its chest blasted open, even exposing the stark white bone beneath the flesh. A wound like that would be all but fatal to a human. But to this troll, humanity's attack only made it angrier. Roaring, it swung its bone club down at Hollow Mountain. Hollow Mountain didn't meet it head-on, nimbly dodging aside. Then with a shudder of both hands flashed 2 dagger-like blood gleams, beginning to fence with the Fury Mark troll and the other enraged mutant beasts. Step 1 of the tactics, done. Bayonet and I exchanged a glance, both understanding that Hollow Mountain's opening was superb, not only steadily locking down the Fury Mark troll's attention, but killing a danger level in passing, taking a great deal of pressure off every squad. Lore gave an angry roar and led his team charging at another group of mutant beasts. That group was mostly threat level, surrounding their main target, a club-wielding troll. This guy, I traded a glance with Bayonet and charged in too. Bayonet was nimble. I clearly saw his wrist turn, a flash of black light in his palm, and 2 club-wielding dwarf demons' necks bloomed with blood as they fell shrieking. He didn't stop, and instead led even more mutant beasts running in circles, like towing a string of train cars. I drew away a few threat levels too, watching as I ran. I didn't strike proactively. For one, I didn't want to reveal too much of my strength, and for another, there was no need. The number of threat-level mutant beasts on the scene far exceeded these one-star hunters, and our mission was to tie them up. As long as the high-tier commanders were cut down, the remaining mutant beasts would mostly fall into chaos. The reason 2-star squad leaders like Lure prioritized clearing danger levels wasn't only to share Hollow Mountain's pressure, but to intimidate the rest of the mutant beasts and clear the field fast. Bayonet kept an eye on me even as he fought. Though the scene was chaotic, it hadn't reached truly dangerous territory yet. My speed wasn't fast, ordinary among 1-star hunters, but my footwork, force generation, and rhythm were all extremely precise, not a shred wasted, staying in high-efficiency motion the whole time. He trained his footwork to this level in a single month. Bayonet was secretly alarmed. The 2 books, Footwork Explained and Essentials of Blade Technique, the low-level folks wouldn't buy, and the powerhouses couldn't be bothered to study. Hunters truly willing to put in the work were few to begin with, and those who could master them were rarer still. Bayonet had always thought a close combat hunter like himself was unconventional enough, and never imagined I'd be even more absurd than him. Not only had I taken his advice in exchange for both classics, I'd trained to this level in such a short time. This showed my talent was astonishing and my comprehension extremely high. More importantly, my physique was more formidable than an ordinary first-grade awakener's. He'd guessed right. I'd noticed before that my speed and strength when I burst were too strong, that I could easily cut down 2 awakeners before my elemental force value even broke 100, and that my adaptation to burst was abnormally fast. All of it was too abnormal. I'd thought it over and figured it most likely had to do with the system. Ever since the black hole in my Danteon shattered and the system appeared, not only had my elemental force surged, my physique had grown stronger and stronger too. I suspected the elemental force absorbed into the black hole was being fed back out by the system. There was no proof, but for now this was the only explanation that made sense. Watching the battlefield, I nimbly used my footwork to dodge the club-wielding dwarf demon's pursuit. Those dwarf demons, less than half an adult's height, swung clubs that could shatter rock, shrieking, yet couldn't so much as touch the hem of my clothes. The hunters nearby were stunned. What's up with this kid? He runs even better than Bayonet. Are all Jiangxing hunters this good at scurrying? I couldn't be bothered with them. Bayonet, though, couldn't resist shouting. Quit slandering me. I'm conserving my strength to clear the mutant beasts. Whatever that guy's doing has nothing to do with me. His mouth refused to concede, but inwardly he grew more and more shocked. I'd already dragged a swarm of mutant beasts on a mad dash around the field, like running a train. Not only were the hunters stunned, even that rampage troll had its attention drawn away by me. It raised its bone club and came stomping toward me, roaring. Calm all along, my expression changed too. I certainly didn't want to go head-to-head with a danger-level monster like this right now. Just as I was about to bolt, I suddenly caught sight of a figure. Someone was quietly following behind the rampage troll, closing in on the small of its back. That person was none other than our squad's leader, Lur. By now, Lur had already pressed himself against the rampage troll's back. By rights, a danger-level mutant beast with such keen perception should have discovered him long ago. Yet the rampage troll acted as if it saw nothing, still charging straight at me. I couldn't help cursing under my breath. That ability was too cheap. Mental force invisibility. Only an extremely small number of mental-type awakeners could master it. Once activated, it made the target ignore his existence outright at the mental level. In other words, as long as Lur's ability was active, unless the only ones left on the scene were him and the rampage troll, and he was also fully exposed to its line of sight, the rampage troll would find him nearly impossible to detect. Right now, Lur was seizing the instant the rampage troll's attention was drawn away by me to erase himself directly from its consciousness. I watched with my own eyes as the rampage troll, baring its fangs and flailing its claws, lunged forward, and Lur quietly drew a black-mouthed short-barreled gun from behind. The corner of his mouth twisted into a sinister grin as he aimed it at the small of its back and slammed the trigger down. A thunderous boom rang out, almost unlike a gunshot. Right after came the rampage troll's earth-shaking bellow of rage. I stared dumbstruck. He really was willing to bleed cash. An elemental shotgun. This thing stood out in the Hunter Points Mall, but few people bought it. The reason was simple, impractical, slow to activate, requiring you to manually charge elemental force first, and demanding you get close to the target for enough power. Whether against ability users or mutant beasts, the conditions were too harsh, and combined with the high price, the vast majority of hunters wouldn't touch it. But once the conditions were met, the power was frightening. I saw the towering rampage troll drop straight to its knees, the small of its back blasted open into a spray of flesh and blood, as if some organ fragment had been blown apart, spattering the surrounding group of club-wielding dwarf demons across the face and body. But the next second, quite a few hunters nearby, Lur included, all changed expression. Not dead. That shot, unbelievably, hadn't killed the rampage troll. It threw its head back and roared, the elemental force inside it suddenly exploding outward, the wound on the small of its back healing at a visible speed. This was the innate gift of the troll-type mutant beasts, super healing. At the same time, its skin rapidly shifted from ashen gray to red, its eyes filling with bloodshot veins bulging on its arms, the whole troll's aura turning terrifying in an instant. An ability unique to danger level and above trolls, the rampage state. Damn, Lur clearly hadn't anticipated that the shot wouldn't kill it. Probably the angle was off and the force wasn't fully charged, and worse still, this troll was about to advance a tier, harder to kill than an ordinary rampage troll. In any case, this shot hadn't solved the problem, completely against his expectations. The troll fixed its glare on the human who'd nearly cost it half its life, and without a word, swung its great club down at him. Bang! Lur fired as he dodged. Though without a charge and without enough distance, the shotgun-type elemental gun had immense impact, and this shot struck the troll's arm squarely, throwing its attack off somewhat. But the troll's fury didn't fade, and it swung the club again and again. Lur discovered to his alarm that the gun's deterrent on it was growing weaker and weaker. A troll in the rampage state would keep accumulating strength, growing harder and harder to deal with. Barring a miracle, Lur was no match at all but certain to die. His expression shifted again and again, and suddenly he took a sharp step back, leaping directly behind Hollow Mountain. Hollow Mountain, ever since clearing the field at the opening, had been locked in fierce combat with the Fury Mark troll. His speed was extreme, his footwork nimble, clearly a master of movement techniques. His two blood blades stabbed with precision at the old wounds on the troll's body each time, and the instant they hit, the blood blades bored inside, the massive frame shuddering as low explosions sounded within it. This was the offensive application of his ability. He could violently transform all sorts of liquids, and his own blood especially was greatly enhanced. As long as he tore open a monster's flesh, he could deal continuous damage from the inside. This tactic was very effective against ability users, but against the tenacious life force of the Fury Mark troll, its lethality was limited. He had a killing move too, but it took time to prepare, and after using it he'd be left extremely weak. So he needed the other two stars' coordination to tie up the danger-level mutant beasts. Either the two stars finished their tasks first, letting him go all out against the troll, or they held off the other mutant beasts and waited for him to slowly grind the troll to death before clearing the field. To be honest, he wasn't counting on the first plan working out. Hunters were different from soldiers. However formidable, in danger a person could only draw out 80% of their strength, and holding on was already good enough. They just need to maintain the status quo. Hollow Mountain calmly calculated as he fought. Stall another minute, and I can use that move. The situation was still within his control. Suddenly, his movements hitched. Lure, this bastard. I couldn't help cursing under my breath too, and abruptly accelerated, flashing to Bayonet's side in an instant. What are you doing? Bayonet nearly kicked me flying, cursing inwardly. Was this kid trying to get himself killed? There was a swarm of threat-level mutant beasts chasing right behind. Bayonet, use your ability fast. I shouted outright. Bayonet paused. Right now he was being swarmed himself, and this kid still wanted him to use his ability? Under normal circumstances he'd have refused for sure, but meeting my gaze and seeing that manic resolve, he hesitated only an instant before extending both hands. Boom. The Fury Mark troll's giant club slammed the ground. Hollow Mountain retreated to dodge, but felt the Rampage troll's breath practically against his back. The Rampage troll was extremely close to him, and by rights should have been tied up by Lure. The one that had originally been chasing Lure had suddenly been drawn away by Hollow Mountain, a Grade 3 high-tier awakener, now locked in fierce combat, with the Fury Mark troll, his blood energy and elemental force fluctuations intense. The Rampage troll, enraged by Lure and suddenly sensing a lethal-level powerhouse beside it, grew wary despite itself. Lure, you. Hollow Mountain had barely gotten the curse out when the scene before him enraged him to the extreme. Lure's elemental force flashed, and he pulled straight back, mental force invisibility. Seizing the moment the Rampage troll was locked onto Hollow Mountain, Lure activated his ability and vanished completely from sight and perception. Now, Hollow Mountain could only face one lethal level and one danger level alone. He no longer had the attention to spare for Lure. The Fury Mark troll's offensive pressed in again, and the Rampage troll raised its great club too, ready to pincer him front and back. He gritted his teeth, about to burst his blood blades again, then stopped. Another go wouldn't kill the Fury Mark troll in the short term, and would instead plunge him straight into weakness. But if he didn't burst, he'd die right now. Just as he prepared to fight to the death, his gaze suddenly went taut, and he abruptly dodged the Fury Mark troll's lunge. He'd barely leapt into the air when the Rampage troll's club had already crashed down before his eyes. Even low-grade mutant beasts knew how to coordinate. As long as this club connected, even if Hollow Mountain didn't die, he'd find it hard to fend off the Fury Mark troll after. The Rampage troll was mad with excitement. It knew the other humans were still far off. As long as it took out the strongest one before it first, the rest of the humans would all become their food tonight. But it failed to notice that a figure had already slipped silently around behind it. Rip! The sound of a blade cutting through flesh and blood rang out, and the Rampage troll went rigid. Lure, poised to flee, was stunned too. He saw a youth appear ghost-like behind the Rampage troll, a flash of black light splitting open the wound on the small of its back, blood gushing out. That's Meteor, that new hunter from the Black Iron Guild. Not just Lure, all the surrounding hunters changed expression. A one-star hunter had, with a single blade, gravely wounded a Rampage troll renowned for its life force and defense. For a moment they all doubted whether they'd seen wrong. They hadn't. The one who'd struck was me. Landed it. Looks like my perception was right. its elemental core is at the small of its back. Feeling the resistance transmitted through the blade, along with the instant disorder in the other's elemental force flow, I immediately confirmed I'd found the right spot. The elemental core was a mutant beast's vital point. Once struck, it would severely disrupt elemental force circulation, and once destroyed, it was all but half a life gone. When Lure had struck just now, the distance between me and the rampage troll had been exactly right for me to bring down the blade. When it activated both special abilities at once, I keenly sensed its elemental core was at the small of its back, decisively activated burst, and brought the blade down along that not yet healed wound, gravely wounding this monster as expected. It howled in agony, its body shuddering violently, desperately circulating its elemental force to try to repair itself. Its enormous palm came down and clamped down hard on my alloy blade, meaning to crush me outright. Watch out! Hollow Mountain, having thought I'd succeeded, was secretly delighted, only to find this troll more tenacious than its kind, able to counterattack even on the brink of death. He shouted, gathering his blood blades to come to the rescue. But what he saw was that my eyes held not a shred of fear, and instead carried a trace of confidence and mockery. I suddenly let go with both hands and swiftly drew a second blade. I'd been prepared all along. When the first blade failed to kill outright, I'd immediately readied the second, moving even faster than the troll. The steel blade in my hands now was a stretch longer than before, its body gleaming with metallic light. Metal enhancement activated, the blade's power multiplied. Goodbye. Gripping the blade in both hands, I aimed at the same spot and brought it down hard. A crisp sound, and inside the troll something seemed to shatter completely. I felt a slight pang of regret. The crystallized elemental core of a danger-level mutant beast, extracted intact, could fetch a fair bit of money and points. But now, after successive grave wounds, it had crumbled to dust, and I could only let it go. With its elemental core shattered, the troll let out a despairing roar, and beneath its skin it looked as if countless little insects were crawling, followed by a string of explosions within its body. Its elemental force went out of control, devouring its own flesh. Without hesitation, I seized the moment and crossed both blades, striking again. Thwack! The rampage troll was all but cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground. A danger-level target, dealt with just like that by me. So strong. Every two-star squad leader felt a sharp clench inside. This kid clearly walked the burst path, so there was no way he could stay this strong the whole time. And he'd succeeded only because there'd been a 3-star tying things up and a 2-star landing the first grave blow. But none of that was the point. The point was, if it had been them, could they have blocked those two blades? Almost no one dared give an affirmative answer. Those two blades, in both speed and power, were a fatal threat to them. For a moment, the elite of a bronze-tier city guild had been stunned by a newcomer from a black iron-tier city. But just then, an extremely ill-timed voice rang out. Damn, kid, that monster's reward. You'd better cut me in for at least 30%. The one who'd spoken was none other than my fellow townsman, Bayonet. He'd long since lost his usual composure, running for his life in circles with a pack of monsters at his heels. The blade-enhancing ability he'd granted me just now had drained a good deal of his energy, and his body was visibly weakened. And since I'd suddenly rushed off to kill the rampage troll, the club-wielding dwarf demons that had originally been following me lost their target and naturally all fixed on him. Poor Bayonet had done countless missions, yet now he ran as if wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs. Though he'd long been an awakener and had trained his physical conditioning specially, at this moment he'd actually run himself into a feeling of oxygen deprivation. Hollow Mountain, beside them, finally reacted too and gave a harsh shout. Lure! Lure shuddered all over. Seeing the boss's less-than-friendly glare, he didn't dare delay and immediately activated his ability. A flash of elemental force fluctuation, and the Fury Mark troll, which had still been roaring and swinging its club, suddenly froze, its expression going blank in an instant. And Lure's face went deathly pale in a flash, his whole body wilting, blood even seeping from the corner of his mouth. But he had no attention to spare for that, and roared outright. Boss, its tier is too high, my mental force suppression won't hold for long. Mental force suppression. This was where this mental-type awakener was truly formidable. Once activated, even the lethal-level Fury Mark troll would be forcibly held down. A pity this ability took time to concentrate the mind and couldn't be triggered instantly. Otherwise, Lure alone with one gun could have worn that rampage troll to death. Enough! Hollow Mountain barked coldly, crossing both hands, for blood blades stabbing instantly into the wound on the fury-marked troll's chest. He suddenly clenched his fist, his face going white in an instant. Burst! A muffled boom exploded. Inside the fury-marked troll, great sprays of blood arrows burst forth. My pupils shrank, and the next scene sent a chill down my back. For the first time, a fear this strong rose in my heart. That fury-marked troll, like a small mountain, didn't simply burst apart. Instead, like a water bag stretched to its limit, ripples of waves surged rapidly across its surface, as if countless tiny things had bored into its flesh. Its eyes rolled back white, and mixed-colored slurry streamed ceaselessly from its ears, nose, and mouth. The next second, the enormous frame crashed down with a thunderous impact, its whole hide splaying open, as if its bones, sinews, and organs had all been forcibly dissolved. I quickly understood the horror of this move. Hollow Mountain's earlier attacks hadn't been simple wounding, but injecting his own blood into the opponent's body, then detonating it in a concentrated burst, forcibly disrupting, even rewriting, the fury-marked troll's bodily fluids. This method was too vicious. His command of his ability was simply terrifying. Fighting someone like this, even being grazed once, could mean death on the spot. That he could become one of the Yujiang branch's strongest hunters was clearly no idle boast. Clear the battlefield immediately. Having succeeded, Hollow Mountain's face had gone a shade paler too. Clearly, dealing with this fierce beast had cost him no small price himself. Yet even so, he was still the only Grade 3 ability user present, and the only one on the whole field who could stand up to a lethal-level mutant beast head-on. He suddenly spread both hands, and several faint red gleams flashed past. A few danger-level mutant beasts still tangled with the 2 stars had their movements freeze in an instant. The Yujiang Guild hunters were seasoned to a man, their coordination extremely smooth, and they immediately seized the chance and swarmed in. Elemental force churned wildly in the cave, shaking violently as everyone struck. Before long, all that remained in the cave were mutant beast corpses strewn across the ground and the standing hunters. Hollow Mountain, paying no mind to the blood and filth everywhere, simply sat down on the ground. He'd borne the greatest pressure in this battle and expended the most. Even this famous giant hunter of Yujiang City was clearly at his limit for the moment. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, took a hard drag, then swallowed a few pills, and looked coldly at Lure, cowering to one side, not daring to raise his head. When we get back this time, give Lure's completion share to Little Six. The Little Six he spoke of was the only 1-star hunter who died in this battle. Though everyone had coordinated well, Lure's unauthorized action just now had thrown the team's formation into disarray, and one unlucky hunter had been fatally wounded by mistake by 2 danger-level mutant beasts. Lure's face went pale. This mission carried extreme danger. The client was a generous mining company, and the reward and points were both rich. To give up the reward now was hard, even for a 2-star like him to accept. He knew he was in the wrong and didn't dare go head-to-head with Hollow Mountain, but he still pointed at me, unconvinced. What about Meteor? He acted without orders too. Doesn't he get punished? Hollow Mountain swept a cold glance at me and replied, "If he hadn't struck just now, we'd all have died in this cave. And you still have the face to say something like that." Lure's lips moved, but he made no more sound, forced to accept the outcome. Still, I noticed that the look he gave me as he left was full of venom. I cursed inwardly. This guy can't afford to offend Hollow Mountain, so he pins the account on me? On the surface, I chatted and laughed with Bayonet, but inside I was calculating. Once the mission ended and we left the guild, Lure might well come looking for trouble, forcing me to hand over my reward. Doing that broke every rule, but I wasn't a local, and an appeal would be useless. I knew full well I wasn't a true awakener at all. If I was seen through, I couldn't even stand up to a 1-star, let alone the 2-star Lure. In a real fight, one mental attack from him, and I'd be finished. However unwilling I was, I could only swallow it. But nothing had happened yet, and this was all just conjecture. My intuition had always been sharp, and I knew Lure's character too. What would happen afterward, I could all but predict. Wait first, watch how things unfold. I pushed the worry down and said nothing more. On the other side, Black Wind walked up near the ore vein, licked his lips, and looked at the elemental stone blocks on the ground. "Boss, these scattered bits of, or, the company won't take them all, will it?" Hollow Mountain waved a hand. "This is all settled with both the company and the guild. The vein can't be damaged, but the ore that's already fallen and the mutant beast corpses all count as mission proceeds, distributed by contribution. Wise as ever, boss, the group cheered. Before he'd even finished, the hunters cried out in excitement. It seemed this trip had earned them far more than expected. Linimo, you really lucked out this time, struck it rich. Bayonet couldn't help teasing me in a low voice, his tone full of envy. On this mission, though I was only a 1-star, I'd become the pivotal figure. Given Hollow Mountain's way of doing things, when the mission was summed up, he'd surely write my performance and truthfully. By then, the reward I'd receive would make even the 2 stars green with envy. I still hadn't caught my breath, and getting bumped by him nearly toppled me. I just smiled. Relax, Blade Bro, your share's guaranteed. Bayonet hadn't only helped clean up my mess, he'd also gotten me into this mission. I remembered that favor clear as day. I'd already run the numbers inwardly. This trip's commission alone was at least 400,000 Alliance coins, already a bronze-tier city's ordinary family's yearly income. Factor in the elemental stones and mutant beast corpses, and the take would double again. Not to mention the points. If Hollow Mountain assessed fairly, an A-grade rating was a lock. With base mission points of 1,000, I figured I could pull in over 2,000. To the me of now, that was already an enormous fortune. But all of this only counted once I actually got the reward in hand. I still felt a bit uneasy, and not only because of lure. I felt there was still something I hadn't thought through, but it might happen soon. All right, quit grinning like a fool. Head back and clear out the mutant beast stragglers from the mountain to the mine. Once the military side wraps up, we can contact the company to come inspect the results. Seeing everyone had recovered enough, Hollow Mountain hurriedly called the group toward the cave mouth. They couldn't touch the mutant beasts and/or vein in the cave, and had to wait for the company's representative to inspect before settling the mission. Hollow Mountain added, outside the mining area, whatever else you gain in the cave belongs to the individual, no need to divide it. Hearing this, the hunters immediately perked up, reformed their teams, and probed outward warily. In the cave, they cleared out scattered mutant beasts by Lure's mental probing. Because most of the elite had been drawn away by the Cyclops troll, and the rest were concentrated in the vein area, mutant beasts elsewhere were sparse. Only one danger level hadn't reacted before a few 2-stars joined forces and killed it in an instant. The proceeds went to Lure, who'd played a decisive role in the fighting, and his expression visibly improved. One more danger level corpse gave him some confidence too. Bayonet, and I didn't strike again. As outside help, at times like this it wasn't fitting to push ourselves forward. But in truth, I hadn't been idle at all. +2. +1. This one has none. +1. I walked at the very rear of the group the whole way, now and then pretending to casually draw near a mutant beast corpse, while secretly absorbing the green lights that dropped. In this 1 hour, my strength rose faster than at any time before. By a rough count, my elemental force value had climbed by nearly 50 points. If those figures truly reflected the growth, I was now close to 200, top tier among non-awakeners, stronger even than quite a few first-grade awakeners. But I also noticed something off. From the several dozen corpses near the vein, including danger level and lethal level, my elemental force had risen only 40-odd points, averaging less than a point per beast. Some mutant beasts didn't drop green light at all. I guessed it was either that these mutant beasts' elemental force state was less stable than a human awakener's, so I could absorb less, or that my rank was too low and I hadn't awakened, so my body and mind lacked sufficient command over elemental force. Probably both. Understanding it was one thing, but I still felt a pang of loss. Especially that lethal level Fury Mark troll, which had dropped only 1 green light, giving 3 points. I nearly couldn't hold back a curse. This was a corpse equivalent to a grade 3 awakener, and only 3 points. Far too poor a deal. But I soon adjusted. After all, the strength gain was solid and real. My physique and elemental force had both clearly grown stronger, and even the earlier burst side effects had cleared. Non-awakeners' gains were hard to come by to begin with. All I could do now was wait and see the changes after awakening day. In under an hour, everyone had cleared the entire nest. A pity they'd only collected some threat-level corpses, nowhere near enough to divide. Lure, freshly stripped of distribution rights, went sour-faced again. Even having killed a few more threat levels and gained an extra danger-level corpse, I still wasn't satisfied. As everyone cleared the last mutant beast and searched the cave to prepare to leave, I suddenly noticed something on the ground. Bending down to pick it up, it was a black-purple stone, strange patterns carved into it. The instant I gripped it, a coldness swept through my whole body, sharpening my spirit. This stone was definitely no ordinary thing. Just then, Lure happened to sidle over, his eyes lighting up. An elemental artifact? Let me see. Not waiting for me to agree, he snatched it away outright. My gaze sharpened, but I didn't stop him, letting him take the elemental artifact. Lure toyed with it excitedly, marveling. Good stuff. It's even got a mental force-enhancing inscription, at least grade 2. Hearing the words, elemental artifact, something stirred in me. An elemental artifact was a device made by combining mutant beast materials and special items with human ability, capable of greatly boosting an awakener's elemental force output. I'd only ever seen them in the Points Mall before, pricier than my high-forged alloy blade, well beyond what I could afford. And this one was actually grade 2, able to raise a grade 2 awakener's elemental force output by over 20%, plus enhance mental force. No wonder Lure was so pleased. Lure put the elemental artifact away without ceremony. It's no use to you anyway, so I'll hold on to it first. I'll give you some compensation later. Count you in for a share. With that, he tucked it straight into his pocket. Bayonet frowned and was about to say something, but I spoke up with a smile. As long as it's of use to you, senior. You surely won't shortchange me afterward. Lure laughed heartily, took the thing, and turned to leave, not sparing me another glance. Bayonet lowered his voice. You really believe that line of his? I smiled and lowered my head to hide the cold light in my eyes. I trust Senior's character. Hollow Mountain frowned too at what Lure had done, but since I'd spoken up myself, he said no more. It lowered his impression of me somewhat. In his view, someone who feared authority and readily gave up their own interests had no future at all. I noticed Hollow Mountain's gaze too, but I didn't care. The little treasure-grabbing episode hadn't cost much time. The mine cleared, everyone left swiftly, and began to scout the mountain path. Unexpectedly, whether the main path or the side branches, they met no mutant beasts at all, not even threat level. My face was pale, still not recovered from the weakness, and I couldn't help asking Bayonet, could all the mutant beasts have been summoned away by that Cyclops troll? Bayonet supported me and explained, a command level's summon ability is limited. Only part of the mutant beasts it temporarily calls can be commanded, and the rest should actually wander about. Now there's not even that sort. This mountain path is cleaner than before. The other veteran hunters frowned too, feeling the situation was highly unusual. But Lure laughed. Isn't this easier? The mission was to clear the mine and the surrounding mutant beasts. The outer area is empty, so our mission's done and we can contact the company. Having gotten the grade 2 elemental artifact, his mood was excellent, and his voice was much louder too. I cursed idiot coldly in my heart. Hollow Mountain swept an impatient glance at Lure and murmured, better to go to the summit and check the battlefield first, confirm there's nothing abnormal before leaving. The situation's unclear now. Rushing down the mountain rashly isn't necessarily safe. Sticking with the military instead offers more security. Most hunters were cautious, and hearing Hollow Mountain's proposal, they exchanged glances and all agreed. Bayonet hesitated, but seeing I agreed too, he could only swallow his words. Once we set off, he asked me in a low voice, Kid, others may not know, but I know full well you're more timid than a rat. Why'd you pick going up the mountain? I say we'd best get out of here fast. Bayonet's intuition was keen, and in a murky situation like this, he'd rather trust himself. He'd meant to go down the mountain and steer clear of this group, but seeing even Meteor decide to go up, he could only grit his teeth and follow. I smiled harmlessly. If you're uneasy, Blade Bro, you can slip away anytime. I've got no problem following them. Bayonet's mouth twitched. Having dealt with me plenty, he'd long known that beneath my agreeable surface, who knew what I was scheming in the dark. Seeing me play dumb, he couldn't be bothered to press, and only warned in a low voice, Don't go stirring up trouble, kid. This scene isn't one we can afford to play at. Warning delivered. He kept supporting me toward the summit. The closer we drew to the top, the more violently the ground shook, and everyone's expression changed. A clash of command-level mutant beasts, both sides' strength colliding head-on, their subordinate beasts fighting to the death, made for a truly astonishing scene. When we reached the summit, we saw the ground at the north slope path mouth was carpeted with fine scraps of flesh and blood, like a crimson rug laid over it. The mutant beasts still fighting had been cut down by nearly half. At the center of the battlefield, just as Hollow Mountain and the others had expected, Baisheng Mountain's local overlord, the male Cyclops troll, had gained the upper hand. Having triggered the rampage state, its every blow was heavy and powerful, the air twisting with its movements. The female Cyclops troll was breathing hard and swinging her club desperately too, but was being beaten back, retreating without cease. Each heavy blow made the ground quake violently, cracking open the earth for several hundred meters around. Everywhere the two beasts had fought their way through, the ground looked plowed by a tornado, a ruined mess. Watching this scene, I was shaken inside. This destructive power, Hollow Mountain fell far short. Command level really did match a Grade 4 Awakener, formally stepping into mid-tier, an enormous gap compared to low-tier mutant beasts and Awakeners. I was curious too, just how strong were the two giants of the Yujiang City Guild? Could they compare with these beasts? Just as I was pondering, the situation at the battlefield center changed abruptly. The female Cyclops troll gave an angry roar, and her club was finally shaken flying from her grip. The male Cyclops troll seized the moment for a fierce strike. The female hastily dodged, but her shoulder was still caved in. Hollow Mountain said in a low voice, "The military's people are about to move." This battle had reached its critical moment, and victory was about to be decided. Once the two beasts stopped, agreed to make one of them the leader and merge all the mutant beasts, the situation would turn complicated and hard to handle. Sure enough, before Hollow Mountain's words fell, a great cloud of smoke and dust suddenly exploded beside the two beasts. Amid the smoke and the blast, elemental force fluctuated violently. My heart clenched. An elemental cannon. This was a heavy weapon driven by elemental force, and my first time seeing one on a battlefield. With civilization in decline and energy in short supply, a Black Iron tier city like Jiangcheng had no mobile elemental cannons at all, only a few fixed ones on the walls. Only a Bronze tier city like Yujiang could bring elemental cannons out to battle. At the cannon's report, soldiers swarmed out all around the north slope, at the very front a batch of swift-moving Awakeners. Seal off every route. Don't let the beasts escape, and don't let them interfere with the core combat zone. Our objective is to crush the two command-level beasts. An Awakener in military uniform shouted, his voice ear-splitting, none other than Xiao Qianshan, the officer guarding the mountain path. As he directed, elemental force surged, cold air spread across the battlefield center, and a ring-shaped wall of ice rose up, sealing off the blast center completely. Ahead of Xiao Qianshan, three more figures closed in on the blast core at extreme speed, carrying formidable presences. Yujiang City Army General Wang Tianyi. The Hunters Guild's #2 giant, the Soul Reaper. Expedition Corps powerhouse, Yu Chengfeng. The moment the three appeared, Bayonet named them in a low voice. 3 Grade 4 Awakeners. I raised an eyebrow slightly. So this was Yujiang City's ace combat power. I calculated inwardly. Normally, the three of them would find it very hard to just barely kill a single Cyclops troll. Since they were only Grade 4 in a Bronze tier city, their strength limited, unlike Hollow Mountain, who could forcibly kill a same-tier beast. But to pick off both when they were wounded and worn should be no problem. This was exactly Yujiang City's combat plan. Seize the chance to annihilate both command-level beasts in one stroke, completing Baixiang Mountain's wildland clearing ahead of schedule. For now, this plan was proceeding very smoothly. Amid the gunfire, the three great powerhouses, with several Grade 3 Awakeners, had already surrounded the blast core. Together, they triggered their elemental force, unleashing the elemental resonance attack commonly used by the military and expedition corps. Relying on the elemental cannon's bombardment alone could never kill these two command levels with their extreme life force. They had to suppress first, then concentrate their strength to wipe them out in one blow. Just then, an ear-splitting roar came from the blast center. Not one, but two, almost overlapping, like a peal of thunder splitting open. Even far away, I was rattled to the core, my organs churning, the elemental force in my body starting to run in disorder. As the smoke and dust dispersed, the two Cyclops trolls at the center, though wounded all over, stood shoulder to shoulder and roared to the heavens in unison. With that roar, the mutant beasts still locked in the melee suddenly counterattacked all at once, charging madly at the surrounding humans. "They've joined forces this fast?" someone said in surprise. "No, they were a group all along," someone else realized, his face changing drastically. The hunters on the summit finally understood. This was a trap the two command levels had laid long ago. They'd known each other all along, feigning conflict, deliberately luring Yujiang City's elite over, then joining forces to hunt them down. However, the Awakeners led by the three great powerhouses seemed to have anticipated it, holding their ground, triggering their elemental force, and weathering the beast's sudden outburst. The soldiers swiftly formed ranks too, and under the Awakeners' lead began an orderly counterattack. "With scheming this shallow, you dare to plot against us?" Xiao Qianshan barked coldly, ordering the soldiers to form the echelon formation per the second plan, annihilating the beasts batch by batch. He himself triggered cold air, single-handedly blocking the assault of 3 lethal-level beasts. Seeing this, Hollow Mountain let out a breath. Good thing Xiao Qianshan reacts fast and prepared a fallback in advance. With the current combat power, the military can quickly bring the situation under control and wipe out these beasts at a small cost. The other hunters nodded too. Lure's eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands together. Boss Mountain, should we go down and help? We could reduce the military's losses too. Hollow Mountain shot him a cold glance. Our status is special. We didn't arrange it with the military in advance, so we can't just butt in. Unless you want to be dealt with as an aberrant? Aberrant. Hearing the word again, my heart jolted. The defiance on Lure's face vanished completely, and he shut his mouth awkwardly. Hollow Mountain turned. We'll head straight down and wait for word. Before he'd finished, he noticed the surrounding hunter's eyes freeze, full of terror. Hollow Mountain's heart clenched, and he whipped his head back. At the battlefield center, behind several awakeners, the ground suddenly split apart. Before the Hunters Guild's number 2 giant, the Soul Reaper, could react, a bloody maw snapped shut on him from both sides, swallowing him whole. Then, an enormous figure burst up from the earth. I drew a sharp breath. This giant beast was larger than the 2 Cyclops trolls combined, its body like a python magnified 100-fold, its head more like a lizard's, its huge eyes glaring like spring-fed pools. Half its body hung suspended in the air, black vertical pupils shooting cold light, gazing down at the awakeners, its eyes full of contempt and mockery. This is, several hunters cried out. A lizard-headed earth dragon. My memory quickly matched this mountain-sized beast too. Command level. At the peak of Baisheng Mountain, the 3rd command-level mutant beast had appeared. 3 lethal-level beasts appearing at once at the top of Baisheng Mountain. No one had expected such a massive upheaval at the critical moment. NGH. The lizard-headed earth dragon tilted its head slightly, a pained expression showing, the elemental force in its body erupting violently, crackling, its enormous frame shuddering. But it quickly settled back into calm. Beast, the awakeners roared. They could tell this was the Soul Reaper's death-defying counterattack from within it, a final strike, and also his end. A Grade 4 awakener, one of the Hunters Guild's 3 giants, had been ambushed and devoured by a mutant beast just like that. This was only the beginning. The nearby ground split apart again, an enormous long tail sweeping out across the field, soil and stone instantly reduced to powder. Yu Chengfeng, Wang Tianyi, and the other powerhouses had no time for grief and hurriedly leapt into the air to dodge. 2 Grade 3 awakeners of weaker constitution, still not recovered from those 2 roars, had no time to dodge at all. The elemental force shields they triggered in their panic were shredded like paper by the serpent tail, their bodies swept apart and burst, flesh and blood scattering. Not a whole corpse left. I watched, gripped with terror. The Soul Reaper had died to an ambush, but the deaths of these 2 awakeners came entirely from that vast gulf of strength between humans and mutant beasts. The Grade 3 awakeners had performed extremely well in the cave battle, yet before a command level, they were still weak beyond bearing. Even with poor condition, even with their tears suppressed, this outcome still chilled the heart. Worse still, the danger wasn't over. Though the 2 Grade 4s had dodged this attack, the command levels present weren't just the 1 lizard-headed earth dragon. Amid the ear-splitting roars, the 2 Cyclops trolls had already blocked their retreat. Both men's faces were grim. They weren't top tier among Grade 4s to begin with, and now, meeting command levels head-on at close range, even if they didn't die, they could hardly escape the lizard-headed earth dragon's pursuit. A dead end. Let's do it. A streak of ferocity flashed across Yu Chengfeng's face, and he exchanged a glance with Wang Tianyi. Wang Tianyi immediately drove his ability. At the battlefield center, a wild wind suddenly rose. Yu Chengfeng pointed in midair, elemental force surging, and a great mass of air was compressed at extreme speed and concentrated onto the female Cyclops troll's arm. The next second, it detonated with a roar. The female Cyclops troll screamed to the heavens, her shoulder blown to pieces. But at the same time, the male Cyclops troll's fatal blow had already lunged at Yu Chengfeng. Yu Chengfeng paid it no mind, clapping both hands together, the wild wind continuing to tear at the female troll's wound, holding her completely in place. Die! Wang Tianyi's eyes went blood-red. Ignoring the grave wound Yu Chengfeng had taken from a club blow, he kept driving his ability. His ability was even more terrifying than Yu Chengfeng's. His figure flickered, and he instantly appeared on the female troll's shoulder. Normally, at this distance, the troll could crush him with a casual swat. But now, pinned down in Yu Chengfeng's death-defying suppression, it couldn't move and could only watch as Wang Tianyi pressed his palm onto its wound. Undying blood poison. Cold light flashed, and the flesh and blood at the female troll's wound turned an eerie green, then rapidly rotted and festered. Roar! The female troll was enraged to the extreme, and the single eye on her forehead suddenly erupted with a glaring crimson beam. The Cyclops troll's innate skill, Death Laser. Wang Tianyi couldn't dodge it, struck square by the beam, his whole body instantly swallowed by fire and explosion. Yujiang City's 3 Grade 4 Awakeners had all died in battle, not a bone left. But their sacrifice wasn't meaningless. The female Cyclops troll, gravely wounded again and again, finally couldn't hold on and swayed, collapsing. The male Cyclops troll hurriedly caught her, letting out a grief-stricken wail. Retreat. Though his heart was carved with grief, Xiao Qianshan gave the order decisively. 3 Grade 4s all fallen in battle, for only a single command level losing its combat power. Without Grade 4s to suppress them, the rest simply couldn't hold back these monsters. We retreat too. Seeing the situation collapse in an instant, Hollow Mountain gave the retreat order too. The outcome was set. Staying was of no use at all. Better to pull back fast, link up with the City Defense Corps, and prepare for the next step. Just then, the male Cyclops troll, supporting the female, took 2 steps forward. The lizard-headed earth dragon lowered its head of its own accord, letting the 2 trolls stand atop its head. Watching this scene, it looked rather like the 2 trolls were commanding their own pet. As the lizard-headed earth dragon raised its body, the male troll lifted its club high and roared aloud. The lizard-headed earth dragon roared along, and the whole summit shook violently. My expression changed drastically. Realizing something was wrong, I immediately broke into a mad dash down the mountain. The other hunters reacted too and retreated one after another. At that very moment, the ground at the summit that the trolls had wrecked exploded with a roar. Black coiling pythons, striped giant rats, skull-splitting frenzy lizards. Countless mutant beasts surged up from underground, charging straight into the utterly unprepared military positions. This was the beast tide the lizard-headed earth dragon had summoned, and it was their final killing move. The summit of Baishang Mountain became a living hell in an instant. Damn it! How could these beasts have such high intelligence? My face grim, I ran madly down the mountain with the hunter squad, my mind racing. The situation was already very clear. This territorial contest was in fact a trap set specifically to lure Yujiang City's Awakener elite to their deaths. 3 command-level mutant beasts, each bringing its own beast swarm, would be hard to deal with even if the military mounted a frontal extermination campaign. Let alone with the leader-level Awakeners plotted against in advance, the top combat power lost in one stroke. This battle stood no chance of victory at all. Setting a trap like this was sinister to the extreme. I simply didn't believe mutant beasts could have scheming this sophisticated. If they truly did, then with their overwhelming advantage over humans, humanity would have gone extinct long ago. How would we still hold our cities, let alone bide our time to counterattack? This enormous riddle left my heart more anxious, more afraid, than the plight before my eyes. But there was no time now to dwell on it. The summit had suddenly erupted, and the depths of the mountain forest were beginning to stir too. Lure probed with his ability, his face going deathly pale in an instant. So many mutant beasts. They're all charging out of the forest. There were mutant beasts coming up the mountain from below too. Clearly, this time the beasts had no intention of letting a single human leave alive. Charge down. Hollow Mountain gave the order decisively. The mountain forest was perilous, but compared to the 2 command levels still at the summit, the odds were better. I'll open the way. Lure, unleash a wide-area mental strike. The rest of you, fend for yourselves. The moment Hollow Mountain's words fell, he struck outright, sweeping both arms wide. Countless blood arrows raining into the dense forest, from which came a burst of screams and the sound of bodies falling. Lure hesitated, but meeting Hollow Mountain's cold, fierce gaze, he could only grit his teeth and erupt, a wide-area mental strike. His face went even paler, but from the dense forest came the sounds of more mutant beasts falling. Now charge! Hollow Mountain bellowed. The 2 Awakeners skilled in wide-area attacks had struck, immediately winning everyone a chance to escape. The hunters didn't hesitate, fleeing down the mountain for their lives. At this moment, no one could spare thought for teamwork. Each could only find a spot with fewer mutant beasts and break through. At the critical juncture, mutual coordination was of limited use. So Hollow Mountain had everyone flee by their own skills. A two-star hunter had barely charged a few steps out when several wolf beasts burst from the thicket. He pushed with both palms, two arcs of electricity shooting out, paralyzing all the wolf beasts. But at that instant, a thick serpent tail suddenly swung out from behind a tree, sweeping that hunter straight into the depths of the thicket. A scream had barely sounded before it cut off abruptly, leaving only a low, fine sound of gnawing echoing through the forest. The other hunters were gripped with terror, yet driven by the threat of the two command levels behind them. They had no choice but to keep hurtling on at high speed. Soon, several more hunters strayed into a mutant beast encirclement and died in agony. My scalp went numb. A two-star who'd just been running ahead of me was intercepted and killed by two mountain plains giant bears. Bold as I was, I seized the moment the two bears fought over the corpse and slipped straight between them, straining toward the way ahead. By now I could no longer spare thought for keeping up my disguise, pushing both focus and physique to their limits. Running at high speed, I suddenly sensed a crisis closing in from my right front and, without hesitation, contracted my muscles to prepare to turn. At that very instant, the warning surged, as if a heavy hammer had struck the back of my head, my consciousness nearly stalling, my body pitching forward. Ahead, behind a tree, the ground abruptly split open, and a black rat the size of a small truck, its whole body covered in blood-red patterns, burst from the earth, its bloody maw aimed at me, ready to swallow me whole. Bayonet, fleeing beside me, recognized this mutant beast and cried out, "Meteor!" A striped giant rat, a danger-level mutant beast. For a one-star like me, meeting one head-on left almost no chance of survival. Bayonet wanted to help, but he was being hunted himself and couldn't pull free at all. At the razor's edge between life and death, my speed suddenly surged, exceeding the giant rat's prediction. I drove off my feet, instantly turned, and vanished from its line of sight. The very instant the warning appeared, I triggered my ability ahead of time. This shift caught Bayonet and the others entirely off guard. How is this possible? Lure, not far off, was dumbstruck. That odd shift of mine just now had been his handiwork. While fleeing, he'd spotted the danger before me and prepared to manipulate things covertly, never expecting me to erupt in an instant and escape. I'd been displeased with Lure to begin with, and had triggered my ability without a second thought. Even striking in haste, with his Grade 2 Awakener rank and the Elemental Artifacts boost, restraining a one-star hunter was no trouble at all. He hadn't expected me to shake off his control and resolve the crisis so fast. It was completely beyond his expectations. I knew without thinking it was Lure's doing. The timing of his move was vicious. A hair's breadth, and I'd have lost my life. It was only that my intuition was keen and burst enhanced all my attributes across the board, mental force included, that I'd been able to resist his ability and escape danger in time. As I stared at him, my gaze grew colder. Suddenly, a burst of elemental force exploded like a thunderclap. Lure was startled into tumbling several times, scrambling up in a wretched heap, his face full of terror. A sinister-eyed flying ape. On the tree trunk, an ape with a long, slender tail and crimson pupils hung upside down, glaring fixedly at Lure. The sinister-eyed flying ape was a danger-level mutant beast, small in build but extremely lethal, able to attack at range and summon a small-scale beast swarm. Before Lure could react, more than a dozen grotesque puppet monkeys shrieked and lunged at him. Lure roared, trying to trigger his ability to drive them back. The sinister-eyed flying ape gave a shrill screech and fired a searing white beam from its mouth. Its elemental energy beam didn't match the Cyclops trolls, but it was a threat even to a two-star hunter. Lure's expression changed at once. He'd just blocked the attack with a single-use elemental force shield, and now had no way to cope. He could only give up triggering his ability and hurry to dodge. The beam exploded, and he narrowly avoided it. But the grotesque puppet monkeys seized the chance to tear off a good deal of his flesh. Furious, he tried to activate his ability again, and the sinister-eyed flying ape once more used its beam to forcibly cut off his counterattack. The sinister-eyed flying ape was in no hurry to act, only watching coldly as the grotesque puppet monkeys toyed with and tormented the human, an ear-splitting laughter issuing from its mouth. Watching from the side, a chill ran down my spine. I'd long heard the sinister-eyed flying ape was cruel and cunning, fond of tormenting its prey to the limit before killing it. Now, seeing it with my own eyes, it was even more vicious than the rumors. Even so, I didn't leave at once, only stood there grim-faced, calculating something. Suddenly, A scream tore through the air. Lure, too slow to dodge, had one eye clawed out by a grotesque puppet monkey, howling in agony. In his despair, he saw hope and cried out desperately for help toward Hollow Mountain, not far off. "Boss Mountain, save me." Hollow Mountain was being swarmed by several danger-level mutant beasts, and hearing the shout, he halted his steps. Seeing Lure drenched in blood, a wretched sight, he frowned and hesitated a moment, then still charged over. Lure wasn't dead yet. There was still a chance to save him. Blood Rain. Hollow Mountain triggered his ability at full force. As a peak Grade 3 Awakener, his speed far outstripped Lure's. Before the sinister-eyed flying ape could react, its body was pierced through by a dense blood rain. The other grotesque puppet monkeys were dealt with in an instant too. "Move now." Hollow Mountain hauled Lure up and was about to speak when he noticed the surrounding danger level and threat level mutant beasts had already charged in. "Use your ability one more time," and Hollow Mountain was about to have Lure coordinate when he suddenly met his eyes. In Lure's one remaining eye was nothing but hatred and madness. Before Hollow Mountain could react, his head felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. A mental strike. Lure's ability erupted, and unbelievably it wasn't aimed at the mutant beasts, but struck at Hollow Mountain, who'd just saved him. "You?" Hollow Mountain froze in an instant. He remembered the scene when he'd first met Lure. He was the one who'd brought Lure into the Hunters Guild, and the one who'd led Lure through the most dangerous missions. A Bronze-tier city's difficulty far exceeded a Black Iron-tier city's, and Lure had made it safely through his novice period entirely thanks to Hollow Mountain's care and guidance. He'd always treated Lure as the guild's future hope, even as his own younger brother. He'd known the danger and still chosen to strike and save him. He'd calculated every possibility, but never imagined Lure would suddenly betray him, using this one blow to plunge him into a dead end. "You shouldn't have suppressed me." Lure's voice was low, but he didn't dare look Hollow Mountain in the eye, guilt in his heart. Hollow Mountain was formidable, but he'd been utterly unguarded against Lure. Days of continuous battle had left him in terrible condition, his mental force unenhanced too. Lure's killing blow had been long premeditated, and Hollow Mountain was hit even harder than I'd been earlier. Normally a wound like this was nothing, but Hollow Mountain now was under siege by multiple danger-level mutant beasts. THWP. Grade 3 Awakener though he was, unguarded, he simply couldn't fend off the beast's assault. Blood sprayed. Hollow Mountain, giant hunter of Yujiang City, peak Grade 3 Awakener, died in an instant at the beast's hands. "Lure, you bastard." Boss Mountain. The hunters, witnessing Hollow Mountain's brutal death, had eyes full of fury and pain. But they were far from Lure, all tangled with mutant beasts, unable to pull free. Seeing Hollow Mountain dead, Lure's mind reeled, and he hurried to trigger his ability, preparing to activate mental force invisibility while the beast's attention was drawn to Hollow Mountain. Killing Hollow Mountain wasn't only a private grudge, it was so he himself could escape safely. But at that moment, he inadvertently met another person's eyes. That was a one-star hunter from a Black Iron-tier city, now standing beside the corpse of the sinister-eyed flying ape, extending a palm toward him. The next instant, a searing white light swallowed Lure's vision. What happened? With the jungle blocking his view, Bayonet couldn't see clearly to the other side. Only sensing Lure suddenly erupt with elemental force, Hollow Mountain go rigid, then get killed by a mutant beast's claws. Clearly, Lure had used his ability to restrain Hollow Mountain, making him a scapegoat. Before Bayonet could react, he saw a searing white light flash again, and Lure's chest was pierced straight through. Reap what you sow. That was Bayonet's first reaction. That light was the sinister-eyed flying ape's elemental energy beam. The sinister-eyed flying ape, gravely wounded by Hollow Mountain, hadn't died at once and had loosed a dying strike. Had Hollow Mountain not died, the sinister-eyed flying ape might not have been able to loose that strike. In Bayonet's heart, this was just retribution. But the surprises weren't over. A figure suddenly appeared beside the two corpses. Meteor. Bayonet was shocked beyond measure. There were still several danger-level mutant beasts nearby that hadn't left. What was this kid doing? Collecting Hollow Mountain's body? Foolish to the extreme. The most important thing right now was to flee for his life. Had he not seen Hollow Mountain save someone and end up throwing his own life away? To dare charge into a pile of mutant beasts for a corpse now. He must be sick of living. Bayonet had no time to think more. Watching more and more beasts lunge over, blocking his line of sight, he gritted his teeth. Seeing a beast charge at him, he could only harden his heart and fight his way down the mountain out of the encirclement. "Kid, this time I really can't help you." Whether you live or die is up to you. Bayonet sighed inwardly as he fled for his life. At the summit and in the mountain forest, the sounds of slaughter and screams went on without cease. This day was destined to be anything but peaceful. Jiangqing slums, the Lin household. Lin Wanyu shoveled rice into her mouth, cheeks bulging as she said, "Mom, how come I haven't seen Big Brother these past few days? Is he still going to school?" Lin's mother shot her a displeased glare. "How many times have I told you, don't talk while eating? Your brother told me a couple days ago he took a private job, helping someone haul cargo back from an outer city." An outer city? Lin Wanyu's eyes went wide. Doesn't that mean passing through the wildlands? Won't Big Brother be in danger? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin's mother scolded her again. The wildlands aren't dangerous everywhere. There are dedicated freight routes, cleared year-round by the military, very safe. Isn't that right, old Lin? Old Lin? Lin's mother asked twice before Lin Long responded, as if just coming to. Right. Did Lin Mo say where he was going to source the goods? Lin's mother thought about it. Yujiang City, I think. Yujiang City? Lin Long's voice was calm. It's fine. But Lin's mother didn't notice that Lin Long's hand had already clenched tight, cracking the wooden armrest under his grip. On the television screen, the news was broadcasting. The Yujiang City wildlands recently erupted into turmoil. The military and expedition corps carrying out the clearing mission suffered heavy losses, and multiple command-level mutant beasts show signs of assaulting the city. Whose is it? Bayonet asked offhandedly, but his expression was calm, clearly unsurprised. By now a week had passed since it happened. After the Baixiang Mountain upheaval, the beast swarms around Yujiang City had suddenly grown restless and converged on the city one after another. Thankfully, Yujiang City reacted swiftly, and nearby Bronze and Fine Steel Tier cities dispatched reinforcements too. Awakeners of all stripes gathered, and only by the advantage of the city defenses did they barely repel the beast tide. Several beast leaders, including the pair of Cyclops trolls that had gravely wounded Yujiang City's defenses and the mysterious lizard-headed Earth Dragon, also died outside the city gates. After the Great Battle, Baixiang Mountain, once turned into hell, had instead become the safest place around of late. Some guessed that a strengthening in the activity of Yujiang City's elemental stone vein had triggered this disaster, but no one could prove it. Bayonet hadn't wanted to return to this place that had nearly cost him his life, but he'd come this time with the guild and the mining company. First, to receive the mine, and second, to tally the combat losses and settle the missions. Though he wasn't a Yujiang Guild hunter, as one of the very few survivors, he'd been called in to take part in the battlefield inspection. After all, no work meant no reward, and with so many dead this time, even taking just a portion of the compensation, his share was enough to rest for a few years. Looking at Black Wind's remains, Bayonet sighed inwardly and closed his eyes for him. Because most of the hunters had left no bodies at all and could only be identified by the hunter medals they dropped, Blackwind, keeping a whole corpse, counted as fortunate. He was just having someone gather up Blackwind's body and had removed the hunter medal for the record when another hunter doing the inspection walked over and said in a low voice, "There are two men whose medals and bodies both turned up nothing." In a melee at this level, bodies and medals turning up nothing was normal. In fact, that only two men's remains and medals were lost this time had already surprised Bayonet. That hunter checked the roster once. It's Boss Mountain, and your Jiangxing newcomer, Meteor. What? Bayonet's expression changed. Those two? Then, his mind raced, and he asked again, Lure's body, or his medal, was it found? The hunter nodded. Found. Take me to see. Bayonet said at once. The two soon arrived beside Lure's corpse. The hunter sneered. It was too chaotic at the time. The beasts went chasing the other hunters, and no one had time to deal with him. This guy got lucky. A fellow hunter making a treacherous move was a great taboo in the trade, let alone that the one who died at Lure's hands was a figure of standing in Yujiang City. Even if Lure hadn't died this time, he'd long since have been put on Yujiang City's hunters must-kill list. Bayonet actually felt nothing for a lowlife like this. He hadn't come to curse Lure either, only to confirm the situation. He looked around. This was exactly the spot where Lure had fallen at the time. Hollow Mountain had died here too, yet now only Lure's corpse remained, while Hollow Mountain and his medal had both vanished without a trace. Bayonet narrowed his eyes, crouched down, and examined the corpse carefully, enduring the stench as he rummaged through Lure's clothes. The posture and expression Lure had died in were almost unchanged, his face still holding the unwillingness and shock. Bayonet's movements were very light, and after searching a while, A knowing smile crossed his face. Watching this scene, his fellow hunter's scalp went numb, and he muttered inwardly, "This guy doesn't have some weird fetish, does he?" Bayonet stood up and shook his head. Nothing else out of order. Both the body and the metal turned up nothing. He pulled out a notebook and said as he recorded, "If there's no objection, we'll register these two as missing for now." The hunter frowned, but said no more. If counted as killed in action, the mission proceeds would be distributed immediately, and both the families and the remaining hunters could get money. But treated as missing, the proceeds would be temporarily frozen. For a missing person to be ruled killed in action took at least a month. Though he badly wanted to get the reward sooner, Hollow Mountain was after all the leader of the Yujiang Hunters Guild. Even though his chance of being alive was all but zero, out of respect, waiting a month was nothing worth complaining about. A month at the fastest. If you're still alive, you'd best hurry back. Bayonet put away the record, gazed deeply at the wildlands, and a faint, inexplicable smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Damn it. Why are the roads near a Black Iron Tier city this hard to travel? The danger level's clearly low, so do the city's military and city guard corps not maintain them at all? No wonder Jiangxing's been ranked at the bottom among Black Iron Tier cities these past few years. Out in the wildlands, a small convoy of 3 elemental cars braved the dust, advancing arduously but swiftly. The lead driver was a handsome young officer with decent driving skills, but the miserable road conditions still had him grumbling. If the road's bad, then slow down. We're not in a rush anyway, so quit being so rash. In the passenger seat, a somewhat older man frowned and reprimanded him. Captain Han, Brother Zhouyu's probably tired. Let's rest somewhere nearby. From the back seat, a girl with clear, pretty features spoke up. All 3 wore military uniforms, a military squad. But though this girl wore a uniform, her demeanor was gentle, even a bit delicate, completely at odds with the uniform style. "You soft-hearted girl." The older man scolded with his mouth, his tone full of irritation, but he still had the car stop. The group had just gotten out, hadn't yet had a chance to rest, when the man's expression suddenly turned cold. He drew an elemental gun and aimed it at a patch of grass off to one side. "I'm not a mutant beast. I'm human. I'm a Jiangxing resident." I crawled out of the grass, shouting before the man could act. Dressed in tattered clothes, I was a wretched sight. But there was no helping it. In the wildlands, getting the other party to confirm you're human first mattered more than anything. That clear-featured girl widened her eyes in curiosity, as if it were her first time seeing someone moving alone in the wildlands. She'd just taken a step forward when the older man stopped her. The man sized me up coldly. "How do you prove your identity?" "I'm a student from Jiangxing." I gave a bitter smile and pulled out a crumpled student ID. "A few days ago, I took a cargo hauling job and went to Yujiang City with the boss, but ran into the wildland riot. I'm the only one left of the whole caravan." The man still kept the gun trained on me and signaled the young officer beside him. That man took the hint, stepped forward to take the student ID, and read it aloud as he verified it. "Jiangxing number 1, 3rd year, Lin Mo." That's right, it was me. Back then, under Bayonet's watch, I'd charged into the beast swarm without a backward glance, and now here I was, appearing at the edge of the wildlands very close to Jiangxing. The man held the student ID and compared it carefully, frowning. The identity was fine, and the age was just a student's, probably not yet awakened. But how could a student survive alone in the wildlands this many days? No matter how you looked at it, it reeked of something strange. I was of course a student, but no ordinary student either. These past few days I'd braved the elements and run into no few perils. After leaving Yujiang City's vicinity, following the information I'd gleaned earlier from Black Wind and Bayonet, I'd waited at the spot most likely to see passing vehicles, and finally waited out a group of people. Only this group gave me a bit of a headache. They were soldiers. After the Baishang Mountain battle, I had some psychological scars about the military's operations. But if I missed this convoy, who knew how long I'd have to wait to get back to Jiangxing? So I could only steel myself and show myself. Fortunately, I could prove my identity, that I really was a student, before I dared show my face in front of soldiers. Even so, the officer across from me was still uneasy. Just as he was about to speak, the girl cut in first. "Captain Han, he's just a student. Surviving is already hard enough for him. Let him eat something and rest first. Don't keep questioning him." Captain Han shook his head helplessly and looked at me. "Whatever your identity, since we've met in the wildlands, soldiers won't just abandon you. You'd best behave. If you get any wicked ideas, I won't be gentle." The moment his words fell, he suddenly struck. He didn't fire, only closed his grip in midair. Behind me came a sudden explosion and a beast's wail. Turning to look, a threat-level wolf beast was swallowed by raging flames, collapsing dead. At least a grade 2 awakener. My heart clenched. With my current eye, from the triggering speed of that ability alone, I could judge his rough level. Feigning fear on the surface, I walked over to confirm the mutant beast, then said with delight, "You're an awakener? That's wonderful, I'm finally safe." But inwardly I was griping. This mutant beast, it only added 1 point to the value again. Looking at the green light I'd just absorbed, I couldn't help sighing. These past days I'd hunted threat-level mutant beasts desperately in the wildlands, but most brought no benefit at all, and the occasional green light that dropped was only +1. More frustrating still, absorbing these light orbs lately, I could no longer feel any improvement at all. I clearly felt that my elemental force was stuck at a dead point, as if restrained by something. Without a testing device on hand, I couldn't confirm it, and just felt vexed. But it was worth being thankful that, through this hard-fought battle, my understanding of my own ability and elemental force had already far surpassed what I'd learned from books over the past few years. Even setting aside the elemental force gains, my current strength was much greater than at Baisheng Mountain. These changes, the soldiers before me had no idea about. After a simple interrogation, the captain confirmed there was no major problem and let me into the car. Once aboard, the girl, whether afraid I'd be bored or out of curiosity, started chatting with me about Jiangqing. The young officer in the front and Captain Han kept an ear on our conversation as they drove, trying to judge whether there was anything suspicious about me. But I was a Jiangqing student to begin with, answering fluently, and instead drew the girl's information out of her. I was secretly alarmed inside. This bunch turned out to be soldiers from a fine steel-tier city. The squad's leader was Han Zhanya, a suspected grade 2 awakener, and the other members were elites among the low-grade awakeners too. The girl was named Lan Xiner and claimed to be a squad member, but her manner didn't seem like a soldier's. She kept her mouth shut about the squad's purpose, and I suspected this team's mission was most likely tied up with her. Analyzing as I went, I continued chatting with her. "I really envy you fine steel-tier city folks' resources. We Black Iron tier can't compare at all." Lan Xiner smiled. "It's really nothing. To hold on this long in the wildlands, your talent must be pretty good. Once you become an awakener and go to a higher tier city for advanced training, as long as you work hard, you can stay too." I shook my head. Where we're from, a whole graduating class produces only a few awakeners. How could we compare to Brother Han and Brother Zhou, this strong? Han Zhanya's face was expressionless, and the young officer named Zhou Yu gave a cold snort. Their abilities weren't top tier, but at their young age they were already elite soldiers. Even in a fine steel-tier city, few awakeners their age could reach their level, let alone in a place like a Black Iron tier city. Hearing this, Zhou Yu no longer doubted my identity. Clearly, this guy was a genuine Black Iron tier city bumpkin. But what displeased him was that ever since I'd gotten in the car, I'd been stuck close to Lan Xiner, and Lan Xiner of all people especially loved to humor me. That left him feeling none too good. "Xiner, don't tell him everything." Zhou Yu drove, his tone somewhat contemptuous. "Some things are too far removed. They do him no good, and knowing them is pointless anyway." He said to me coldly again, "Hear that? You should count yourself lucky to be riding in our car. Don't go prying everywhere, or you'll bring trouble on yourself." There was already a threat in his words. I feigned fear on the surface, but inwardly cursed this guy for a fool. He wasn't really afraid of a leak at all. He was purely jealous. How could the military raise a man like this? The wildlands were so dangerous, and he still had the mind for such things. In my view, hunters were far more reliable than this sort who only knew how to compete for a girl's favor. Of course, a fool like Lur didn't count. Thinking this, I secretly toyed with a purple stone. Clink! A soft sound, and a threat-level lizard beast turned straight into an ice sculpture, then shattered. Fine steel-tier elites really are impressive. If I had your strength, Brother Zhou Yu, I'd swagger around Jiangqing for sure. I said with a face full of envy. During the rest just now, Zhou Yu had suddenly struck and killed a mutant beast in an instant. Though in my view his cold ability fell a bit short of Xiao Qianshan's, I still deliberately threw out a few compliments to feed his vanity. Zhou Yu didn't care at all, and instead was somewhat contemptuous. With my kind of skill, why would I hole up in a Black Iron tier city like a coward with its head tucked in? With a bit of talent and ambition, you should strive to improve yourself, aim to go to a higher tier city, get more resources, and become one of humanity's mainstays. He sneered again. Though with your aptitude, whether you can even awaken is anyone's guess. Living an ordinary life in a Black Iron Tier city is pretty good too. Even if you awakened, meeting a mutant beast would be a dead end anyway. A student from a Black Iron Tier city like me, Joyu didn't think much of it all. Showing off his skill now was to overawe me, keep me from getting too impudent, and best of all, keep away from Lon Xiner. Brother Joyu, quit scaring him. Lon Xiner shot him a displeased glare and patted my shoulder. Don't be afraid. Big sis has your back. All her life, the peers around Lon Xiner had either been fawning flatterers or people with impure motives. Someone young, cheerful, and from out of town like me, she hadn't met many, and rather liked me instead. Sister Xiner, are you an awakener too? I looked at her with some doubt. Lon Xiner's face reddened, and she hurried to say, I'm not yet, but I will be soon. And I'm an elite soldier. Even without an ability, my elemental force's enhancement of the body and my command of elemental force are no worse than an ordinary first-grade awakener's. A flicker of curiosity crossed my eyes. You can still awaken after awakening day? Joyu sneered contemptuously. What do you know? Xiner's status. Is it something the likes of you could compare to? How could she be like you lot? Only able to forcibly awaken by relying on awakening day. She's. Joyu, you're talking too much today. Han Zhanya suddenly opened his eyes and barked coldly. Joyu shuddered in fright and hurried to fall silent, shooting me a vicious glare and saying in a low voice, Captain, I was wrong. Lon Xiner stuck out her tongue. In truth, what Han Zhanya said was aimed at her, and she knew it well. But I put on a face full of helplessness, and especially when Han Zhanya stared at me, I got even more nervous, ducking straight behind Lon Xiner. This kid. Joyu held back a curse, but was unconvinced inside. Hiding behind a girl when something happens, what kind of behavior is that? Lon Xiner didn't mind and laughed. Captain, it's my fault. Lin Mo's just a student, not even an adult. Don't scare him. Han Zhanya shook his head helplessly, but his wariness of me grew heavier inside. I took in his expression. This kid looks harmless as a lamb, but showing up in the wildlands is suspicious to begin with. The questions he asks seem like a child's naivety, yet they're all sensitive topics. The more he thought, the uneasier he grew. Though my identity was fine, my age young, and I hadn't reached awakening age, who said you couldn't awaken before awakening day? Since there was Lon Xiner who could delay awakening, naturally there were also those who could awaken early. For now, Han Zhanya had no evidence, and as a soldier, he couldn't strike at a civilian at will. This I understood, so when he looked at me coldly, I put on a timid appearance while actually staying perfectly composed inside. I was mostly mulling over the clue I'd just gained. So it turned out you didn't have to wait for awakening day to awaken. I hadn't let Lon Xiner's age and special circumstances box in my thinking. Awakening day. What was it exactly? About this, I'd known little to begin with. The teachers and the school never said much, and the Human Alliance seemed to deliberately conceal information about it. I'd once thought awakening day was using some sort of thing or relying on a powerhouse to stimulate those whose elemental force and age met the mark into awakening their abilities. But now it seemed age perhaps wasn't the deciding factor. Perhaps awakening was tied to certain rare resources. Establishing awakening day might be only to screen out those with excellent aptitude. If someone failed to meet the mark before awakening day, then even if they awakened afterward, their future achievements would be limited and resources naturally wouldn't be wasted on them. Someone of special status like Lon Xiner naturally had other ways to awaken. Only, she still hadn't awakened yet. Was her talent too poor, or was there another reason? The more elemental force accumulated before awakening, the stronger one's strength after. But there had to be a limit, right? For the children of the great families in those top-tier cities, stacking elemental force to 199 before awakening wouldn't be hard. 199 was the non-awakener elemental force ceiling I currently guessed at. In Jiangxing it was all but impossible, but for a top-tier city, with abundant resources, it wouldn't be hard to reach. There had to be more secrets in here. I narrowed my eyes. Elemental force, awakening, abilities, behind all of it, there were clearly still many things I didn't know. High-tier cities. I quietly sized up the several people resting, a tangle of feelings inside. I could tell the problem wasn't only resources. Awakeners from high-tier cities clearly knew more of the inside story. Actually, those words of Zhou Yu's had little effect on me. High-tier cities did have abundant resources and good living conditions, but I understood this also meant greater danger. A place like Jiangcheng, its hunters rarely got even a few wildland missions a year. But in a bronze-tier city, missions joining forces with the military were common. Go higher still, and the dangers facing combat-type awakeners only grew. Were it not so, how could a guy like Bayonet, quick-witted and skilled, be content to hole up in a small place like Jiangxing? I even suspected Bayonet had been hiding his strength all along, deliberately suppressing his own rank. Actually, my thinking was much like his. I couldn't let myself take too great a risk either. My family simply couldn't withstand a blow. This mission had left me shaken with lingering fear. Yet this very mission had also made me realize the wildlands were changing. Now even the wildlands outside low-tier cities were starting to grow unsafe. I began to doubt whether hiding in a black iron-tier city could really keep my family safe. This thought shook me. Sigh, take it one step at a time. I sighed inwardly, and at the same time felt a little fortunate. After all, I had my own secret. Though it brought more danger, at least it let me hold my own fate in my hands. Just as I was ordering my thoughts, preparing to fish for more information, I suddenly heard Zhou Yu say to Han Zhanya, "Captain, I've looked at the map. There are 3 routes back to Jiangcheng: the Beiwang Mountain Path, the Guilin Trail, and the Fengqing Plains. The Beiwang Mountain Path takes a long detour. The Guilin Trail cuts through dense forest and is hard to keep watch on. I recommend the Fengqing Plains." Han Zhanya took the map and looked it over, nodding. "Then let's take the phone." "No," I blurted out, cutting him off. Everyone looked over. Damn, I felt a flash of regret inside. I'd gotten too worked up and feared I'd ruined things. But I truly couldn't hold back, because the Fengqing Plains was exactly the route Black Wind, Bayonet, and I had taken on the way there, the very place we'd run into the strange light source. I still remembered how terrified those 2 veteran hunters, Bayonet and Black Wind, had been at the time, as if the end were upon them. For this group to go that way now was no different from courting death. But these soldiers had no idea of the truth. Seeing me object, Zhou Yu immediately fumed. "What are you babbling about?" "Wait." Han Zhanya raised a hand to cut him off and turned to look at me. "Why not?" His gaze fixed tightly on me, leaving me unable to hide the smallest movement. My heart raced, but I steeled myself to explain. "I went to Yujiang City with the caravan before, and they didn't take this route. I heard the Fengqing wildlands haven't been peaceful lately, that going that way is dangerous." Zhou Yu sneered, cutting me off outright. "You're talking nonsense. Before I came, I made a point of asking the Yujiang City and Jiangxing military. There's nothing abnormal around here at all." He'd investigated in advance, and my words were rebutted the moment they left my mouth. I cursed inwardly. Bayonet and Black Wind, those 2, did they both die in the mountains? Originally, the 3 of us had agreed to report to the military together, but the mission changed. I was forced to break off, ran to the wildlands near Jiangcheng, and never had a chance to get the intel out. I had no idea Black Wind hadn't made it off Baisheng Mountain alive, and Bayonet had long since forgotten the matter. Now, aside from me and Bayonet, no one knew the Fengqing wildlands had already changed. Zhou Yu kept jeering. "If you want to show off, at least check the records first. Don't just talk rubbish." I was so angry my teeth itched. I wanted to reveal the truth openly, but I'd hidden my hunter identity from the start. To suddenly come clean now, who would believe me? What's more, I hadn't even figured out what I'd encountered that day, hadn't even worked out what an aberrant really was. Saying it would only make things worse. So I just said flatly, "Then go yourselves. I'm not coming along." Worst case, I'd wait a few more days. Before Lan Xner could speak up to persuade, Han Zhanya said coldly, "No, we're taking this route, and you must come along." At these words, my heart went cold in an instant. It was over. This officer definitely suspected me now, thinking my refusal to let them take the Fengqing wildlands meant something was off, and was determined to drag me along. Of course I was unwilling, but seeing Han Zhanya had already covertly gathered elemental force, I sighed and sat down weakly. "Have it your way. I only hope all the intel I've got is wrong." I had no other option and could only resign myself. Fortunately, this group's strength was much greater than that of the bunch I'd met before. With so many capable low-grade awakeners around, I believed that even if there really was danger, I could preserve my life and escape. Especially since, ever since the chaos at Baisheng Mountain, I'd gained a few more cards to play. The group set off again with wariness and doubt. The atmosphere in the car grew oppressive. Though Han Zhanya and the others didn't much believe my words, the wildlands were dangerous, and they didn't dare take it lightly either. All the way, everyone's nerves were taut, guarding against outside threats while secretly guarding against me too. Zhou Yu, who'd driven so arrogantly before, now grew cautious at the edge of the wildlands, slowing the car, his expression unusually careful, none of his earlier ease left. Watching him, I couldn't help wanting to laugh. Only then did I understand that this team didn't really count as true elite. Their so-called strength was only decent talent and potential. Zhou Yu and Lan Xiner, for instance, were both good seedlings. But set aside their awakener abilities, and their psychological fortitude and combat experience fell far short of a regular army's elite. Take Zhou Yu. His temperament and soldierly bearing fell far short of Xiao Qianshan's, and by far more than mere ability. In the whole team, the ones who truly counted as military elite, aside from a few veterans I'd hardly interacted with, left only the captain, Han Zhanya. I could feel the cold gaze Han Zhanya cast my way now and then, and smile bitterly inside. I was still too green, and had dug my own grave. The atmosphere was heavy. Seeing my tense expression, Lan Xiner couldn't help asking in a low voice, "Was what you said before all true?" "Of course it's true. A matter of life and death. I've no reason to joke about it," I said helplessly. But Zhou Yu in the front gave a cold snort, full of contempt. Lan Xiner comforted me. "Don't be afraid. If what you say is true, we're all soldiers. We won't make trouble for you. Once we get back to the city and report the intel, the military will even reward you. As for safety, rest assured, with Captain Han and the rest of us here, even if there really is something in the wildlands, we can handle it." On the surface, I looked relieved, but inside I'd already settled on a plan. The moment there was danger, I'd surely be the first to sell these people out. I'd never die alongside them. You've got to be kidding? This was the wildlands. Nothing else, but just a monster like the Titan-armored elephant. If they provoked one, wouldn't that be suicide? I felt this group was too naive. A few soldiers out of a fine steel-tier city actually daring to ignore the dangers on a black iron-tier city's outskirts. They were plain sick of living. Lan Xiner's comfort only confirmed my judgment. This team didn't count as an elite military force at all, more like a group of green recruits who'd never seen the world. If they truly met danger, they probably wouldn't even measure up to the hunter squad I'd met at Baishang Mountain. Though I knew Lan Xiner meant well with her comfort, the wildlands weren't a place you survived by being a good person. So though I felt a little guilty, my decision was firm. When the time came to abandon them, I wouldn't hesitate. The convoy moved slowly, covering only half my original route in a whole day. Yet Han Zhanya and the others' nerves relaxed quite a bit, because nothing had happened the whole way. Especially with daybreak just arrived and no trouble met even after driving through the night, their spirits eased. But I grew more tense instead. They were drawing closer and closer to the place I'd last seen those mysterious lights. "Brother Zhou Yu, how far is it to Jiangxing?" Lan Xiner, having barely slept the night before because of my words, finally let out a breath and couldn't help asking. Han Zhanya and Zhou Yu were now taking turns driving, with Zhou Yu in the passenger seat on watch. Hearing the question, he smiled. "Almost there. It won't even take a day to reach Jiangxing, but we still can't let our guard down. I hear awakener criminals have been concentrating on the outskirts of low-tier cities lately, waylaying convoys. Still, trash like that, as long as they dare show themselves, I don't mind letting them see what elite means." He didn't turn around as he said this, but everyone understood he was aiming it at me. I couldn't be bothered to respond, sneering inwardly. If something really happens, this guy will probably die even faster than Lan Xiner. Still, his words made me think a layer deeper. Those lights that night, could they really have been awakener criminals? I wasn't unfamiliar with that sort. Quinn back in Jiangxing had been one. Unable to survive in the city, they fled to the wildlands to band together and get by. It wasn't impossible. Maybe everyone really had overthought it that day. If it truly were only some awakener criminals, the threat wouldn't be so great. As for the danger encountered afterward, perhaps it was some other mutant beast, who could say? If that were so, then count myself lucky. At least my life could most likely be preserved. By comparison, being suspected and second-guessed by these people was nothing worth minding. So what if they investigated and uncovered my identity when I got back? A hunter telling a few lies was no big deal. I'd just let out a breath when Han Zhanya suddenly slammed the brakes. Zhou Yu, who'd been mocking me a moment ago, immediately turned tense. "Captain, what's happened?" Han Zhanya said coldly. "I told you to keep watch. What have you been doing?" Zhou Yu's face reddened, but he didn't dare retort. Han Zhanya ignored him and got straight out, surveyed the area, and finally stopped near a patch of scorched ground. There are traces of humans camping here. Everyone waited quietly for his assessment. It wasn't rare for a caravan or hunter team to rest and regroup in the wildlands now and then. But Han Zhanya continued. "There are very chaotic residual elemental force fluctuations and a faint smell of blood." The moment the words left his mouth, Everyone's nerves went taut at once. Captain, could a caravan or a small team have been attacked by mutant beasts? Lon Exiner asked in a grave voice, her expression far calmer than when she'd spoken to me. Though not an awakener, she was a soldier who'd just taken part in the great battle at Yujiang City, and she didn't cower now. No. Han Zhanya shook his head. If it were a mutant beast attack, even if the site weren't here, the surrounding terrain would be clearly wrecked. But there are no such violent traces here. He looked up at the group as he spoke. Everyone understood. The elemental force fluctuations and the smell of blood here had been caused by humans. Captain, if it's not a beast disturbance, then let's just leave. Zhou Yu spoke up hesitantly. Han Zhanya stared him down. Zhou Yu's heart pounded, but he steeled himself and said, a soldier's main duty is dealing with the wildlands and mutant beasts. Meddling in Awakener affairs isn't our responsibility. This kind of situation should be handled by the Enforcement Bureau or the Hunters Guild. We still have a mission. Getting sidetracked means failing our duty. I'm not afraid of dying. I just shouldn't take unnecessary risks. Under Han Zhanya's gaze that could all but kill, Zhou Yu's back was already soaked through. But I found him rare and endearing today. These words suited me perfectly. I silently hoped Han Zhanya would take them in and stop taking risks. But Han Zhanya only shook his head. Zhou Yu, you're not wrong. Sometimes I'm less like a soldier than you are. But you said it yourself. There may be Awakener criminals doing evil nearby. If we only mind our mission and let them run free, then to me, that's an insult to the uniform. With that, he paid Zhou Yu no more mind and turned to Lon Exiner. Miss Exiner, you're a squad member and also the main escort target of this mission. How to choose in this matter, it's still for you to decide. Hearing this, hope rekindled in my heart. I knew the most important one in the team was actually Lon Exiner. As long as she spoke up, even Han Zhanya had to heed her. But Lon Exiner only fell silent a moment, then nodded firmly. If there really are criminals doing evil, we're soldiers, guardians of the people. We can't stand idly by. Captain Han, lead the way. Han Zhanya looked at her and sighed, but his face was full of gratification. This was the soldier he'd trained, and she hadn't let him down. Zhou Yu and I both deflated at once, our faces ashen. Just as I was about to quietly edge away, Han Zhanya said coldly as he walked, watch Lin Mo closely. Any strange move, shoot to kill on the spot. That sentence cut off any thought of fleeing for good. Out in the open, a grade 2 or even grade 3 awakener wanting to kill me left me no chance to escape at all. I could only steel myself and walk at the rear of the team. Lon Exiner, though, comforted me. Don't worry, don't be afraid. If there's real danger, Big Sis will protect you. She didn't think I was a bad person, only took me for frightened, and softly encouraged me. I forced a smile, putting on a timid look on the surface, but inwardly I concentrated my mental force to the utmost, secretly searching for any chance to escape. Han Zhanya truly was an elite soldier. Not only were his skills formidable, his tracking ability was extremely high too. He quickly found the route the group had taken as they left and led the team cautiously along the trail. Everyone be careful. I feel the smell of blood getting heavier. The farther forward Han Zhanya went, the warier his expression grew. A flicker of an odd color crossed my eyes, and I quietly retreated 2 steps. At this moment, everyone's nerves were taut, and even Han Zhanya didn't notice my little movement. A faint smile had just surfaced at the corner of my mouth when my expression changed in an instant. Looking down, Lon Exiner was gripping my hand tightly, slowly leading me forward. How can this be? My heart jolted. I tried to pull my hand free, but she turned back gently and comforted me in a low voice. Don't panic. Don't get separated. That's more dangerous. My heart was struck with shock. I clearly had mental force invisibility active right now. This ability I'd gained venturing at Baishang Mountain. That day I hadn't gone simply to snatch Hollow Mountain's body, but to test whether I could obtain those 2 men's abilities. Whether Hollow Mountain or Lure, their abilities were both powerful. Even at a risk, I hadn't wanted to give them up. Fortunately, I'd succeeded. Lure's mental force ability had turned into a red light orb that dropped at my feet, and the instant I got it in hand, I'd pulled away and used mental force invisibility to shake off the beasts. This ability had let me hold on in the wildlands, and had become my greatest means of preserving my life. Now, with the soldier awakeners all on high alert, I'd quietly activated the ability, meaning to slip away from the team without a sound. But I'd never expected that Lon Exiner, without any awakener ability at all, could detect me. My invisibility, seen through by an ordinary person, it left me finding it hard to believe. I didn't dare move recklessly anymore, and could only nod, following her. Instead, I no longer wanted to leave. Lon Xiner, it seemed, was hiding no small secret. No one noticed this little episode. My ability ran normally, and Han Zhanya and the others didn't sense anything off about Lon Xiner. And though Lon Xiner wasn't affected by my ability, she hadn't discovered anything abnormal about me either. Under Han Zhanya's lead, everyone held their breath and advanced carefully, trying not to make any sound. Each person had pushed the elemental energy in their body to the extreme, ready to erupt at any moment. Just then, a scream suddenly came from the woodland, piercing the deathly silence. "Help! Save me!" Everyone's face changed. Han Zhanya said in a low bark, "Keep up." The moment his words fell, he abruptly accelerated, charging toward the direction the sound came from. The others immediately followed, and even Zhou Yu, who'd looked ready to retreat, didn't hesitate. In this team, Han Zhanya was the backbone. No one would hesitate at his orders at a time like this. Lon Xiner immediately gave chase too, but she still hadn't let go of me, dragging me along to run with her. I cursed inwardly. This woman, not forgetting to bring me along even at a time like this, was really something. I understood she was probably afraid I'd be left alone and something would happen. But in my view, running alone at this moment gave a better chance of survival. It was only that I now wanted more to figure out her identity and didn't want to act rashly while everyone's nerves were strung tight, so I could only be dragged forward with her. Han Zhanya led everyone quickly charging into a low-lying basin. The moment we arrived, my gaze sank. The ground ahead was all rotting muddy water, stinking sharply. But what truly couldn't be suppressed was that thick, choking smell of blood. More than a dozen corpses lay strewn every which way in the mud. Every one was mangled beyond recognition, organs turned out, bones broken, one glance enough to make the scalp crawl. Had I not seen a scene like Baisheng Mountains, my legs would probably have gone weak by now. But what truly chilled the heart was still to come. Everyone forced down their nausea and looked toward the deepest part of the basin. There, someone thin and frail, in ragged clothes, crouched with their back to us. Their shoulders moved rhythmically, and a faint, low, fine sound came from their mouth, like they were biting into something. Han Zhanya's gaze sharpened. As he shouted his questions, he raised a hand to signal. The squad members immediately fanned out, holding several exits, their elemental guns all trained on that back. "Who are you? What happened here? Answer me. State your identity, name your city, and just what happened here." Han Zhanya pressed his questions one after another. But that person still didn't make a sound. Han Zhanya didn't rashly approach. The terrain here was too poor, and once a fight broke out it would be easy to suffer for it. With the other's identity unknown, of course he wasn't foolish enough to walk straight up. Just then, that figure finally stopped moving, slowly straightened up, and turned their head. Only then did everyone see clearly. The face beneath the long hair was very pale, the features handsome too. But a piece of flesh like an organ hung at the corner of her mouth, and in an instant her whole face turned indescribably eerie. "Ah!" Lon Xiner suddenly screamed, pointing at the person's feet, her face full of terror. Everyone followed her gaze, and only then saw a mangled corpse lying behind her. We finally understood where these shredded bodies had come from. This woman was, unbelievably, eating people. My scalp crawled too, but I wasn't as out of control as Lon Xiner. After all, I was a licensed hunter who'd crawled back from the edge of death several times. A scene like this couldn't frighten me. What truly chilled me was that familiar, ominous aura on this woman. "Help! Save me!" The woman opened her mouth, shreds of flesh dropping from it. Yet what came out was still the cry for help we'd heard earlier. So it turned out that sound had come from her. Could she be? A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Han Zhanya's mind. Before he could react, the woman's shoulders swayed, and the next second she vanished from where she stood. Right after, an agonized scream rang out in the basin. Everyone looked over to see she'd already lunged behind a soldier, biting down hard on his neck, wildly swallowing and drinking. That young soldier only had time for a single scream before his eyes rolled white, and he lost his breath. At the very first exchange, she'd killed a soldier. A chill ran down my back. In that instant just now, I'd felt almost no elemental force fluctuation, which meant this woman hadn't used any ability at all, killing an awakener outright with pure speed and strength. A thing like this wasn't remotely human. It was more like a mutant beast. That was my most immediate judgment. I'd seen lethal level and command level mutant beasts, and that terrifying life force made me instantly think of the same possibility. Second attack strategy. Han Zhanya had no time for grief and immediately roared, directing the soldiers to counterattack. Then he added, Don't hold back. Shoot to kill. It's not human. It's an aberrant. Aberrant. This was the third time I'd heard the word. But this time, I truly saw this eerie existence with my own eyes. I still remembered the bone-deep terror when Bayonet and Black Wind had judged the other party might be an aberrant. And I finally recalled the source of that familiar feeling. Last time, fleeing at night, one of the terrifying existences that had chilled my back was this very woman before me. Before I could think further, Han Zhanya had already given the order. Though trembling all over, Zhou Yu forced himself calm, raised both hands, and shouted, "Frostbind." His voice carried a tremor, and his elemental force shifted in an instant. The frost he created spread quietly out from beneath the woman's feet, so thin as to be nearly transparent, but the moment it touched her skin it climbed rapidly upward. In the blink of an eye, the woman's calves were already coated in cold frost. The woman finally reacted, releasing the corpse in her grip and shrieking as she all but teleported before Zhou Yu. This time, though her speed was still very fast, everyone could finally catch her figure. Zhou Yu's ability had taken effect. But even so, when the woman's pale face and blood-red eyes appeared before Zhou Yu, he had no time to react at all. The woman's hand clamped onto his shoulder like an iron vice, leaving him unable to move, a smell of blood rushing at his face. Her sharp teeth were already pressed against his neck, and the next second she could bite through the artery. At this hair's-breadth instant, an angry roar exploded, and right after, a searing wave of energy swept in. Boom! An explosion blasted the woman sideways, sending her flying. My gaze sharpened, and I recognized that the one who'd struck was Han Zhanya. Just as I'd guessed, this man was stronger than before, already a grade 3 awakener. Only strength like this could keep pace with the woman's terrifying speed. But the woman only swayed her body, flinging off the flames on her, and aside from her scorched, torn clothes, her body was all but unharmed. Not only was she fast, her defense was like a mutant beast's too. Ordinary attacks could do nothing to her at all. Just then, dense gunfire rang out. The soldiers had begun to open fire. Though the army had no few awakeners, most of their abilities weren't specially suited for combat. Low-grade awakeners mostly fought by their own physiques and elemental force weapons, not by relying on abilities. I saw Lan Xener standing in the crowd, her face pale, but still steadily raising her gun, laying down suppressing fire on the woman. Though this girl was of noble status and simple in character, she hadn't lost a soldier's mettle at the critical moment. The aberrant, struck by the sudden rain of bullets, let out an angry roar, moved swiftly, and the next moment appeared before another person. Before she could strike, Han Zhanya came charging up again like a clinging ghost, once more using explosion to blast her away. Though his ability couldn't wound her, with him blocking the front, the aberrant never managed to cause casualties among the soldiers. The soldiers' elemental guns fired in turns without cease, the suppressing fire never breaking. If it were only the soldiers, at the aberrant speed, she wouldn't fear these firearms at all. But now there was a grade 3 awakener on the field tangling with her, keeping her from splitting her attention to kill and greatly slowing her down, often leaving her exposed to concentrated fire. The value of a powerful awakener lay right here. Watching the situation gradually stabilize, I couldn't help feeling moved inside. If humanity had no awakeners to lead, the situation now would only be worse. Just like that earlier mission. Without Hollow Mountain, a single Fury Mark troll alone could have wiped us out, let alone the threat-level mutant beasts after. The battle at the summit of Baisheng Mountain was the same. 2 command levels dueling. The mere aftershocks could kill countless beasts in passing. The moment the 3 grade 4 awakeners died, Xiao Qianshan immediately directed a retreat, because without same-tier powerhouses, numbers alone were of no use. Now was the same. Though Han Zhanya wasn't the strongest of grade 3 awakeners, with Zhou Yu's support, he still tied down the aberrant and slowly took control of the situation. And it wasn't only that. I noticed that as the fight dragged on, the aberrant's speed grew slower and slower. The frost on her calves not only failed to melt, it kept building thicker and thicker. Looking at Zhou Yu again, his face was pale, but he was still pouring out elemental force without cease, and I understood at once. Zhou Yu's ability looked similar to Xiao Qianshan's, but was in fact entirely different. Xiao Qianshan's ice was overbearing and direct, freezing in one stroke. But Zhou Yu's ability could only tie down the target at first, and once it landed, it kept acting continuously. As long as he stayed standing, the frost would keep thickening until it wore the target out. Even with similar essences, differing development and understanding of an ability could produce entirely different effects. In an instant, I grasped how terrifying abilities were. Right now, one grade 3 ability user plus a group of well-equipped soldiers had already brought that aberrant near the point of collapse. Especially Zhou Yu's ability, hanging over her head like a Reaper's death warrant. No one knew what would happen if he kept triggering it. Just then, I suddenly noticed something wrong. The suppressing fire was about to break. That aberrant had attacked the same soldier repeatedly a moment ago, throwing off their reloading rhythm. Soon, the attack came to a brief pause. Before I could even warn them, it happened. After Han Zhanya forced the aberrant back, the gunfire suddenly cut out for an instant. All the soldiers froze, and the faces of Han Zhanya and the others changed drastically. In that brief blank, the aberrant steadied her body, and a formidable elemental force fluctuation erupted violently. An ability? My heart clenched, and I immediately judged that the aberrant was about to unleash an ability. At her rank, the effect would surely be abnormally powerful. Han Zhanya understood this too, but he didn't flinch and instead charged in. His palms carried firelight, bearing straight down on the aberrant. I could feel the energy in his hands growing more and more violent. This strike was definitely fiercer than before. However, the aberrant extended one hand and pressed it straight between Han Zhanya's palms, and the two balls of firelight dispersed in an instant. Right after, her palm stroked her calf, and the stubborn frostbind vanished like ice and snow meeting spring. My heart went cold. This kind of ability was too eerie, too formidable. Being able to erase others' abilities made her simply the bane of ability users. Having undone Zhou Yu's ability, the aberrant's figure flickered, her speed erupting once more. Bam! Zhou Yu was blasted flying, elemental force fluctuating violently where he'd stood. He'd instinctively triggered an elemental force shield. The moment the aberrant broke free, she'd charged straight at him first. Fortunately, Zhou Yu was a grade 2 awakener, quick enough to react, and had seen through the aberrant's movement in advance, so he'd barely dodged a calamity. Don't stop firing. She can use negative elemental force to erase an ability's effect, but the elemental guns aren't affected. Han Zhanya shouted a warning to his subordinates while desperately keeping pace with the aberrant. Elemental guns only used elemental energy as ammunition to boost their power and didn't directly fire elemental force, so she couldn't counter them. Negative elemental force? Something stirred in me. I'd assumed that eerie, overbearing method of the aberrants a moment ago was her own ability. But by the sound of Han Zhanya's words, it seemed not. Just then, another scream exploded. Though Han Zhanya tied her down and gave warning, the earlier rhythm of suppression had already fallen apart and couldn't be picked back up in the short term. On top of that, with the aberrant having broken Zhou Yu's ability, her speed restored to its peak, the other soldiers simply couldn't keep up for a moment. This time, she didn't drink blood and flesh again, but went straight for the kill. Two soldiers' necks snapped on the spot, and they toppled into pools of blood. Bastard! Han Zhanya roared, immediately triggering his ability again, striking down hard with one palm, violent energy condensing in an instant. But the aberrant came to and met it with a palm of her own. Han Zhanya's explosive energy once again vanished clean away. Not good. His pupils shrank, and he hurriedly twisted his body, barely dodging that palm. But her fingertips still grazed him, his uniform tearing open in an instant, several long bloody gashes bursting across his body. Without an ability to contend with, Han Zhanya's speed, strength, and physique were no match for this aberrant at all. Even just grazing past to dodge, he felt as if scraped by a high-speed truck bearing down on him, his whole body thrown off balance. Half a beat slower, and his ribs would have been swept broken by this woman outright. "Captain!" Lon Exiner cried out, lunging a step forward. Stirred by emotion, an extremely searing elemental force suddenly burst from her. "What?" Standing beside her, my gaze jolted violently. The intensity of the elemental force this woman erupted with now was actually stronger than an average grade 2 awakener's. This was simply absurd, because elemental force intensity depended not only on reserves, but on an awakener's rank. The higher the rank, the stronger the quality of the elemental force. Someone like me, though my reserves neared 200 points, my elemental force quality couldn't compare to an ordinary first-grade awakener's at all, because I hadn't awakened yet. Yet Lon Exiner, equally unawakened, had suddenly erupted with elemental force comparable to a grade 2 awakener's. I simply couldn't believe it. And this scene immediately drew the attention of that aberrant too. Having just dissolved Han Zhanya's ability, The aberrant appeared before Lan Xiner in the blink of an eye. Han Zhanya was closer to her and hurriedly blocked at the aberrant's side, throwing out a punch. The aberrant didn't even look, patting out a horizontal palm. The elemental energy on Han Zhanya's fist dispersed in an instant, but he still didn't dodge or evade, continuing to attack. Crack! A crisp sound, and the aberrant easily shook his fist away, her palm landing on his shoulder. With just that one blow, a large chunk of Han Zhanya's shoulder caved straight in. At the same time, the aberrant's other hand reached for Lan Xiner's neck. Lan Xiner saw clearly that her eyes were full of greed, like a person seeing fine food. Lan Xiner's mind went blank. By instinct, she first opened an elemental force shield, then pushed backward, but touched nothing. He fled? Maybe that's for the best. Lan Xiner only thought that having one more person survive would be good. The aberrant's hand passed through the shield, grabbing at her, and Lan Xiner's mind was unusually calm. At that moment, she suddenly felt a strong elemental force fluctuation erupt behind her. Han Zhanya saw an unbelievable sight too. That strange young man stood at Lan Xiner's rear flank, elemental force fluctuating fiercely from his body, its intensity actually reaching grade 2. His palm heels pressed together, 5 fingers curled, aimed at the aberrant's chest. The next second, a searing white light gushed forth. This was the most critical moment. The aberrant's 2 hands, one suppressing Han Zhanya, one having just erased Lan Xiner's shield. I struck decisively. My ability, the Thunder Beast's white roar, was similar to the sinister-eyed flying ape's beam, but I'd gotten it from a Thunder Beast corpse in the Jiangqing Museum. This was my second ability, and my most important trump card. At Baishang Mountain, I'd used it to kill Lure. Now, I triggered the Thunder Beast's white roar once more. The white radiance exploded, and the aberrant let out a scream. I had no business wielding an ability like this. Even if I triggered it, it might not wound her. But with burst layered on, my elemental force intensity surged, enough to support this move's power. Right now, the aberrant's 2 hands were busy erasing the shield and suppressing Han Zhanya, her attention wholly drawn by Lan Xiner, utterly unguarded against me. And so, this move pierced straight through her chest. The aberrant's life force was abnormally formidable, and gravely wounded, she still hadn't died. I saw clearly that within the wound burned through her, countless bits of flesh and blood squirmed madly like little insects, seeming to want to heal. At the same time, sharp spikes grew from the tip of the aberrant's palm, her hand turning into a beast's claw. She gave a shrill screech, her arms suddenly swelling and lengthening, nearly doubling in an eye's blink, and with a roar she brought a claw down at the top of my head. My heart clenched. Using the Thunder Beast's white roar just now had been for its instant eruption and safe distance. But I hadn't expected the aberrant's life force to be this strong, able to even mutate and expand her attack range. I'd just erupted with 2 abilities at once, and had no strength to spare to dodge now. At the critical moment, I glared, forcibly triggering an ability once more. The aberrant's movement suddenly stalled. A mental strike. I triggered my 3rd ability outright. At that moment, a hand pressed onto the aberrant's skull. My gaze shifted slightly, and I saw the aberrant's lips move a few times. Before I could react, I heard Han Zhanya roar like thunder. Burst. Energy detonated directly at the aberrant's skull. The aberrant, half her head lost, pitched to the ground, and finally died completely. Han Zhanya plopped down, all but drained of strength, tangling with the aberrant round after round, triggering ability after ability, and taking a grave wound too. He was now all but a spent lamp with its oil gone. But he forced his spirit up and made a hand signal. The soldiers, still dazed a moment ago, immediately raised their gun muzzles, and what they pointed at was none other than me. Captain. Lan Xiner hadn't yet recovered from the shock of escaping death. Seeing the situation before her, her face changed at once, and without hesitation she blocked in front of me, asking in terror, "What are you doing?" Han Zhanya's tone was cold as ice. Xiner, move aside. He just saved us. Lan Xiner couldn't help crying out. Han Zhanya's face was expressionless. First, without us, he couldn't have killed that aberrant either. Second, he's lying. Lan Xiner's expression froze, because Han Zhanya wasn't wrong. Possessing an ability like this, how could I possibly be just an ordinary student? Then recalling that I'd warned the danger here beforehand, her heart chilled a little too. At this point I spoke up too, leaning weakly against the ground, but my voice was very calm. You'd best move aside, or this captain of yours might kill you along with me. Even though my body was extremely weak, If I hadn't just taken medicine exchanged with points to ease the backlash, I'd have passed out long ago. Even so, I showed no panic, my expression composed. Han Zhanya said coldly, "Don't think of sowing discord between us, and don't think I don't dare shoot. Your identity and your purpose, I'll only ask once." The meaning was clear: no truth, immediate fire. Now the team was gravely wounded, and my ability was eerie and unpredictable, showing nothing unusual day to day, yet able to unleash the Thunder Beast's white roar at the critical moment. Who knew what other trump cards I hid? In his eyes, I was more dangerous than that aberrant. Facing the black gun muzzles all around, I sighed helplessly and reached straight into my chest to pull out something and toss it to him. Han Zhanya looked down. It was a Jiangxing Branch's 1-star hunter medal and identity card. He looked at me again. I said candidly, "This identity can be verified with the Jiangxing Guild, though of course it needs my consent, and conditions don't allow it now. But what I've said is true." "But you lied before," Han Zhanya said coldly. I sneered. "Why should I tell you the truth? I'm a hunter, alone in the wildlands. Holding something back from you was for self-preservation. Besides, when I told the truth, did you believe it? I said long ago there was danger here. You didn't believe me, and nearly died alongside me as a result." Han Zhanya was left speechless. At least on that point, I wasn't wrong. He stared at me and kept asking, "Then stranded alone in the wildlands, what exactly was your intent?" I fell silent a moment, then gave an answer no one had expected. To bring the 3-star hunter Hollow Mountain's body back to the Yuzhong City Guild. Hollow Mountain? A 3-star hunter? Everyone present was stunned. No one had expected me to say that. Many still looked bewildered, not knowing who Hollow Mountain was. Han Zhanya frowned and said in a low voice, "Hollow Mountain seems to be one of the Yuzhong City Guild's 3 great hunters. I recall he died in battle at Baisheng Mountain." Actually, he hadn't known Hollow Mountain before either. Had he not led a team to reinforce Yuzhong City earlier and seen the hunters there, he'd probably have been as clueless as everyone else. After all, famous as Hollow Mountain was, he was only a 3-star hunter of a bronze-tier city. He was still somewhat puzzled. "You don't seem like someone who'd collect a comrade's body, and moreover you're of the Jiangxing Guild. Why help a Yuzhong City hunter?" I smiled. "I'm indeed not that noble. Hollow Mountain and I actually only did one mission together." My words before were misleading, but I truly ended up here because of the Yuzhong City wildland upheaval. I briefly recounted the situation during the mission and admitted frankly, I made a decent contribution on that mission, but many were killed, so the distributed reward would be greater too. If I could bring Hollow Mountain's body back to Yuzhong City, whether his family or the guild, even the other surviving hunters, would surely be willing to let me have a larger share of the reward. Hearing this, Han Zhanya's brow knit tight. He knew well how much the Yuzhong City hunters valued Hollow Mountain. Hollow Mountain had died of a peer's betrayal and a wildland accident, and having his body brought back held great meaning for them. My plan had a real chance of succeeding. Bringing back a whole body was an enormous comfort to both family and guild. He stared at me, secretly impressed inside. This kid's mind really was deep. To have become a licensed hunter so young, and to survive alone in the wildlands this long, his mentality was more mature than many of veteran hunters. Actually, Han Zhanya had already harbored the thought of recruiting me. It was only that there were too many doubtful points about me, and my character was too calculating, leaving him never daring to fully trust me. Talent like this was truly rare. Were it not for all his misgivings, he'd have wanted to pull me into the military long ago. "Captain Han, if there's nothing else, we'd best hurry and leave here. Other matters can wait for later." I looked at him lost in thought and reminded him with some helplessness. "Don't forget, the day we discovered the anomaly in the wildlands, there may have been more than one aberrant active." Before I'd finished, Han Zhanya gave a decisive order. "Do a quick search, then back to the cars at once." As they were now, if they truly ran into another aberrant of the same rank, or met some other mutant beast, it was all but a dead end. No one hesitated, acting immediately, rummaging through the mangled corpses for anything to identify their owners, carrying off both the aberrants and their comrades' bodies, then jogging all the way back to the cars. The moment we boarded, Zhou Yu started the engine and swiftly left this place that had nearly cost lives. "How did you know there was an aberrant there?" Han Zhanya asked, staring at me after he'd simply bandaged his wounds. Actually, I wasn't very sure either. I fell silent a moment, then said slowly, "That night we were driving when the 2 other hunters nearby spotted a man-made light source and immediately took me down a side path to flee. On the way, I could clearly feel several streams of malice chasing us, extremely strong, as if locked onto us. After we barely escaped danger, they said we'd most likely run into aberrants. I paused, then finally asked the question in my heart. Captain Han, I want to ask, what exactly are aberrants? They aren't like humans, nor are they mutant beasts. Why would they appear in the wildlands? That battle had been far too perilous. That aberrant's mind was in disorder, yet her combat power far exceeded a mutant beast's. Had I not, at the end, relied on the elemental artifact to boost my mental force and forcibly held her down for an instant, we truly might have been wiped out this time. Recalling it now, I still had lingering fear. Even Zhou Yu and Lan Xiner couldn't help showing doubt, waiting for Han Zhanya's answer. Han Zhanya fell silent a moment, then first said one thing. It seems those two hunters were very experienced. Then his expression turned grave. About aberrants, the less you know, the better. Just remember, meeting an existence like this, either flee at once or kill it at any cost. Aberrants are a taboo, and also humanity's greatest enemy. These words instantly tensed the atmosphere in the car, and even Zhou Yu and Lan Xiner couldn't help nodding. A taboo. This was the second time I'd heard the term aberrant. Bayonet and Blackwind had described it this way too. I felt it grow all the more mysterious, my heart full of doubt and curiosity. Clearly, a creature like this hid no small secret. But Han Zhanya didn't want to say more, so I could only hold my tongue. On the road, though they still kept their guard against me, Han Zhanya asked me no more questions. It was normal for a hunter to have secrets. Once we reached the Jiangqing Guild and verified my identity, it would be clear, and if there was a problem, they'd send me straight to the Enforcement Bureau. I simply stopped paying them any mind and finally relaxed, thinking only of applying for the settlement once home. The reward this time surely wouldn't be small, and I was full of anticipation. Just as I was tallying my gains, I suddenly felt a resentful gaze. Turning to look, Lan Xiner was puffing out her cheeks, staring at me with a face full of disappointment and indignation. You actually lied to me. This lady, pinned by her gaze, I felt a little unnerved, always sensing as if I really owed her something, a twinge of guilt even rising in my heart. But I quickly came to and cursed inwardly. I don't owe her anything. From years of experience bickering with my little sister, I knew well you must never explain along a woman's line of reasoning, where things would only get more tangled the more you said. So I widened my eyes too and bit back. Didn't you lie to me as well? Me? Lan Xiner was already angry. Her first time making a friend outside her circle, still thinking of letting the other escape at the critical moment, only to be kept in the dark about a pile of things by that person, who then turned around and accused her of lying. She flared up all the more. She retorted at once. When did I ever lie? I said with full confidence. You clearly said you hadn't awakened yet, but that elemental force fluctuation just now, don't tell me that's something a non-awakener could have. Lan Xiner's expression stiffened, and she argued at once. I really am not an awakener. I sneered. Not. You take me for a 3-year-old? The Hunter Bros really had it right. You women are the best at lying. Who's lying? I really haven't awakened. Lan Xiner flew into a temper and blurted. It's just that inside my body there's. Miss Xiner, Han Zhanya, resting his wounds with half-closed eyes to one side, spoke up helplessly. Don't waste your breath on this little brat. Whatever he wants to say, let him explain it to the Hunters Guild or the Enforcement Bureau. I understood perfectly. Han Zhanya was secretly impressed. This kid always found some way to fish for information, quite the schemer for his young age. As for Lan Xiner, she gave him an even worse headache. The young lady had no guard whatsoever, spilling her words the moment someone provoked her. No matter how much training they've had, they're just hothouse flowers. Without going through real tempering, they've a long way to go before becoming humanity's pillar. I guessed he was probably sighing this to himself. Only after the reminder did Lan Xiner come to, nearly having her words fished out by me again, and she immediately shut her mouth, though her gaze still stared fixedly at me, her face full of wariness. I knew when to quit too, and said no more. But from just those few sentences, I'd already gotten a good deal of information. Lan Xiner's problem was most likely tied to some external object, but was she herself also somewhere out of the ordinary? Aside from that powerful elemental force fluctuation, what concerned me more was that Lan Xiner could discover the secret of my mental force invisibility. Consider that my rank wasn't high, yet I triggered the ability with an elemental artifact, and even an awakener like Han Zhanya couldn't sense it when his focus was divided, yet she of all people could detect it. That was too abnormal. Still, I didn't want to stir up more trouble now. Several days of taut nerves in a row had left me very tired. So I closed my eyes and soon fell asleep. I began to dream, the dreams chaotic. In them, I saw the summit of Baisheng Mountain, the lizard-headed earth dragon bursting from the earth, heaven and earth collapsing. I dreamed of the flight, brutal scene after scene of hunters dying in mutant beasts' maws. I dreamed of surviving alone in the wildlands, staking my life against all sorts of beasts for survival and tempering. I dreamed of that aberrant too. But the dream held no terrifying scene of her eating corpses raw or slaughtering soldiers. What I dreamed of was her final moment before Hanjanya killed her. That terrifying yet clean face, staring at me in death, its eyes holding no greed and hunger for Lon Exener, but instead something like release and relief. She moved her mouth, as if saying, "Thank you." What was she in the end? Her cries for help, were they truly to lure humans? I sank into the fragmented dream, countless fragments in a tangled mess. I don't know how much time passed before I felt someone shoving me, someone calling me. I snapped my eyes open, my ability erupting on instinct. "What are you doing? Don't move." Two angry shouts rang out at once. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw two black gun muzzles already pressed against my forehead. The muzzles pointed at me, and Hanjanya's and Zhouyu's faces were full of shock and anger. Only then did I discover that my hand was gripping Lon Exener's neck tight. I froze, released my hand, and said in a low voice, "Sorry." Then I sat back in my seat, my expression cold. "You goddamn." Hanjanya still hadn't recovered. A moment ago, he'd nearly thought Lon Exener was done for. Who could have imagined I'd been clearly asleep, then suddenly erupted with elemental force and pinned Lon Exener down? This youth was simply too dangerous. "I'm fine." Lon Exener shook her head. Only then did I notice the bronze gate already visible outside the car window, and I couldn't help asking, "This fast? You've slept a whole day and night." Lon Exener's gaze was complicated. The weariness on my face hadn't yet faded. Clearly, the pressure and fatigue had piled to the limit. That reaction just now was most likely an instinct from spending too long in the wildlands, nearly taking Lon Exener for a mutant beast. Lon Exener's feelings were complicated. This person before her was unlike all the peers she'd met, neither like those great family scions nor a conceited genius. Oh, I see. I didn't dwell on it and cooperated with the soldiers to verify my identity. At the Hunters Guild entrance, Bayonet had just come out, and seeing me step down from the military vehicle, he nearly dropped the wine bottle in his hand. "You seem not all that surprised?" I felt Bayonet wasn't surprised at me coming back alive, but more like he couldn't figure out how I'd gotten mixed up with the military again. This old fox was even shrewder than I'd thought. "What's there for me to be surprised about? You've got a tough life, kid." Bayonet chuckled, pulled me aside, and asked in a low voice, "Be honest, is Hollow Mountain's body with you?" It is, though only I know the exact location." I admitted straight out. "Damn, I knew it." Bayonet cursed, then added, "Relax. You and Hollow Mountain both count as missing. When it settles, don't forget to give me 30%. I knew in my heart this old guy had clearly guessed the truth long ago. "Giving you a bigger share is fine too, but..." I leaned close to his ear and said something in a low voice. "What?" Bayonet's volume suddenly shot up, and then he shook his head over and over. "No, no, pick another condition." "No? Then there's nothing to discuss." My expression changed, and I moved to skirt straight around him and leave. "Damn, kid, you change faces faster than flipping a book." Seeing my stance, Bayonet understood in his heart. If he didn't agree, this kid could absolutely swallow the benefit himself. Faced with my Sid Do-It character, he truly had no choice and could only lower his voice. "Kid, it's not that I don't want to tell you. Knowing this does you no good." This time, Bayonet's face was graver than ever, wearing a look that made me feel I had to believe him. I only said flatly, "I ran into an aberrant." "Wah." Bayonet's eyes went wide, and before he could react, Hanjanya and the others had already walked over. I think I've seen you before." Hanjanya frowned at Bayonet. "Weren't you at Yujiang defending the city a few days ago?" Though Bayonet hadn't recognized Hanjanya, he'd guessed their identities. The only recent chance to encounter Awakener soldiers was that one time at Yujiang City. "Oh, so it's you." Zhouyu had a sudden realization. "When we were clearing the wildlands before, you served as a forward scout. As a surviving hunter of the Baisheng Mountain battle, Bayonet had been conscripted by the City Defense Corps and the military to help scout the way for the army, and had dealt with the Fine Steel Tier Cities squad back then. You know him." Hanjanya glanced at me and Bayonet, then stared at Bayonet as he asked, Of course, he's a hunter from our city, Meteor. Bayonet saw through my situation at a glance and smiled. Last time we even went to fight the Baisheng mountain mine together. Only that kid got separated in the beast upheaval, and now he's actually come back. Damn, that's another share off the split. At this, Bayonet suddenly stopped, as if he'd let something slip. But it was precisely because of this line that Han Zhanye confirmed the rough situation in his heart. If you want to investigate, go verify it at the guild. I won't keep you company. I paid them no more mind, and seeing Han Zhanye say nothing, turned and left directly. Kid, aren't you going to hurry and register at the guild? Not afraid of losing the settlement. Bayonet grew a little anxious. If my settlement fell through, he'd take a loss too. What's the rush? Isn't there still half a month? Tomorrow's fine. I waved a hand and walked off without a backward glance. This little brat. Han Zhanye and the others watched me go, their expressions complicated. In their eyes, I hid many secrets and was full of all sorts of possibilities. My future was far from confined to this small black iron tier city. But the me of now hadn't thought that far. I did crave getting the settlement reward, but there was something more important at hand. I made my way back, well familiar, to the door of my home in the slums and rang the doorbell.